Why try to backtrack and fight what was gonna happen anyway? Heavyweights can't knock the hustle out of mind, you gotta be jumping off the cliffside, trying to follow after dreams. Don't think hope for a retrograde could bring you back. Put my heart in all attacks against the thoughts of naysayers. Say prayers, lay it with love for those afraid to make the same move that I did. Showing my way, never afraid to shit on niggas. And nah, that's not a fetish, I just relish in the jealousy. Let it power the rockets. Motherfuckers hate cause they ain't got power to stop it. Meet the motion, sip the potion so you grow wireless, no malice should pass here. Never remain the same being that you were last year. Ignorance don't last here. Only the strong live, lost in the sauce till you all on the wrong shit. I could concoct a long list, but y'all don't appreciate that raw shit.
Mercury retrograde and feelings become misplaced. Don't face subatomic quantum problems growing dark. Don't let go while we so small. That's on park. Peons fighting demons. Fight getting in psychiatrist. Shape of the kiss. Corona sipping at the fire pit. Some Icarus with cigarettes. My friends are all my witnesses, and you all in my head ish. It's see the red giants will faded dying the white dwarfs. I scoop you off the planet to the cosmos. Orion smiling at the proto star. She solo dolo, okay to be alone. Though when you know it's real hard. Man, I faded back in kindness and I theorize existence and I love them bottom bot shit. Quadrantic, astral space is rapid. I'm a product of vestiges. Man, I forget the lies I drop, never separate.
Yang Daniel wins.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth. Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Well, well, well. The DGG crew. How are we doing today, guys? How's the Taliban? What are we up to? We have any new sources of funding? Any new mission statements? Any new cultural leaders? Oh yeah, how are Doshas feeling, guys? Did I get a tan? Fuck no. Why the fuck would I tan? Shit's bad for you, bro. Don't let your shit tan, okay? Short GME cringe. Ooh, hold on. Leaked clip. New video about Sam Hyde interviewed. Okay, Jesus, 1 second. Wife is mad at ape. She's a shell. What is this?
Why don't you want to talk about them?
Because they're not going up. They've gone down significantly.
That's just more buying opportunity.
Wait, it has an F slur? That's more buying opportunities? Hold on. Wait, who said there's an F word in this? 1 second. Oh, it was in the iDubbbz video. Fucking more. Complete sentences, guys. Jesus, sorry.
Don't you want to talk about them?
Because they're not going up. They've gone down significantly.
That's just more buying opportunity.
It's not a buying opportunity for us because we have other bills and other things. We don't have extra money sitting around to invest anything else, which I've already said. And it's so great that, you know, you're taking care of our future and I'm taking care of our present. But if you're using our present paychecks, you're not allowing me to take care of the present because you're spending.
The bills are being paid.
Yes, because I keep telling you to stop buying stuff.
But I don't stop and they're still being paid.
That's gonna be an omega yikes. That's gonna be a big yikes from me, fam. Big yikes. All right, what's the theme for today, guys? Hold on. Let's see. We got... No, not that one. Holiday futuristic.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Disturbia. How about this? What does this look like?
Hey, Tiny. Please remove the soundproofing from your walls. That was my favorite place to stand, and now I can barely hear you talking to me and only me.
No. Tropical Twilight. What does this one look like? Ruby Glow.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
We out.
Lunar New Year's colors. Is that a thing? Hold on. Holiday. There is no Lunar New Year's under the holiday, sorry. Vaporwave. You know what, you're just got the normal colors, fuck you. What is this? Hold on.
Guys, I'm new to League. Is it really Sniper's fault that Quinn is struggling so much? Or is he just bad?
Are you watching the items video? Almost certainly not.
Guys, I'm new to League. Is it really Sniper's fault that Quinn is struggling so much?
Oh, it's a
Or is
Teemo
he
that he's
just
fighting. I thought that was Gnar for a second. Damn, he flashes and everything. Oh, I watched this.
Almost crashed into Uncle Walnut. Do something stupid, come on.
Exit right to exit 4.
Okay, let's see. Give it a try. Oh, maybe not. What are you going to do, idiot?
Keep left to US 9W1.
Okay, now we have brake check. Okay, what you think? What you doing? Hiya, what you? What you doing? Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very
you
nice.
Suck.
Yeah, you
Jesus. The guy in the car is an idiot. Guy in the truck is equally stupid, though. They're just both. It's just shit. Two dipshit drivers fucking with each other. You have to be driving a sick car. Even if you're driving a sick car, you can't really swerve when you're going like 60, 70 miles an hour. You can't do that. It doesn't feel like you'll lose control because we don't often do that. And if you do it at 20 miles an hour, you'll always gain control again. But like you can't like swerving left and right like this at these speeds, especially like in a normal car. Even in a really good car, you'll lose control. You're gonna get fucked. Is the left lane the overtaking lane in the U.S.? Depends on the mood of the driver. This truck guy, we can't see what's going on here though. These guys have been fighting for a while, obviously, if this guy's recording. It seems like the truck is trolling the sedan here, though. Like, you see him, like, braking and shit every time the sedan gets... Like, he's braking now, you can see it. So he's fucking... These two guys have been fighting for a while. And then as soon as this guy, like, moves over to try to pass on the shoulder, which, by the way, the shoulder is also not a good thing to drive on. You can see that the white truck speeds up, though, because he's so fucking horny to try to cut this blue car off. Look, as soon as he cuts over here, now the truck here is, like, trying to speed up to get ahead of the car. Like... If you're a judge, which of these two get their license suspended? Both, 100%. Both, absolutely.
Okay, good. Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if this guy's still alive, though, but...
I feel like I've outpaced him.
Did the truck legally do anything wrong? I almost never think of like whether or not somebody did something legal or illegal.
Aids mental processing and gives you alpha power.
I don't know technically if the left lane shit... In some states, you're legally required to be passing. In other states, you can hang out in the left lane. It doesn't matter. But it really doesn't matter whether it's legal or illegal. The fact of the matter is that the guy on the left is driving in a way to antagonize another driver, and he's doing it intentionally. I think that any time you're driving where you're intentionally antagonizing another driver, you're probably one of the most dangerous and worst drivers on the road. I had this video out from like a week ago, but we never watched it. I don't know if it's any good or not. Click a bit more context. How come for every other video you watch, you say we don't have enough of what happened before, but for this video you seem so sure? What is that comment supposed to mean? Like, let's say that I see a video and I see a white man walk out of frame towards a black person and he starts screaming, "You are an N-word, I'm going to kill you and your entire fucking family. I am the most racist motherfucker alive and I only exist to kill black people." And I watch that video and I'm like, man, that white person seems pretty racist. Like, would you come in here and be like, well, I don't know, Destiny, sometimes you say we need more like, there are times when you don't need more context. There isn't, it would be inconceivable that there's some context that justifies the white truck here, like, being antagonistic towards the blue driver. I can't think of any, I can't even think of a plausible scenario. Other than, like, maybe somebody has contacted the white driver and he said, "I'm watching you with a sniper rifle, and if you let that blue car get ahead of you, I'm going to kill you." Like, it's inconceivable that there is a that there's some scenario where this is justified. Like, I think he's suggesting the truck is plausible deniability. No, he doesn't. The truck doesn't. The truck is clearly being antagonistic. He's antagonizing the fuck out of the blue car. You can see what's happening. Like, look at the truck braking here. Like, why is he braking? Like, you can argue that, like, maybe he's going downhill, maybe he's braking for an upcoming turn, maybe that's just how he's driving. Sure, that's possible. But then, like, why does he speed up here to, like, because he sees this blue driver go over here? Like, you know that the white driver, the white truck, he has his eyes on the blue car the whole time because he can see him, like, coming towards him. Like, Nah, there's like almost nothing that I can't think of like very many scenarios that would justify what's going on. Where is the oh, somebody said context, there's more context. Oh yeah, they're super fighting.
Oh, look at that shit.
Yeah, it's just two like super aggressive.
Okay, just won't let him go.
It's two super aggressive drivers.
Okay, time for road rage. Let's see this idiot. Almost crashed into Uncle Wongo. Something stupid, come on.
Exit right to exit 4.
Okay, let's see. Give it a try. Oh, maybe not. What are you going to do?
More leadership from Schumer. He didn't tell the White House or Pelosi about his agreement from the summer that management only support 1.5 trillion in spending. Mass plan on Schumer's part. Wow. Okay. Tips for a new driver dealing with situations like this. Just back off. And wait for them to do their thing. If I ever see like a super drunk driver, either if it's a big enough lane road, I'll speed and get ahead of them, or I'll just like slow down and let them do their thing. Let them go kill themselves. There's no reason to die with them. Did you see the stream of Bad Bunny burning herself on the stake for 3 hours over one tweet? No. I have no maple wood. Are you fucking serious? Hold on, guys. Please watch this meme. Wait.
Just one bird away.
What, is this a schizo poster? He's tier 4. Is it the same guy always posting this stupid fucking video? Okay, never mind. Weird. The last guy posted it from TikTok. Gotcha.
Kill all the norm.
Foreman arrested in connection with overdose death of Michael K. Williams. Oh, were they saying that somebody sold him something bad or something? Your friend talked to her friend. What does that mean?
And I finally talked with my therapist about
oh boy.
Having a certain someone join in the session. You had a big ass house and an empty poker table. Interesting. Well, that sounds. I guess that's kind of accurate, suppose. So she said that. Basically, like, I should take a little bit of time to really think about it and how that would be helpful to me, because of course it has to be beneficial to me, because that's what she's there for, is to benefit, is to be like helping me, which I do. And I finally talked with my therapist about.
Wow. Okay, good chat video. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, we're gonna start. So the next Rust Wipe is one I'm gonna actually play for real, for Rizzle. Team sizes are increasing to 6. And then, the team sizes are increasing to 6. We're gonna restrict rating to, I think, 4 hours. I think I said, was it 1400 to 1600 EST? Is that what Cake wrote in the Reddit post? I think Cake put a Reddit post up. Or it might be 1400 to 1800. It should be a 4-hour window, I think, that I put up. All rating or explosive rating? I think I just said just explosive rating. So like if you manage to like door camp somebody and get in, or find a base or whatever, you can do that shit. $1,400 to 1800 EST. There it is. Yeah. What a stupid rule set. Manthra, why? I feel like literally nobody on the server likes offline rating. I feel like it's like a huge like climactic or anticlimactic buzzkill from the server, and it like only benefits like the worst types of tryhards that nobody likes to play with. Unless you can give me one good reason why not, Manthra, let me know. Or I could vote on the server, I guess. Is there anybody that plays? Are there any regular players here? I've seen there's like, you get like 30 to 40 people that play regular that like are in favor of offline raids. I think it's like a good thing, or.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I owned a Loldy on a clip and got caught in the crossfire. Feels bad, man.
Probably only bad for people who don't play in that specific window. I mean, I think the window is like pretty general. I think like they should be pretty European friendly.
Stupid fucking meme.
Rats love to raid offline. Yeah, I think it's like only the losers that will like farm enough sulfur for like 3 C4, and then they'll try to like get through to like somebody's TC, and then like log off and never play again. I think that like offline raiding is just like super boring. I don't think anybody enjoys it, except for like the losers that like obsessively offline raid. I play regularly. I think it's an okay rule, but what's up when you get a couple doors into someone's base and can't go deeper? Well, I mean that's part of raiding, right? Flame rating and shotgun rating allowed. Yeah, I guess if you want to. I mean, if somebody's still got a wood base, that's on them. Fuck it. Offline raids give solo players a chance. I'm not balancing my wipe around like no life needs that don't have any friends. Sorry. The game is the rule set will be balanced around like 6-player teams. If you can't find any friends to play with, that's on you. I'm not gonna like compromise the entire integrity of the server because you have nobody in your team. I have concerns about what people will do when they know they cannot be raided. TCing around a base, roof camping. I already have online raiding, but it seems like it will cause problems. What, roof camping, all that shit is part of defending your base. What do you mean? I don't understand. You would raid out roof campers. But instead you can't, and they sit in metal 1x1s. Okay. Good point. You just need a PvE zone for something? No, we're not doing that shit. We're not doing PvE, PvP zones. Fuck that. Server getting wiped on Friday? Yeah, I would wipe on Thursdays, but I play D&D on Thursdays, so I can't. If I wipe, I'm not going to be here. Fuck that. And then I figure by Friday, you guys all playing your other servers on
Destiny,
Thursday will be dead by then.
Amnesty International come out with that disgustingly biased anti-Israel report. Sad to see another big institution fall to crazy lefty anti-Semitism and radical ideological thinking. Feels like we got an Clue 2.0 here.
I have no idea. I'm not sure. What if the first one you raid is online outside the window? Who cares? I mean, we know where the window is. If you're not online during the raid window, that's on you, buddy. How are the hours determined? Seems like work hours for most of us. Well, I'm trying to pick a sweet spot where like it's reasonable that people will be online in most time zones. When I say most time zones, I mean most of America and most of Europe. And like, what is it, 2 to 6 EST? Is that what I have it set to? That's pretty fair, I think. That goes as late as like, I don't even think that gets to midnight on European time. I think that's fine.
What flavor of Soylent should I get? I usually like chocolate and banana. Are those good?
I don't know. Chocolate is good for me. A lot of people are still working in the USA. I mean, the server wipes on Friday, so Saturday, Sunday are your big days. Like, unless people are C4 rating, like 2 hours into a wipe, which is possible, I guess. But hey, listen. Or it'd probably be satchel charges, I guess.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
What about regulating raid prep? Do you allow building raid tabs before the allotted raid time? You can do whatever the fuck you want. As long as you're not blowing people's shit up.
I feel like I've outpaced
until 2 o'clock, then do whatever you want. You seen any news on the Sue Gray report on the UK for Boris Johnson? I have not. Thoughts on your current just Reddit between Cloud Chase and Mr. Girl and the issue with Dr. Hayes about ethics? I think Mr. Girl's a little bit unhinged over everything. I think it's fair to say that he's a little bit unhinged. Jesus. He seems super mad.
Yo, Des, did you see that clip of Hassan downplaying any bad thing the USSR did?
I haven't seen that. I might do like a thing. We might do a thing on that. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Like a more comprehensive review over the Ukraine situation and shit, but I don't know. I've gotten emails from Russians and Eastern Europeans at this point thanking me for talking about it, which is kind of funny. But
I feel like I've outpaced.
Are you going to speak to him about it? Hassan will never talk to me again about it.
This Rust server better be worth my money. Love you, buddy. Smiley face.
When are wipes again? I haven't decided if it's going to be every week or every 2 weeks. We'll see what the health of the server is. Is Greensburg coming to the restaurant? Yeah, I think he will be. The hours go the other way. Like, I'm in the Midwest, so it started 1 p.m. at 3 p.m. and only get worse farther west. Sure, I mean, but again, it's like the weekend, okay? Were they not asking about talking to Mr. Girl? Oh, talk to Mr. Girl about things? Maybe, I don't know. Wash calls Destiny a classic.
I typed Omega lol before you misspoke and got caught in wreckage, so now I'm donating to earn my freedom DGGL.
How do you get into the server? If you have any type of sub, like a Twitch Prime sub or anything, as long as your Destiny.gg account and your Steam account are connected to my website, you will get in.
Is a $450,000 mortgage at 2.9% for 30 years a good deal for building a house? There is also a projected 2-3% appreciation per year.
Probably. I don't know why you asking me, dude.
But, yeah.
I feel like I've outpaced.
His name is Dust Tiny, with a straight spiny. The man, the myth. No, the man that does math. Equivalent in minds of the great kinds. But stuck with that gold until he gets old.
Wait, I can still Twitch Prime to sub you? I thought I couldn't anymore after the own party thing. Yeah, of course you can.
WTF is happening with Facebook stock? I guess I'm getting in at a good time starting working there. 29K of stock at a discount, baby. Worth. I'm actually losing my mind in real life. But that's okay. I've accepted it, and I'm letting go to it. Have some of my money.
What happened
Love you, buddy.
Facebook? Did Facebook tank recently? I feel like people in chat are talking about it.
GigaChat in 5. Point 4.
Who is this?
Point 3. Point 2.
20 oh, after hours? Who cares?
Point 1 ye wins.
We'll see what it opens at tomorrow. It's the default TTS female voice. Gotcha. Fun fact, Ukraine and Belarus were full UN voting members while being part of the USSR, so the USSR had 3 UN votes. Cute. How much radiation protection do you need to go into the military tunnels without a radiation suit? Like, what does the protection number have to be? Do you guys know? It's down because their fourth quarter returns sucked. Gotcha. $50, $25, $10. Okay, good job, guys. Wow. These inconsistent answers are making me want to talk about the gym. I'm feeling it. Is it normal the YouTube video quality is way worse than Twitch? Yeah, so the Twitch 1080p video, you're taking exactly the data that I'm streaming, and you're seeing that. You're seeing what I'm sending to Twitch at 1080p on Twitch. On YouTube, every single quality option is ran through their encoder first. So even the 1080p is not the same I'm sending to YouTube. I don't know why YouTube chose to do it that way, but maybe for a more consistent video player experience or something. Some awesome guy you debated debunking the gay gene. Yeah, I saw his video. He's like very happy. I still have a problem with, like, I don't know, like when you debate people and there's a lot of like catching up that you have to do. Like, I don't know how to like approach that conversation without either being incredibly condescending or I guess just looking bad because you don't want to engage. Like you're never gonna have, like, sexuality is not going to be determined by some genes. And for something like sexuality, to say that like we know which genes control for it is just no shot. I'm sorry. Like, we might be able to correlate some with some, but like, like I think you have to have like some fundamental understanding of genetics and everything to even get to that part. And he clearly didn't have it, so I don't know what he's saying.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Hi.
Unlearning economics about co-ops. Oh boy. I don't know if I trust that guy as much after the horrible interpretations that he had of the rent control studies. Econo Boy is my econ guy now. Do you have any input over Gavin and his debate topic? Yeah, I think he said, I think the debate topic is supposed to be whether or not Joe Rogan is more harmful or helpful for COVID-19, I think was the topic. Why, did he advertise it as a different topic? Or what is the topic?
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Oh, it works.
Is a cultured thug guy a Nazi? I don't know, probably. If it's over fascism. I don't think it's specifically COVID. It should be specifically COVID. That was what the email was about. Jesus, good one, dude. see the EBT discourse? Isn't that discourse like 2 weeks old? It shouldn't be a general debate on Joe Rogan. I don't watch enough Joe Rogan to do like a general debate. It should be pretty focused around the coronavirus topic. Captain Disco Funk So September 9 wants to debate. Is he down bad? I think a lot of those guys are kind of down bad. Like Richard Spencer is like pretty hungry for platforming right now. The Gavin McInnes guy is pretty hungry for platforming right now. Thoughts on the Freedom Convocation in Canada is ultra fucking cringe. I don't know what other thoughts I could have about it.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Your monthly woof. Woof load in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woof.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being against like some of the lockdowns or against some of the mandates. I think protesting or like being against those is fine. It's just the way that they set it up is just ultra fucking cringe. I don't know. We're gonna talk with Lauren about the truck protest. We've already discussed it a little bit. But her like position is like so she just like takes like the most milquetoast thing on everything. So like she's saying that like it's just a bunch of average people that are just tired of lockdowns and that's all they want to do is protest the lockdowns because they're tired of it or whatever. And it's like, okay, well there's like it seems like there's a lot of cringe people here that are driven largely by like vaccine misinformation and shit like that. She's like, oh well 90% of Canada is vaccinated. Well, it's like, okay. How exactly does the trucker like on? I don't know. I need to read more about the movement. It sounded like it initially started with truckers were going to protest vaccine requirements for crossing the border. But then apparently they realized like, oh shit, wait, this is enforced on the US side. So there's literally no reason for us to protest this. It's never going to work. So then they just made it like a general protest against like Trudeau or mandates in general. And they want like the whole government to step down or some stupid shit. I don't know. Something, it seems like it. Thinking of how it's hard to like enforce like dick riding rules on my server because people are going to say that I'm like just banning them because I'm getting killed or whatever. But I'm probably going to be pretty aggressive and I'm probably just going to be like
there's landmines.
Unanswered too. I might just start like randomly perma-banning people from the server. So if you end up getting caught by it, like go cry to someone else because there's like the amount of dick riding has been like pretty extreme. I think like there's one guy that came and like set up just randomly fucking landmines like, all over my that guy just hit one. Just like randomly set up landmines over base. I might just start perma-banning people that I see doing this. And then if people cry about it, I'll just ban you from DGG too. I don't know. It's pretty fucking stupid. Show us hide your map, it might help. No, I don't think so. I think that if people like really want to dick ride, you'll always be able to tell. Like where somebody's at. Like whether you're near like a monument or whatever. Gonna buy more property in the future, or you continue renting forever? I'll probably just rent. I don't know. What's your 6-man
We
team?
do a little bit of trolling. You mad, bro?
Me, Toastadillis,
Yes.
and Mooten, and then we might find another team to combine with. Jesus Christ. You pledging Yi or Pepe? Well, I had to pledge Pepe because, or not Pepe. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I said that. I had to pledge Yi because he won the Olympics, guys. Trigger hosting that dating advice show is pretty fun to watch. It's okay. The problem is that like you're always gonna basically end up repeating like there's like 5 questions related to dating shit. Like help, I can't make any friends. What do I do? It's help, I can't make any friends. What do I do? There's a girl that I like. I don't know how to talk to her. I broke up with somebody. Can we still be friends? And then like somebody ghosted me. What do I do? There's like 4 questions that you can. How about general advice show? I don't know. It's hard to give general advice. Like I'd have to be like, there's a lot you have to know about a person's life. To just ever broken a bone? Nope. Question 5. What is the optimal girl to guy ratio at a party? I don't know. 1 to 1? Wouldn't it be? Do you ever video Bench Pro teaching politics to kids? God, no. Vosh response to your review of the Econoboy debate.
Intellectually.
Help him stuck in the walls.
Oh yeah, wait. Why does he say? Hold on. What was this? 1 second.
You need to go over Destiny's coverage on Folding Ideas NFT video. He took issue with Folding Ideas NFT video. He goes on an unhinged rant about how 2008 was the fault of the people taking the loans and was hostile right from the get-go. He said,
"That's not at all what I said." Wait, what? Why is Vosh relying on secondhand? All I said was that you get an incomplete picture of what happened if you only blame one side. It was a complex problem with a lot of different parties involved. To say that it was just driven by greedy bankers or whatever is not necessarily true. There are greedy homeowners as well. It's literally there was a lot of misaligned incentives on every single part of that crisis. That's why it became so horrible. Well, it became horrible because we found a way to connect financial instruments to it as well. But I don't know why he doesn't just watch the video. If you want to respond to what I say, okay, someone in chat, hold on, let me read a chatter. Vosh says that he thinks that like having sex with 5-year-olds is moral. Wow, that sounds like something Vosh would say. That's so horrible. I can't believe Vosh is just so avowedly a pedophile. Like, what a brain dead way to like go about addressing anything I've ever said. It's so stupid.
2 for 15 on bets these last 2 rounds of the playoffs. I'm down bad, chat. Need fat stacks.
says and does a lot of classist shit. He couldn't finish the vid because his orbiters went on a stream to call him out.
He couldn't finish the vid because orbiters went on a stream to call him out? Wait, what? I don't even know if I necessarily disagreed with the video that much. I think my main problem with the video was it didn't really have much to do with like Bitcoin or NFTs. It just seemed to have to do with like the scams revolving around Bitcoins and NFTs. That was my main complaint about the video. What a weird way to characterize, what a bad faith way to characterize my issues with the video.
Really true. Consistently astonished by how
maybe Oh shit! I thought Vosh was gonna, for 1 microsecond of his life, apply some common sense when thinking about a take I would give. Is that really true? Doesn't he really say something so dumb? But he's about to dive into some dumb shit again, isn't he?
Really true. I'm consistently astonished by how hard he's fallen off plus L plus ratio.
Okay.
No, I have no interest in going over him mauling.
Oh, does that mean he's not going to comment on it at all? Or is he going to say, I have no interest in going over it, and then he's about to give some take about how horrible of a person I am? What do you think? What do you think is about to happen?
Here, I go planting landmines near my streamer space. I love the dick, right?
Did he pose any, like, 2008 was the fault of... I don't know. I don't like playing telephone. There we go. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. Always classism. His politics are always going to be about supplementing his ego by finding avenues through which he can demonstrate to himself that he's smarter than other people.
What does that sentence even mean? His politics are all about ego, so he's only going to find things to argue about that he's correct on? Is that what does that sentence even mean?
Classism is the most socially acceptable venue for him to do this, but I'm fairly confident that in a different world he would be just as comfortable doing it through racism or sexism. I don't think it really matters. I think the arguments are better against racism and sexism. Of course I believe that. Otherwise I wouldn't be anti-racist and anti-sexist. But a really nice thing about being anti-socialist is that you get to be anti, working class by proxy, because almost every talking point socialists invoke, it can only be attacked by...
Nice. Being anti-socialist means that you're anti-working class.
Validating the problems poor people experience. Neoliberals run into this over and over and over again.
There's the
The funny thing is that if you thread the needle perfectly, you can actually be an austerity-oriented capitalist without ever engaging in classist language. You simply have to sincerely believe and make...
Austerity, that's definitely you guys hear me say that all the time. Guys, we've got to balance the budget. Guys, we've got to cut social welfare. That's definitely a position that I've advocated for many a time on my stream. I love austerity.
Arguments for the belief that austere neoliberal politics are the best way of...
Who says that... Also, neoliberals aren't by necessarily austere or into austerity or pro-austerity.
Helping poor people. Do I believe that? I sure as shit do not. But if you sincerely do and you know the arguments well, you can do all of that without being classist. But it's really hard. It's very difficult. It's the class equivalent of being politically opposed to rap music, wearing your pants down below your waist, flat caps, wearing your hat on backwards, and not using proper enunciated English without being racist. Is it possible? Yes, it is hypothetically possible to believe all of those things and express those beliefs in a non-racist way, but wow! Are you taking the long road if you're not just being racist about it? Same with the classism stuff. You guys get what I mean?
It's like so much random shit that he's saying just to like avoid engaging with any argument I make.
How do we do the social welfare without giving them money? I don't understand. Is there just no way to help poor people systemically? There are tons of ways. You can target almost every level of the system. If you give, giving them money is one thing, sure, but you can subsidize systems, you can decommodify or nationalize elements of food production, healthcare, construction. You can mandate the decommodification of a portion of goods given, or an allotment, a ration, if you will, each month, week, year to people. There are,
That's
Yeah,
definitely what
sure.
Americans want to do. Give me
Listen,
my ration card
it's
for
a simple
food, please.
fact, all right? The fact that there are any homeless people, any people who struggle with getting enough food in this country is a barbarity, all right? This is why people say socialism or barbarism, okay? Because the alternative to socialism is accepting and living in a world of unimaginable excess juxtaposed to incredible deprivation.
Why did he skew? It feels like he skewed a lot harder to the left. Like, I thought before he was like, yeah, you know, social democrats are okay. We prefer them to be democratic socialists. But now he's like full on like, if you're not a socialist, you're a neoliberal. If you're not a socialist, all you want is for people to suffer. Like, what happened? I thought he was like more chill than this. Or I don't know if there was like a pivot recently that I missed or what, but Jesus.
Which is, of course, in the language of the phrase, the barbarism.
I feel like I've
and we live with that. Tens of millions of Americans struggle to get enough food every year. They struggle with. I remember Destiny arguing about that too. Oh, all right. Americans struggle to get enough food every year. They struggle with. I remember Destiny arguing about that too.
Oh, I did argue about that. So somebody like Vosh doesn't know what the poor experience is like in the United States. He has no idea. Vosh thinks that being poor in the U.S. means that you're starving on the street and you're begging for food. That's what, because he has no poor friends. He's never been poor. Like, poor people in America aren't starving. That's not the issue. Right? The issue is they work very fucking long hours. They don't get any fucking vacation time. Oftentimes they're inundated with horrible forms of debt, so like credit card debt or payday loans. They have a hard time buying houses, and for better or for worse, housing is like a really big deal to a lot of people, and it's the most common way to accumulate wealth in a family. They have a hard time sending their kids to good schools. Like, these are the problems that poor people face in America. But to Vosh, like, poor people are like these comical representations of like what the poor are like in the worst like third world movies you see. Like, oh, poor people in America, they're starving to death on the streets, begging for scraps of food from the tables of people like Vosh's family, right? Like, this is what he thinks a poor person's life is like. He just has no perspective. I mean, I understand why he thinks that. It's just irritating that he'll like laugh off the correct characterization of it so much, just because he can't even fathom like what it means to actually be poor. You fat fucking piece of shit.
Oh, all right. I'll engage in the dalliance really quickly because, you know, he has to get his erection somehow, and me talking about him seems as good a way as any to subsidize that process.
Jesus, he's like so obsessed with constantly pointing out like, oh, time to stop now. I can't talk about Destiny because I know how excited. Like, Jesus, every fucking time. Hold on, what is this message in his chat? Vosh, Mr. Moon had to come on to explain how NFTs engage in criminal activity and Dia to keep pivoting to IRS and tax fraud has nothing to do with what Moon was saying. First of all, it wasn't Moon, it was Dan. Secondly, we were just talking about like one way to, I guess like launder money. Jesus. Okay.
But I remember so vividly back when he had fun arguing against the right as opposed to the left. This big spiel, maybe some of you remember if you were a part of or still are a part of his community, or were back then at least, that he would go on these big spiels about how being poor through college had given him a sense of empathy for poor people. You know what I mean? Or like, you know, like through college, because he like worked and did college at the same time. Like, it seemed like it worked really hard too, you know? It's a sincere point. I don't know how much time it takes for that to like bleed away, or what else. I guess it just goes to show that empathy is never enough. Familiarity is never enough. But no, I don't know.
I love the playful speculation of like, I'm not sure, you know, just Destiny kind of seems like a demonic spirit from hell. You know, as I kind of consider it, like, I think if I had a gun with one bullet and Hitler came back to life, I might have to kill Destiny, you know? I'm just not sure, you know? Like, it's just like, it's always like the playful, meandering thoughts. Like, bro, are you okay?
You get baited so badly by your chat with B-Lol, they exaggerate so much shit, especially with the NFT video.
True! Oh shit, there's an honest actor in the chat calling him out.
Destiny agree with a lot of it. Oh, I've seen him be classed. Oh, I'm not even talking about the NFT video. Destiny's been
and then he moves off it immediately.
stupidly classist for a while now.
I'm very classist.
It's the short path.
That's me.
To the goal.
I'm just. When I think Destiny, I think classist. I think guy that loves rich people and hates poor people. That's basically my whole politics these days. I just hate poor people. What am I mean, come on. Who doesn't hate poor people? Like, Jesus. They're fucking poor. What are you supposed to do?
But, I don't know.
The only poor people I hate are the white names in my chat, okay? Let's get one thing clear here. And I am classist.
I suppose it should always be wrought with great suspicion anybody who seems very, very concerned with repeating the mantra that, you know, the average person is very stupid and so and such. It's always been kind of a red flag, right? For people on any side of the political aisle, that whole, like, you know, the average person is so stupid, like that type of thing. I guess I do that too. Maybe it's only a few years before I have contemptuous hate for the poor.
Contemptuous.
I'll let you guys know if I ever feel any contemptuous hate for the poor. I'm not feeling it right now, but if it happens in the future, I'll let you guys know. I'll keep you updated on the development of that particular issue.
Good one, Vouch.
Have you ever been around average people? Average people exist, but there's no such thing as an average person. Because the averages are aligned on so many axes that any...
Oh, is he copying my position about moderates? Has he ever given this take before? Oh, cute.
Person is going to be exceptional in some respects. Averages are always going to be a statistical factor, not an interpersonal one.
But he's found a way to make it sound more pretentious.
I don't think any of us have ever met the average person.
Nice.
Some are certainly closer than others. This is the most autistic answer. An exceptional point right there. By being autistic, you see, it's yet another axis by which I deviate from the norm, you know? By being a fucking retard, you too have managed to exceed...
he even hopped on the R-word train with us.
Otherwise be, you know, a well-charted and highly predictable line.
Giga Chad.
With you know what exceptional paths we all carve in life. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. We're never going to get any fucking good segments today, are we? It's just going to be this the whole goddamn time. God.
Any Vosh fans? Newly created
No.
Vosh
We'll
fans
do politics. Fine. Ben Shapiro. Yes, Ben Shapiro.
Okay. Let's see. Vosh explains why he ended the debate with Mr. Girl. He sounds exhausted. No, I think... So this is like a guess, but you guys watch more Vosh than I do, so you have to tell me, okay?
I feel like I've outpaced him.
It sounds like when Vosh... And I also might be reading too far into this as well. Maybe he could sound like this all the time. But it sounds like when Vosh brings me up, he has to be very careful, and he has to assume like a hyper-specific demeanor so that he can bring me up with derision without ever sounding like too emotionally invested or sad. So it might be like, say, like, so this is an example. So like he might be talking like, oh my God, like I'm so mad about abortion, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like somebody brings up Destiny comment and he's like,
Dubstep.
I
don't want to be a white name. Get me out of here. Also, I had intercourse with Ramite. Ego's mom last night. We got.
Well, Destiny is a character that, he's quite silly, very stupid. Somebody that I've had the unfortunate circumstance of being aligned with in the past, but thankfully I've moved. It's like he's obsessed with keeping his like intonation and everything in check, and to have this like the most coolest detached association whatsoever or as possible with the topic, and then that's how he tries to like approach. It feels like that whenever he's talking about me is what it feels like. Like Daff and D&D, maybe.
The reason I ended that call is because, so let me tell you a quick story, okay? There's a person who I know who used to work for a rape crisis support line. Ye back in the day. Oh, you know, like if you'd been a victim of sexual assault, like you'd call in and they would be there and talk. And what this hotline got often were rapists or wannabe rapists calling in.
Wait, hold on. I wasn't listening. Is Vosh about to say that Mr. Girl was getting off on the conversation? Hold on. I shouldn't make assumptions. One second. Sorry. Hold on. I might have misheard this completely. Let me re-listen to this.
The reason I ended that call is because, so let me tell you a quick story, okay? There's a person who I know who used to work for a rape crisis support line.
like I've outpaced
Ye back in the day. Oh, you know, like
I
if
hate
you'd been
white
a
names,
victim
I
of
hate
sexual
white
assault,
names, I hate white names.
like you'd call in and they would be there and talk. And what this hotline got often were rapists or wannabe rapists calling in to essentially gloat about what they had done. It was like a fairly common thing, where because a lot of these people are legitimately psychotic or like antisocial.
Okay, hold on. I just have to reinforce this every time I hear this. A lot of people don't understand rape or rapists, okay? This is not true. Most rapists are not psychotic, evil, demented, horrible people. Now, maybe he means just most of the people calling into these hotlines, but most rape happens. It's like a rape of opportunity. It's usually somebody you know, usually in a circumstance that you're put in with this person or you enter with this person, and then things happen. The person takes advantage of the situation in order to sexually assault or rape you. This is how vast majority of rapes happen. It's quite rare that there's like a dude in an alley looking to jump a girl and like force him on it. That's not generally how most sexual assault or rape happens. But wait.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, yeah. Like it's a real thing.
Was this like with Rain or something like? I know you don't want to dox your friend or whatever, but it was a large organization. Like
yeah,
this?
and they trained for it. Like they were trained.
Jesus
like, what do you do to notice this? Because like a lot of these people are like just miserable, worthless degenerates, and they kind of get off on the shock they cause other people. And when Mr. Girl was doing this like 5-minute long, irrelevant, insistent diatribe on exactly what kind of little girls he might like, or whatever the specifics of the convo were.
Damn, I think Vosh might be, and I don't say this lightly, I think Vosh might be the worst person I have ever heard online recently. He didn't used to be like this, but he might be the worst person I've ever heard online summarize another person's arguments. I don't know if he's genuinely lost the ability to understand. I don't think it's that. Or if he's just like so bad faith that he just tries to summarize things in the absolute worst way possible. I think it's probably more that. But oh my God, he is so bad faith when he's trying to summarize other people's arguments. It's actually like a little bit ridiculous. Like, almost comical with how bad it is. Demon Mama is way worse? I don't know. Like, I'm not actually sure compared to Vosh. Maybe. Vosh might be worse than Demon Mama here.
I kind of got reminded of that. There are people who kind of get off on the shock value of their, like, degenerate predilections, like, being aired out to other people. And at that point,
that makes sense in a sick way.
Right, yeah.
Like, that kind of makes sense, you know?
At that point, we're not doing a debate. We're not talking about, like, dodging questions or avoiding talking points. Whatever. At that point, like, I'm just giving him air to, like, jerk off while, you know, or mentally jerk off, I don't know, while talking about that. So, like, yeah, that's why I ended the call. If there was, like, a point of hand there.
But why wouldn't they, right? If you were that type of person, why wouldn't you call in? It's like the serial killer who taunts the police in a way, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, the thing is that like it's hard to call Demon Mama bad faith because she might genuinely just be really stupid. But Vosh knows better. He's a bit smarter than that. I know he is. So when I hear him do it, I'm ascribing more malintent to Vosh because he should know better.
Like, yeah, that's like a whole like trope, right? But it's a real thing that happens if you look at true crime stories. The idea of like these really psychotic people who are just like, yeah, you know, like whatever, might as well gloat about it. Like, yeah, that stuff happens. So that made me uncomfortable. And I don't know. People try to frame that as some like Vosh is afraid of these talking points thing, but I look back at the debate and I think I answered every question really straightforwardly. So, like, should I have, like, if he had asked me, like, you know, well, how do you think it would feel to have sex with a kid? Like, do I have to answer that? Like, how far does that logic go? When do I get to leave the call?
Like, this isn't what the conversation was about at all, right? That wasn't, the goal was, I don't know if I even have to summarize it, but right, the guy was just trying to find, like, you need 5 tarps for a rad suit? That's ridiculous. He was just trying to figure out like where Vosh's line was for where he thought like the age of consent would be, or what people would be attracted to in a society. Which you can argue like that's a gross hypothetical. You don't want to chase it down, that's fine. But to say that he was only doing it to like get off on the fantasy or whatever, I think is a little bit of a bad faith framing.
You know, am I hostage there? Yeah, it's really weird.
Well, it's, you know, it's often a coping mechanism of people if you end a call early because somebody is being either completely bad faith or they've become belligerent and you're just forward. if you can call that a debate, it did seem like it kind of ended
definitely
suddenly.
something. Yeah.
But suddenly after, his various interviews with Destiny, he seems to be very much on the rise. Do you think that this is a much needed conversation about pedophilia we need to have, or is this just regurgitated MAP bullshit that we've seen for the last 5 years?
The only points he made with me were, I think that like the thrust of the point that he made was
Zarko went on another bizarre rant about you, Melina, for like 20 minutes, saying basically shit like his life became better after he ditched you and called Melina an airhead. Damn, I was even nice about him being sick or whatever recently.
DMs saying, why are you taking Destiny's side when he kept talking about he's not red pill. He doesn't pump and dump girls.
What this shit again?
This is easy dunk on Destiny that he's been lying throughout his whole debates with you. And I wanted so bad to win my debate war. You know what I mean? Because I lose sleep over like, chat didn't understand what I said and this, blah, blah, blah. These debates, I lost a lot of sleep, right? I was fucking angry, right? And then the worst happens, right? Right? After all that escalation shit, I yell at Anavar as she's crying to Destiny. She's crying, and I yell at her. And you can see I have so many clips of Destiny actually saying, thank you, John, as in you're backing me up. And I regret it so much in the morning because he was so worried that he's going to get canceled for that he got his wife, some airhead, to write down Zerka orchestrated that on their little rat-like DGG page, right?
What the fuck is he talking about?
After 3 years of friendship with you, and that's how afraid you... What more could you lose after a check mark? What are you afraid you're going to get canceled? You talk about pedophile and the legal age of consent and shit. Like, you can't get canceled for this Anavar shit. You talk about way worse shit, right? So he gets his wife to do that, right? And she's thinking, oh, yeah, Zerka's the villain on Twitch, so this makes sense. She didn't even look into that it couldn't have been more neutral, right? And why on earth
could have been more neutral.
am I being held accountable for laughing at their drama, but not Destiny for kecking in chat when she was crying? Why on earth? At least I had the balls to do it live and not in chat.
26 months of Stephen talking directly to me and only me.
True.
Bonus me in. Well,
anyways, right? And this is what I mean. Like, if I saw Steven, I'd have beers with him. I don't care. I hate his community for bringing this question up today. So they keep doing it. They never let it go. I hate them so much that I swear to God, I like Steven. I know him offline. He's red pill as fuck, right? He's inspiringly red pill, right? He makes me look soft. But, right, because I believe in God, so I get a little softer. I go, ooh, God is watching. He's atheist, so he goes, I can fuck every bitch and just makes him cry, right? But he is inspiring. He's cold. He's calculated and stuff like that. And that's how you have to be in this world. But I swear to God, he believes this too. He said this. We can never be friends because of his chat, not mine. My chat can...
I've never said that to anybody before. What?
Accept him a little bit. His chat can never, ever, ever accept me because I remind them of their father. And here's the truth. Here's the truth, right? I'm supposed to feel bad that you grew up without a father, right? You Redditor, right? I don't feel bad because there's so many people who grew up without fathers in my chat that are just like Zerka. And I grew up with 2 perfect parents. So how the fuck did they become like me? I'll tell you how. They dealt with their shit and you didn't. You never got over it. So I'm tired of being your fucking dad on Twitch explaining to you everything. Another thing, if you imagine if I did concede and say, you know what, yeah, I sold Steven out for content. Isn't that his job?
I feel like I've
drama farming isn't.
Why you wins?
What's that shit with Bob and Caseytron and everyone he's ruined his relationships with? How come Zerka has no one he's ruined a Twitch relationship with, And he's the meanest motherfucker on this bitch.
Wait. Hasn't Zerka burned most of his bridges on Twitch? Am I wrong in thinking that? I thought Zerka used to be friends with a lot more streamers, and then I thought that he's kind of had a falling out with most people. I could be wrong on that. Hold on, let me get my beef jerky.
Right? There's no way I should even answer this question, right? But I realized I'm like, it's 2022. Answer it in full detail, edit it with Dead Hexer, and instead of posting it, because I hate when DGG's in my comments, just save this video, and if the question comes up, I'm just gonna link it in chat. Be like, go watch this fucking VOD and shut the fuck up, right? He still farms Anna too. Yeah. Another thing, look, it's like when you take a bit of someone's. I'm admitting. Am I lagging? I'm admitting. Here's what I'm admitting to, yo. I swear to God, Anavor and Destiny are drama junkies. Like, drama, right? I don't want to be around them. As soon as I left.
Zerka farmed Anna harder than I've ever seen anybody farm anybody in literally my entire life. How many shows did he start bringing her on? Why? Because of her history with me? How many times was she on and he would be asking questions like, what do you think about threesomes? What do you think about polyamory? What do you think about drugs? Like, every fucking show. Are you serious?
Left that liberal side of Twitch and stopped staying with Destiny, like, you know when you go into bed and you check your phone and you see you're dead, and then the sleep isn't how sleep is supposed to be, right? And finances are everything, man. This is my whole life story, dude. But as soon as I broke that relationship with Destiny, right? As soon as I broke that, I made $70,000 in a month on Twitch. I got partnered. Everything started going right. I got the biggest podcast connection for 1K Andy section. I became the highest paid affiliate that I forced their hand to check me. You know what I mean? I cannot be around Blue Pill. It doesn't make me money. It doesn't make me happy. It just stimulates me. I love arguing, you know? But my life changed for the better on Twitch as soon as I went away from all that. What else was I gonna say?
Yeah, like, he literally got partnered because of the viewers that he got from farming Anna. That's where his partnership came from. Or he probably got a huge boost during that, and his friendship with me. It, like, the idea that you can ditch somebody, like, what is he implying here? That they weren't partnering him because he was friends with me, but then once he ditched me, they decided, okay, well, he's not friends with us anymore, it's time to partner him? Like, what?
Yeah. But why this is so important is why it's near and dear to my heart is I've spent a lot of time with.
Are you really blue-pilled? He says I'm blue-pilled, but I'm secretly red-pilled. But I say that I'm blue-pilled so that I can keep farming my audience while I act red-pilled and I pump and dump mentally ill girls, is what he says.
Part of the community and Steven. I had no idea that I didn't ever chill with streamers. I only chill with toxic people, so Destiny's the only streamer I'd ever be on calls with. So
We were never on calls off stream. We don't like hang out or anything, right? I would only join a show when you would ask me to.
It's weird because I'm the kind of guy who attaches and I miss people, right? But I can never miss someone who their community is not a reflection of them, right? You know what I mean? And if you think I'm calling him fake, if I compare Steven to most streamers, he's pretty real. But when it comes to dating and you think it's a small part of a man's life, one of the biggest portions of your life is your dating life, period, right? Your relationship life. That's why Redditors fucking lose their mind, because they never get bond and attention, right? For dating, that Steven kid is the most red pill guy ever. I can't imagine anyone in chat going viral like Destiny and actually using his clout to fuck that many women. It's cringe as fuck, and only people like Hassan Piker and him do it. And people are like, well, it's because you're from the club that you're more tame. Maybe. Or maybe I just, you know, maybe there's more important things than fucking nutting, bro. Right? Travel the world just to nut? Like, you look at that guy's track record. He's got 10 huge fucking influencers trying to collab with him, and he goes and sees 2 viewer Andy girls to fuck. The guy's a fucking idiot. That guy could make his channel huge. He's a fucking idiot. Thinks with his cock. Why the fuck would I want to be around a fucking idiot like that? The only thing he's ever good in is economics, to be honest. And I'm not saying I like his takes that much. I'm saying the way he talks about numbers or even taxes and stuff like that is healthy for, you know, for my chatters to go watch, right? When he starts talking about dating, right, and he strays away from human nature because he has to, right? He has to, right? Listen, if you're a nerd, you'll always go live and go, oh, women like men for who they truly are, not being muscular and having money and resources, and that's caveman stuff, blah, 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 right? You'll always go away from human nature to fool women into fucking you. How do you know? How do I know? I was fucking a nerd, bro. I used to do it too. I used to say to girls, yeah, it's about a real connection. I mean, like, women don't really care about, like, biceps. Oh, what? Women don't care about money. What?
I like how I've never said any of this before either, and it's just like...
Every single adult, I don't know how many there are here, every single adult in this chat has lost their crush to a guy who had an apartment, and you had roommates. I guarantee you she liked you more, but because you had roommates, you lost that girl. I guarantee you this has happened to so many of you. I guarantee you, right? To the adults in the dating world, I don't know who in Twitch even fucking dates and shit, right? When this shit happens to you, it's a huge red pill that you're like, oh, fuck, right? If I just was financially elite enough to be on my own without fucking 6 roommates, she would have been living with me, right? That means money matters, you fucking idiot. How do you not put 2 and 2 together, bro? She don't care about how much money is in your bank account, okay? She cares about the setting, right? A girl needs to see herself living in your house, right? To be with you long term. I don't give short-term advice because that's what my IRL pickup streams are anyway. When
you need the blueprint to repair an item?
Like,
seriously?
you just see how I play with it and you just copy-paste me, and you've seen so many people from my community build channels copying me and picking up women and shit. So you know it works, right? But short-term answers are fucking stupid, right? Long-term answers for everything in life, don't rent, buy a house, etc. Long-term answers is being an adult. And that's what I want you guys to do. It's not about fucking hookups, traveling the world to hook up with fucking influencers. Are you mad? No, build an army. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, get out of your mom's fucking house. Yeah. But no, I don't really believe in that either, because I think a lot of you guys should live with your parents till 25, so you save enough for a down payment on your own house instead of going to the rent game.
Oh, what the fuck?
You know, which is suffering. You will suffer. You'll always be like, damn, bro, I live with my mom and shit. But It is a more long-term kind of answer. Anyways, I hate bringing up that streamer's name because the vibes always get killed and we start talking about informative fucking shit. And I don't want to give you guys information. I don't want you guys to be informed, right? I don't want any of that. All I want is your money. I'm suffering, bro. They charged me $200 because I threw a party here and a girl puked on my bed and they changed the sheets without telling me. And which is good because I can't even do puke. I just left my own place. I left everyone at the party in my house and I just left, went somewhere else because I can't see puke and shit, bro. I used to have people puke on my leg when I worked in the club. And that, yeah, it's just traumatic. So they charged me $200 USD for that. 38,000, not 35 for my medical bills. Every oh my God, dude. Those 41-hour streams, right? There's one chatter counting how much money I was collecting. They're like, holy shit, John, another this, and we were counting together on Discord, and we counted how much I could make doing 30-hour streams every day for 7-8 months, blah, blah, blah. 1/3 of my net worth went to this fucking trip, and I didn't stream once.
Was this a trip with Haas or whatever, or?
This is the worst fucking thing that's ever happened to me in my life. So, man. And I don't even feel that secure because when I'm reacting, donos come in heavy. People are like, oh, I'm cozy with John. When I go IRL, I never get one fucking dono or sub. So I'm in this weird thing where it's like, hey, John, you're in Austin. I'll bet you anything. I'll bet you anything. When I'm in Austin, we can crank to 5,000 viewers IRL and still not make a dime. I'll bet you anything is going to happen to me. I'll bet you anything for the next 2 months, we're going to be like fucking going viral and not making $1. And this always happens to me. I don't know why. I've never seen any channels on Twitch to where when the viewers are high, there's no...
It's actually super common. If you're not somebody that IRL streams normally and then you start IRL streaming, it's pretty common that you won't get shit for money because your viewers don't donate because they don't get the same engagement. That's actually like one of the most common phenomenon across all of Twitch. I don't know how he doesn't have any friends that have told him that. But.
Cash flow, right? And I've never, ever in my life... Man, you remember how confident I was talking when I was back home about my bank account and stuff? In 1 month... 1/3 of my net worth of 30-hour streams is just deleted. And I have nothing to show for it. It's not like there's new shoes or nothing. Nothing. And now, yeah, it's just so weird. Because my plan is to stay in Austin a long time. And could you imagine if I lose another... Yeah, anyways. But, and taxes are coming, exactly. So, yeah, we worked so hard for that, man. That's so weird. I hate that shit because, like, you know, you can bring fucking... Yeah, I hate that. That brings stress to my fucking streams.
Just got done listening to the DB segment with the long hair kid. I have to say, Dan gave actually the most cringe advice I've ever heard. Literally bullying this kid for wanting to have long hair. Jesus. You're a loser, Dan. Stop projecting cause you're bald out.
I'm kidding if I get banned for saying that. Anyway, you look like you don't need our money. You don't get it, man. I want to be here a long time, right? Either way, I'm going to be here a long time. I just don't want to be stressed. And without a PC, I'm not even a streamer. Right? I can't even use... You know that thing where it's like, yo, just use a streamer's PC? They're streamers. They need to use their own PCs. And we go live around the same hours. So it's like, I can't use anyone's fucking PC. I can't build one because I'm fucking hotel. Right? So I'm fucking stuck. I can't get a fucking laptop because that stupid fucking idiot at Best Buy said, yeah, you can stream your podcast off this laptop. Here's it. Give me $1,000. I'm like, okay. And then I went live, right? And I texted him because I got his WhatsApp number in case I have trouble. I have to return it.
He texted the Best
and
Buy
he's like,
employee.
oh, I thought your podcast is going to have 10 viewers. I didn't know. We have a lot of people podcasting from our Best Buy.
Oh, shit.
He fucking overheated. He wouldn't let me fucking return it because like, why is the under part of the laptop on fire? Right? It was next to my place. So when I gave it to him, his hand burned because it fucking... We only had like fucking 800 viewers, and the laptop is cooking. You know what I mean? Like, I keep getting fucked, and he's like, no, you can't return it. You can't. I'm like, I'm not. What the fuck would a streamer do with $1,000 laptop? You fucking idiot. You know? And it got so heated, and the only cool part is the one guy in the lineup recognized me, but he didn't know me. He's like, oh, you're on Twitch, and he was Tyler One's biggest fan. He's like, have you met Tyler One? And it got so awkward. I just left Best Buy quick. I'm like, yeah, you can Google us, because we had a weird interaction and shit. But yes, everything's been going wrong for me here. And, here's the worst part. After spending all this shit, all this money, I came here with no fucking luggage. No clothes, no shoes, no... So if I didn't know that I'm living here. I forgot that part, right? I've never gone for this long of a trip. So I'm like, wait a minute. I don't have a closet. I don't have shoes. I don't have my PC. I have to rebuy all that shit.
Why is he doing
my
this?
whole
If he's
closet
so
at home,
poor?
no one, you know what I mean? I can't bring it with me, right? It'd take too much luggage. So I'm like, what the fuck? Now I have to actually like go shopping? You know what I mean? It's like I keep getting taxed by life, man. And yeah, it's so weird to go from just like everyone on Twitch talking about, yo, that guy Zerka is financially elite, bro. That guy's getting oiled up by his chat, to the most broke motherfucker. Like in 1 month, everything went wrong, bro. And I hate that fucking surgery, man. You know what I mean?
Jesus.
Yeah, anyways. I never thought in my life you could lose 1/3 of your net worth in like a few weeks. I didn't think that's possible. Medicare is a serious issue, bro. Could you imagine if it was even worse right now? Yikes, man. I hate it here, bro. There's a bunch of scammers here. Yeah, I just hate that I went from like the business channel to the broke channel so fast. Not broke, but like, what kind of businessman loses 1/3 of his fucking net worth and has nothing to show for it? You'd think there'd be a Ferrari outside or something. Or no, it would be like a how much is a new Corvette? Something like that. No, it would be like a Raptor. Yeah, it would.
Okay, what do we got? Destiny something more than just a reactionary, or Washington? Oh,
was that you should give like social leeway to people with pedophilia to go get therapy, which I think is like the clinically accepted position. But like, I think that's just like the accepted thing, right? I think he goes way beyond that, though.
I did see his follow-up after that, and he said, well, Vosh is just scared of tough questions. I don't think that was the case. I think that the case was that, and it looked like it was trying to kind of throw shade on you personally. That was the take I got from it. And I'm not going to sit here and say I'm the largest Vosh fan, because, man, I'm not. But that just seemed disingenuous to me. One of the big coping mechanisms is to say, well, you ended the call, therefore blank. But you're right. Like, should you have spent 8 hours, right? Like, do you have to wait until the other person is satisfied?
Yeah, exactly.
Before you end a call?
No,
you know?
hang up. Yeah. It's like 12 hours in. You know, he's like running through this manifesto of like all the shit he wants to do with kids, and I'm like,
he's running through the manifesto of all the shit he wants to do with kids. Jesus Christ! What a characterization.
I don't think we should push up like the debate bro too much or whatever. If a person's like really running away from a topic because they seem afraid of it, like there's a subject or a concept they can't grapple with,
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair. But if if you just don't want to talk to a person, or a convo's going nowhere, or someone's just shouting, I think it's okay to hang up. I'm not for that like performative posture.
And it seems like what happens is some of these people rely very heavily on shock, on the shock value of the things that they're saying, in order to give them an interest level that they might not ordinarily have. Would you say that that's probably a reasonable take?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Vosh, you gotta be careful with this one. You literally have like the Coconut Island infinite dick sucking analogy. How can you say that other people rely on shock? We all use shocking analogies and metaphors, no?
For sure, right? Like, because, I mean, if we're talking about something like pedophilia, the shock value is going to be the easiest ways to get eyes on you. The issue is like, I feel like this is really, I don't know how you'd say it, like settled science, okay? The current psychiatric protocol, like the line for this whole, everything about this, is that there's no healthy way for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship. If you're an adult and you have urges to do so, then you need to go to therapy, because that is the most effective way to not ever act on that, you know? And, like, everything else is going to be, like, you know, like, granular details, fine point. But that seems like the most effective way to protect children. So, like,
There's a
I'm
new
here
brain-dead
for it.
feminist
But every
spectrum
time
video.
these, like, you know, these orgs or advocates or whatever else, like, rise up, it's never really just about them saying that. It's usually, like, this weird, we need to normalize the whole process thing, which is
No, it's
no,
great.
yeah,
No. The big no, right?
Yeah, no.
Not doing that.
It shouldn't
Big no.
be. No, like
Are you this?
you can it can be good to
I'm down bad.
stigmatize things, even if
I
you
got no
argue it's
shirts,
not their fault.
no
Like if you're
pants,
just born
no
with those
girls,
predilections, there's like
and
like
no shoes.
brain glitch or whatever.
win me
You
10
can still
grand.
stigmatize that. Some people
Thanks,
are just
my red
born
gold.
assholes. You can stigmatize being an asshole. That's fine. Like I don't. It seems like shock value.
I reviewed the debate with you before he came on the program with Mr. Girl because there was a lot of interest with it. I didn't really think that you acted out of line. I tried to put myself in your position and went, you know, if somebody asked me what color should have, you know, their panties be, I think at that point I might have also have cut that call. And, you know, I'm not going to give you any more airtime on this. And I don't think that anybody would blame me for it. But I think because you're a polarized figure, it was very easy for him to say this was a dunk on you.
Yeah, I mean, like I have a very, let's say, active anti-fan base. So I feel like a lot of people just kind of hop on. There have been a few times where I've had a conversation with a person who just like sputtered and drooled, you know, on the other side of the convo, and then they left, and like everyone rallied behind them, or like a bunch of people rallied behind them because they hated me so much, you know. Like I just accept that's, I don't know, kind of part of life. It does have me reevaluating like how I talk to people though, because it makes me feel like in some instances, there's no way for me to win a conversation, because even if every point I make is more salient, you know, another person, even if they lose in like an empirical sense, can get a lot from that. So I never know how to address that really, apart from just not talking to people. I don't know what the solution there is. I'm dealing with a drama arc right now in a sort of intra-left discourse. And, you know, there's always like a huge surge of attention given to the people I disagree with. But yeah, I guess, I mean, that is temporary, I guess. And I actually think that's true, yeah. You get, like, kind of a temporary boost, but usually it doesn't stick around, because hating the person another person is beefing with usually isn't a good long-term motivator for, you know, promoting their content.
Well, the truth is that most people just aren't that interesting, and a lot of people are just really stupid. I think that some people find many of those combos, you know, in the classic old school way of saying it, Bosh, you know, fuck them.
Johnny Cash wisdom.
Johnny Cash. Hey, I mean, come on. Johnny Cash wisdom can't be the worst wisdom.
Wow. Destiny is nothing more than just a reactionary. Is this going to be boring? I feel like he just says the same shit over and over again.
Cap it off. I've said that, like, Destiny's main issue is spite, and that's true. My criticism won't up.
Does he talk about me like once per stream now? Is that what we're up to?
You know, it's not an insult, because insults are something that I have to vary so that they can stay interesting. But it's just the thing that he is, so
Sick
it's going to
burn.
remain the case.
Nice.
I think another thing that he is
Daily Destiny rant.
is a reactionary in the sense that he's classist, which is worth bringing up. Everything from the just move thing, the idea that, like, people who complain about how high rent is when they live in big cities should just move elsewhere, even though big cities need people being paid wages for minimum wage jobs in order to survive. Like,
True.
if all the people who paid more than 1/3 of their salary in rent in LA just left, LA would collapse, right? Because those people prop up LA, right?
Wow.
It's a
Based.
very stupid point. Like, it
For
doesn't
sure.
take much thought to understand.
Of
Like,
course.
oh, wait, the city needs these people, but it also doesn't provide them what they need to live there. That is a problem. But he reassigns that back to their poor decision making. Oh, they should just move out to Arkansas and live in a house that costs $2 or whatever. That alongside his critiques of worker co-ops, seeming to stem from him thinking workers are stupid, which is what he said on Twitter, I think, like 2 Twitter accounts ago and like 18 Twitter purges ago. And later he contextualized this by saying, like, well, you know, anyone's stupid if you haven't been educated or whatever. But I think that deep down, one of the holdovers from, no, not holdovers from, one of the things that causes people to be libertarian which is what he was for the longest time.
The
was
longest
the
time.
deep-seated belief that you're better than everyone else. And I think that's what motivated everything else that he's done and everything else that he's believed.
Holy
if that makes any
shit.
sense. He doesn't seem to care much about democracy because the people are stupid. Any system which enables democracy, he doesn't like very much, or he seems to have some kind of innate disdain for the intelligence of the people in that system. Most of his like, yeah, I don't know. Most of his like debate advocacy seems to be like the sort of aesthetic performative enjoyment of being smarter than the people you're talking to. If
Oh
that makes
my
any
God.
sense, you know? I think that actually speaks to him more than contrarianism or whatever. Like, I think that like that's one of the reasons why libertarianism is appealing. But I think the only reason he moved off libertarianism isn't because his like fundamental ideology changed. It's because he found a better system for being smarter than other people. And of course, it's serving him very poorly with, you know, wise criticisms of worker co-ops like, well, what if they all just voted to raise their wages up super high? You should react to Destiny's critique of your debate with Econ Boy. I assume he went over the second one as well, because he went over both debates with Econ Boy, no doubt. He seemed to have some legitimate criticisms worth addressing.
It's so funny. Like, Vosh knows that everything he's saying is stupid, and he knows that I'm probably correct on these things, which is why even though he would get a viewer bump from arguing, like, imagine how much of my audience would be converted over. Can you imagine? Let's say I debate Vosh on economics or something related to one of his debates, and he just comes in and he crushes me. Do you know how fucking bad I would look? Like, when I'm sitting here taking so many shots at him, saying, like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about, blah, blah, blah. And then he comes in and he's like, oh, well, boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, oh, fuck. It would actually be probably the most humiliating defeat of my life in terms of debates for how much I've criticized his lack of knowledge on stuff. But he won't do it. Why? Really makes you wonder, huh?
Probably not, you know? That's sort of like looking for an apple in a sewage tank in terms of legitimate criticisms towards me from Destiny. Seems highly unlikely. I tend to get my advice from people who I haven't just left in the dust, intellectually, of course. But if there are any criticisms or whatever, you're free to like email me. I can give them a look. I feel like all the empirical claims that I made were empirically backed. I think the problem is I had this convo with Destiny and he was pig-headed about it. To Econo Boy's credit, like Econo Boy was a lot more honest about it, but like I had the whole worker co-op conversation with Destiny like 2 years ago, and it was a huge waste of time. Yeah, like 2 years ago, right? Wasn't it like a 4-hour conversation? And it was just like, well, in what ways would eliminating the bourgeois and having like the economy be democratized like fix some of these systemic problems? And I went through it, and he was like, okay, well, that wouldn't do anything.
9 months?
Ad infinitum for like
Just
4
epic.
hours. The issue is like to
Very
liberals,
epic.
like you have
Even-
empiricism
wow.
through like data analysis or whatever, but the moment you like strike out on any ideological claims, like they shut down completely. Though in Destiny's case, again, it probably has less to do with being a liberal and has more to do with being very spiteful. Still haven't heard you explain what a TIF is. My brain purges the info. Can you respond to the questions of why workers would sacrifice the value of their equity in exchange for more workers joining their co-op? That's legitimately something worth considering. It's answered by reality. We have co-ops. Worker cooperatives.
He won't even answer the question. It is answered by reality. We do have co-ops, but it's really hard to start co-ops because it's really hard to get equity to begin with. Or you can do other types of co-ops where you don't need the equity, but they're not really co-ops anymore. They're just like other forms of like capital managed firms. Like,
Even ones with flat income aren't like a mythical thing. They're a real thing that currently exists. I don't need to answer that. We already have worker co-ops. It's already a thing that exists presently. Like, why would they sacrifice the value of their equity? Because workers are capable of brain thought, and they know that bringing more workers on board of an organization would allow them to expand and potentially better themselves. Like, to put it another way, during price shocks and economic downturns, worker cooperatives, the members of them tend to vote to lower their own wages rather than fire people. They're clearly very, very, very willing to accept pay fluctuations in times of economic necessity. And most co-ops aren't like flat co-ops where everyone gets the exact same amount and any new addition means that the pie slices grow thinner in each direction, you know? Usually people are entitled to proceeds from a portion of profits, and like amounts are set aside for other considerations, or they're left to managerial discretion, and when you hire new people you have a probationary period to see if they fit in with the company culture, and if things go well then you get like it's not like the question why
imagine if your company lost a fuck ton of money in a year. Like, do you just lose money then if you're part of the co-op? Do you just like, oh fuck, like we all have to chip in now? Is that Boob Coomer? Jecklund. Okay. Like, hey guys, everybody needs to chip in 5K. We lost money last quarter. We gotta shore up company revenue, okay? We're about to default on our loans for our trucks. Are you just fucked? I don't think I have enough bullets or meds to run this fucking mill tunnel. Good luck.
Would workers sacrifice some of their equity by allowing new people to join the co-op? Is a question answered by reality. Is that seriously a question Destiny posed?
I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb compared to Vosh, but I have all these fans. It would be so easy to just rob me of my fan base, to just swoop in and just yoink all my viewers. How could anybody resist that opportunity? I wouldn't be able to. When I see people that are as dumb as Vosh accuses me of being, fuck, I can't afford to miss any shots. I debate that person because it's like free real estate, baby. Another missed shot. Please drop. No bullets. Oh yeah, just fuck my shit up. Oh, I have to chop up the bodies too.
Koyevich said, I'm genuinely asking, was it really, is that how stupid the socialist, have you considered, like, they already exist. I think he said something about capital investment being necessary for a company to be created. People need to buy into a co-op to be part of it. There are co-ops that don't have people buy into it. If someone does
a co-op where people don't buy into it aren't co-ops then. It's some other weird form and you've like just decided to call it a co-op to make yourself feel better about yourself.
doesn't buy in, they don't really own the business. I don't know if I'm kind of economically illiterate. He legitimately doesn't understand how co-ops work then. It's either because he's unintelligent or because his brain is addled by dislike them. There are co-ops where people don't need to buy in. Again, we're arguing the conceptual impossibility.
Then where's the cooperative ownership if you don't buy in? Do all the other workers just sort of give you shares of the business for free? Or it's like you're talking about something fundamentally different there. I don't care.
Ability of a thing that exists and has existed for a long time. And ownership is less the concern for me so much as control. Control of the means of production, ownership of the
means but you're not going to give control to people that don't have any ownership. Why the fuck would I let some loser that has no control of my business decide how to run my business? I thought the point of a co-op was that everybody had some ownership stake. Fuck off. Oh my god, dude. I'm not getting any bullets. I have 37 bullets. It's theoretically, if it's perfect, it's 4 headshots kills 1 dude. Presumably. Oh, hello there. That's a person running, right? Hello? Oh fuck, they might be outside. That's an animal? I think it was a person. I don't think you can hear animals down here. He might be in that room to the left. Or is it an animal? Has Wash ever answered why I won't debate you? He gives a different reason every time. I think it's like he says I'm too bad faith to debate, so it's not worth it. Whatever the fuck that means. But then he'll go and he'll debate like insane fucking people, so Who knows?
Because I'm putting 100%.
VGG, stand back and stand by.
Is that guy dead? Oh, the business lady responded? Yeah, fuck, hold on. I want to look at that. Bertelli sent me 2 links. Apparently people in her comment section, I guess, were asking her to clarify some of her takes because they didn't really make sense, so... Oh, shit. So she, was a little bit more honest with how she answered the business shit, which was funny. If I run up to melee any of these guys, it's gonna be like 50 HP, right? To do it? Or more, probably, even with a combat knife.
Fucking dubstep.
No way. No way, that didn't count as a headshot? Okay, dude. $29 bullets. Do we have any gym talk today? No. I've been vacationing. I can't shoot through this thing, can I? Thank you. Oh, holy shit. This guy's body. Hello. Demi. Demi! Are you okay, bud? Oh, I guess we're finishing these tons. No, don't take it. Mine is next. Wait, did you guys both die down here? You guys were fucking kidded. Wait, why not run back down here? You could have looted behind me. Or are you guys coming back down here? I'm here. I'm scared of stream sniping. Shut up. Everybody stream snipes me anyway. Come back and get your shit at least. I'm waiting for your dumbass to leave. I don't think I can put stuff back on the body, can I? Fuck. Shut the fuck up, cock. Is he talking to me? Keep their shit? Well, I feel bad. I don't want to, like, yoink all their shit. Nomad suit. Oh, it's just a...
Fucking dubstep.
Nathan GG.
Keep their shit. They door camp excessively. Oh no. Are they door campers? 1 headshot. Is it still 4 headshots with an AK? Who's shooting at me from over there? No headshots.
Steve, you down here?
Yep, I'm here. Damn, chill.
Okay, hi. Okay, sorry. Right behind you. We cool.
Chat post wheel, please. It's my favorite emote.
Okay, why are we in here? Okay, I have like 2 bullets here.
Here, I dropped your shit. Pick your shit up.
That's not mine. You can take this back.
Wait, who's Demi? I thought Demi was with you.
Demi was with me, but he rage quit.
Like the whole game?
No, he saw you get in here, and they're like, if we go in there, he's gonna think that we're stream sniping, and so we're gonna get banned.
Well, I haven't done that to anybody yet. Why would he be such a cuck? Alright, we'll take that shit, I guess. Fuck it. Go take it back to him. I don't know. Here, have a landmine. You guys had random shit on you. Good luck.
I'll go don't camp. Doesn't matter about it.
Jesus.
/ raid. That's tiny.
Type wheel, it's my favorite emote.
Wow.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Intellectually. What is he doing? He's not dead.
He's down.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Are your server admins actively banning anyone engaging in PvP?
you.
No, nobody's done that. I don't know why they would say that. I don't think anybody's gotten banned. No, never mind. I think Keg has banned a few people from the server who be hacking, but I don't even think I ran into those guys. Okay, do you want you can take the one over here and I'll take the one over here and we'll split the one in the middle or something?
Okay. What the fuck is this?
I don't know. Take what you want. I'm taking anything left. Look at which
take
one.
it all. Yeah, just take whatever you want. It's fine.
What a fucking dick rider,
first and you're full.
Oh my god.
We're in trouble.
What do you mean we're in trouble?
I have like 2 ammo.
I mean, you don't have to stand here. I have no fucking meds left. This guy's got a med. Nope.
Oh, they're all dead.
This guy's got nope. Charlie Kirk thinks the transgender movement is going to end up with people being turned into Terminators. That sounds fucking based. Okay, I want to be a Terminator. Don't let him steal the good tier 3 loot. Listen, I'm just scrapping it all anyway, okay? you watch the newest Mindscape? Nope. Okay, hold on. 4 minutes left of this.
Production, often used interchangeably, but the democracy element is what I consider for meaningfully. Not that if the business was sold, they would get like a portion of the sale revenue or whatever. Not that their name would be on the deed or anything like that. In terms of capital investment, I feel like I covered that in the Econoboy debate. Do worker co-ops allow split screen? Yeah, but only if you don't look. I wonder how small co-ops would compete with larger co-ops that could suffocate competition in a predominantly co-op society. How would that be managed? You know that happens in like business in general, right? I wonder how small businesses would compete with larger businesses that could suffocate competition in a business economy. Well, it's a complicated question, but it's a thing that happens already, right? And you generally address that with regulation, not with like whether or not a business is democratic. And I do believe in regulation.
Wow,
If you
he's getting
consider the
close
private
to the
corporations
answer.
are people, I have not factored that into my calculations. I'm wondering, would it be better or worse? It'd be about the same. Worker cooperatives don't fix all the problems with the market economy. It's one half of the pie. Sometimes people are like, not today, Merrick. Sometimes people are like, you know, well, this problem would continue to exist under like, you know,
basically all
market
of your problems
socialism,
would
which,
continue to
yeah,
exist.
you know, people will still get appendicitis under market socialism. It doesn't fix all problems. It fixes some problems. And I think politically it puts us in a good position to fix other problems. I think, for example, that it will be much easier to regulate markets when all political and economic decision-making isn't being made by a distinct political class, and where there's much more transparency in every economic institution, because everyone within any corporate structure has to be voted into a position and is therefore subject to the whims of those beneath them. I think those things will lead to an environment which makes regulation a lot easier. You're saying you want to genocide corporations? I'm just saying that oppressed people should have the right to do what they want with corporations.
Does he want to outlaw traditional corporate
Also,
ownership?
something
Yes.
Destiny mentioned
That's the
is-
whole point of a quote-unquote market socialist. Peace goes. They want to outlaw all private ownership. That's the thing that makes it really shitty. And that's the thing, that's a hard sell too, because like co-ops can exist in today's society. If you want to make one, you can make one. But he wants to go a step further and he wants to ban.
Thanks for giving us our stuff back. See ya.
Yeah, wait here, come back.
Alright, are you gonna kill me? Please don't. Oh. Oh. Okay, thanks.
He wants to ban all private ownership.
That some workers might not vote to increase their workload in favor of some marginal benefit to other workers. They might vote in and increase their pay without regard for
No
other
more
workers.
stock trading?
Well,
Well, people are saying that the stock, he says the stock market will still exist. It'll just all be non-voting shares and non-controlling shares or whatever, is basically what he's saying. So you can invest in a company if you want, but they have no obligation to return to you any sort of capital, and they are not going to listen to anything you say. Yeah. Who controls it then? The workers. That's the whole point.
And it's a wonderful thing that we have actual existing co-ops. I don't.
statistician!
What is this? What is
I
this
want a refund.
idealism? Listen, I'm a dialectical materialist. Okay, we have existing worker cooperatives. Okay, the issue is here's the fact of the matter. Okay, Destiny, like a lot of liberals, thinks the average worker is like a dumbass. Okay, it's the same contemptuous classist disregard for them.
I like how he misreads my description so much. I'm not saying like the average worker is a dumb fucking idiot. They're fucking so stupid and I'm so contemptuous. That's not it. It's that the average worker probably doesn't know much about running a business, about long-term business strategy. That's just outside of the mind. Most people don't give a fuck about it. Most people don't think about it. They just want to go to work, get paid, go home, and then like take care of their kids or hang out with their family or go out drinking with their friends. Like that's what most people want to do. That's what I mean when I say like, but I've explained this a million times. He knows this. I don't know why I'm explaining this again. Like he knows this. It's obviously just a bad faith attack on things I've said in the past, but.
The aristocrats had for the peasantry back in the day. It's a holdover from his libertarianism. What if the workers were just really stupid? What if they all voted to make their salary $1 billion, and then the next day they ran out of money and had to default? Well, we have co-ops, and those things don't tend to happen. Idiot. Jesus. And it's not as though traditional corporations don't constantly themselves over, but well, if you put the workers in charge, there's no reason to believe that putting the workers in charge would then vote on a manager to like centralize decisions in a firm or whatever, would then like be a colossal idiot. There are managers in existence right now in traditional corporations who are colossal idiots, who do cover the entire corporation. I'm sure that will continue to happen sometimes in worker cooperatives, but I don't think there's any reason to believe it would happen more often. Evidence suggests it happens less often, because co-ops tend to be a little bit better at weathering economic crises, which are the real, like, testing period for businesses. How resilient are they, you know? If these are the qualities of, like, the good faith intellectual challenges that he's, like, throwing at me these days, then holy, you know? Yeah, it's so...
Imagine thinking that your most intellectual challenges are going to come from fans that hate me, and then hate watch me, and then regurgitate my arguments in a half-baked manner back to you, and then you
Most workers
tear down
don't
those
understand the
arguments like
basics of
you're a
running
Giga
business,
Chad. Like,
logistics
what?
being one of the biggest. Making a product is hard. Making a product and delivering it to hundreds or thousands of locations is much more difficult.
It's an indication of being so desperate. He's so desperate for your content, he went over the ethics of drowning video in a Vosh Clip channel today. Jesus Christ. People who say there's a mutual obsession, doesn't he literally spend, like, hours on his stream going over my shit? Like, every single time he comes up in my stream, it's because somebody in chat says something or brings up something, or, like, someone donates or whatever. I'm pretty sure he independently seeks out hours of content to view. And he's so desperate for my attention and so in need of things to criticize that he's out here criticizing worker co-ops for things for which there is empirical evidence that don't happen, you know? Yeah, it's like stalker shit. It's really weird, you know? Like when he jumped onto a panel to talk with me to say
We've heard this
that
part before.
in spite of previous positions he's advocated for, actually,
where do my doors go? I'm literally Vosh's Anna True. How can I be missing these two doors? And only these two doors. I don't know. Okay. Okay. One more BP. What can we learn? What do we want to learn? You're gonna watch the JXT video on Hassan and React? I don't know, maybe, we'll see. Am I pushing P constantly, bro? Fuck it, dude. There. High velocity rocket, just for you, babe. Play the new Pokemon game? Fuck no.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
We never lose.
True. Seen the accusation about Dr. K including pseudoscience? Yeah, I've seen Chud Logic and Mr. Girl are pushing hard on it these past couple days. Alright, what else?
So about a week ago, a man made a video about me on the internet, and it was just a video where he was wrong about something. He was wrong about how business works, which
Is this the one that we watched already? Fuck, why is it so loud?
is fine. I have over a decade of experience in owning a business with employees, and not a lot of people have that. But he was trying to get me to debate him, and I just left a comment. I was like, hey, there's really nothing to debate. You can just Google this. It'll pop up. That's it. So since then, all of his followers have been leaving me comments like this, and there's something I need you guys to understand. This guy
Nathan,
makes
yikes.
his money on the internet doing this. The more engagement he gets, the more views he gets, the more drama, the more money he gets. And now he's turned you guys into unpaid labor. You're doing free work for him to try to drum up views and engagement and drama to get him, yes, money. I don't get paid for my online presence, though. I have a whole business, it's a full-time job that pays my bills. I use the internet just for fun. I'm not in the creator fund, I don't have paid brand deals, and honestly, people around me are wrong on the internet all day, every day. It does not affect my life whatsoever. I don't care if he yells wrong things into the void. Me debating this man would just be free labor on my part so he could make money.
That's a long way to say you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about and you're just wrong. It's okay to be that way. She started to respond to other things though. I haven't watched these two, but Vertelli sent me. Let's see.
This video just for this commenter. They were having a hard time understanding, so I'm gonna explain some things about businesses and funding so they get it. Hi. Okay, so here's the thing. When you start a business in the United States, by default, you're either like a sole proprietor or a like general partnership. This is what happens when you just start working for yourself as a business without filing any paperwork. And in these stages, yes, you as the owner, your finances are 100% the same as your business finances. Once you reach the size where you're like, fuck, I need to hire an employee, you have to do this thing where you apply with the federal government for something called an FEIN or a federal tax ID number. Now, you can do this still as a sole proprietorship.
Is it called FEIN? I've heard EIN. Employee ID number? I've never heard it called an FEIN. I've never heard that terminology in my life. But it might be a thing. I've always heard it just referred to as an EIN. But okay. Federal, maybe she just likes to use abbreviations to sound smart. Yeah, just EIN. Yeah, I've never heard that in my entire life referred to as my FEIN. Just EIN.
But it's really not advisable and most people don't do it. Only happens when you just start working for yourself as a business without filing any paperwork. And in these stages, yes, you as the owner, your finances are 100% the same.
Why does she keep pausing every 3 seconds? She probably doesn't really understand much of what she's talking about, is my guess, just based on what she said in the past. She either had a friend, most likely she had a friend file all the paperwork for her and everything, and she just like, she quote unquote owns the business and that she has like 50% equity. Her friend does all the work, and then she like shows up and like bosses some people around or something, maybe, or they sell plants on Etsy. I don't know, but I don't. She probably doesn't know much, but that's why she has to pause every 3 seconds to go over it.
As your business finances. Once you reach the size where you're like, fuck, I need to hire an employee, you have to do this thing where you apply with the federal government for something called an FEIN or a federal tax ID number. Now, you can do this still as
it's funny, she says FEIN for a federal tax ID number. That's not even what FEIN would stand for. EIN is, I believe it's employer identification number. I don't know. Sorry, I'm nitpicking. But she's like trying to like be an asshole, so fuck her.
proprietorship, but it's really not advisable and most people
also, I'm pretty sure you can have an EIN as a sole proprietor. You can apply for an EIN. Apply for EIN as sole proprietor, because I believe I had one before I started an LLC. You can look it up if you want, I guess. But I'm like 99% sure you don't have to have an LLC, and you certainly don't need to do a corporation or whatever to have an EIN. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you, milkers.
You're welcome, Steve.
Have fun.
Do the seal.
What?
Do the seal.
No, I love you.
Do it. Only like 5% of employers in the US do this, and I have a theory it's just because they can't figure out how to do the paperwork because it's really confusing. But you want to do this other thing instead, which is incorporate your business. Turn your business into a corporation. And a popular one we think of is an LLC.
Why do you have to... Okay, first, hold on. Wait, what?
See, but there are other types of corporations.
Okay, never mind.
too. And the benefit to creating a corporation is that it legally separates the business's finances from your finances as the owner. So for example, the business I have now, I've run for 10 years. The first 3 years or so was a sole proprietorship. At this stage, any debt I took out to fund my business, that was all just in my name because legally my business and I, we were the same thing. But from like a labor rights perspective, it's kind of irrelevant because I didn't have employees. It was all my money and I was just spending it the best way I thought to survive and also keep money coming in the door. Now, when I switched over to a corporation and incorporated my business, a few things happened. I got that federal tax ID number and I was able to use that to get a separate bank account for my business. This is important because it's actually kind of illegal to mix personal and business funds. Have you ever heard of like embezzlement, piercing the corporate veil? Yeah, that's all what happens when people who work for a business or people who own a business.
Everything she's saying is like, I know she's heard all the words before. It's just, she knows all the words. She knows all the words. Jesus.
Business start using the business's money like their personal piggy bank. That's not good. That's not legal.
I mean, you can still embezzle funds with a bank. You don't. I don't think you technically need a separate business bank account. You should get one though, because you don't want to intermingle funds because it's going to make your taxes a fucking nightmare. Is I think generally the reason why I hear that you would want to get a separate bank account. That's why I have a separate business bank account. But
just do that. So whatever. So the business has its own federal tax ID number, which is like its version of a social security number.
She keeps saying federal tax ID. I've never heard this terminology before, but I might just not know. I've always heard this on every tax form I've ever filled out. It's called an EIN, your EIN, your EIN. I've never heard federal tax identification. But whatever. I'm nitpicking, but
the business sets up its own banking account and all of the income the business gets goes through that banking account. If the business wants to take out debt now, it takes it out in its own name based on its FEIN. And if your business is in a relatively...
taking out the debt doesn't have to do with the FEIN, whatever that means. I mean, like, it might be able to take out debt in its name, but you are going to have to, you're going to have to personally guarantee the debt. You can't just start a new business and then go use that other EIN and then go and get a whole bunch of fucking loans. You have to be able to show like the business needs to have assets, or you're gonna have to show like a ton of revenue, or you're gonna have to personally guarantee that debt if it's a new business. I don't know where this idea comes from. They're just like, bro, life hack. Start a new business, file for an EIN, do an S-Corp election if you want. Now you have your own corporation, and then take out a fuck ton of debt on that business, and now all of a sudden it's free money. No, you don't have to personally guarantee it. That's not how that works. You're not gonna be able to do that. A business with no assets, without a long history of revenue or credit established, is not gonna be able to take out any loans. It's not gonna take out any money. Like,
healthy state, you have income coming in and nothing sketchy is happening, and you're not asking for like an exorbitant amount of money. Basically, if you're being a responsible business.
There you go. That's all I wanted you to say in the first video. Now what she said there is certainly true. Yeah, if the business has some history established, probably 5 years of history, it's done a lot of revenue, has some assets, but then yeah, you probably can take loans. But now this is a far cry from her first video, where she's like, oh, well, business means there's zero risk of doing anything, blah, blah, blah. Bro, like 95% of businesses fail, like the first like fucking 5 years or whatever. Like all of these debts from a small business standpoint are probably personally guaranteed. That is not the case that the average small business just take out a fuck ton in debt, and then if it goes under, the personal owner is like not on the hook for anything.
No, you as the owner don't have to personally guarantee that debt. I think only around 50% or something like that of business owner debt in the United States is personally guaranteed.
Only 50%? What? Why would you say that? Only doesn't work with 50%. Only. Okay, 50% can be preceded by a lot of words, but only? That's not one of them. Only 50% of all business debt is personally guaranteed. What does that mean? So she obviously she must have Googled around for some numbers. And now guess what the overwhelming amount of that personally guaranteed debt is going to be? It's going to be small businesses.
This debt could be a credit line, a loan, a credit card, whatever. So when I started my business as a corporation, basically I got two different forms of credit. I got a credit card worth $5,000 just in the business's name, not personally guaranteed. And I got a line of credit for $10,000, also in the business's name, not personally guaranteed. Now, sometimes though, when your business goes to apply for a loan, people look at it and they go, oh, I don't know, I think you're asking for too much money. So you might go, no, I really want the money. Can I personally co-sign on the business's loan? We call that a personal guarantee. You are personally guaranteeing that you will pay the debt if the business can't. I consider these to be predatory loans because at this stage, if you're taking out this kind of loan and the bank is rejecting you.
What do you mean predatory? You have... Okay, so she looked up some of this and she realized that what she said initially was dumb as fuck. But she's like, of course you have to personally guarantee the loan. The bank has no credit history on your new shit-ass fucking Etsy art business. What do you mean?
your finances aren't in order, or you're asking for way too much money compared to your track record of sales. Now, it's common for a lender to run your credit if you're the one requesting the loan, just to make sure you're not piercing the corporate veil and being sketchy and stealing money.
How is running your credit going to determine if you're piercing the corporate veil or being sketchy? Oh my God, it's so many buzzwords.
Okay, hi, I'm getting...
Okay, he gave me number 2 to look at. Jesus. Just bring your friend on that file. Why not bring on the person that actually filed the paperwork for your fucking business and then just have them do it instead of having to jump cut every 7 seconds so that you can read the next part of your script.
So just because a bank runs your personal credit, if you're the officer of a business asking for the funding, doesn't mean that that's you personally guaranteeing the debt. Remember, personal guarantee means I guarantee that if the business can't pay this, I personally will pay it. No, that's just sometimes them doing their best effort to make sure you as the officer requesting the money aren't going to get the loan, have access to it, then...
Wait, is it Rage Pub? Is that true? I've never heard of this before. So a bank will run your personal credit for your business to take out a loan? Is that a thing? It sounds weird. I guess it's possible. That sounds kind of weird. Why would I... Yes, if you're a dumb fucking waste your own money, they assume the same. Well, like, what's that? If we're talking about like a owner, like if I own a company 100%, then I would understand it. But if I was like part of a small business, if you co-sign, no. She's saying that they'll run your credit even if you're not co-signed on the loan. Why would they do that? Why would they run your credit if you're not co-signing the loan? You're not guaranteeing the loan. She's talking about if you co-sign. No. She's talking about if you don't even co-sign.
Okay, hi, part 2. So just because a bank runs your personal credit, if you're the officer of a business asking for the funding, doesn't mean that that's you personally guaranteeing the debt. Remember, personal guarantee means
Why would... That sounds weird. Why would they run your credit if you're not going to be part of the loan? What's the point? Your business needs 3 years? I don't know. I guess maybe.
guarantee that if the business can't pay this, I personally will pay it. No, that's just sometimes them doing their best effort to make sure you as the officer requesting the money aren't going to get the loan, have access to it, then steal all the money and run away to Aruba and haha, fuck the bank. However, like I said, sometimes you will be like, oh, the bank is rejecting me. I do co-sign on this loan. I will personally guarantee that if my business can't pay it, I will pay. If you do this, have you taken on risk? Yes, you've taken on a fuck ton of risk, and honestly, I don't know why you're doing this, and you need to get out of that loan as fast as possible.
Because anybody starting a new business that requires external capital is either going to have to get somebody to come in and buy a large share of their business or take out a loan to do it. This is how every single business ever starts. Why are you saying, why would you do this? This is how you start a business.
Well, this is a really fucking bad loan. This is a bad idea. Is that your employee's problem, though? No. That was you. You did that. You were the captain of the ship and you steered it into an iceberg. And now rather than swallow your pride and admit that maybe it's time to dip out of this business, buddy, you cannot imagine yourself as a lowly wage worker and are now like, I'll do anything in my power to make this work, including take on this fucking personally guaranteed debt that I only had to sign on to because banks are telling me my finances are fucked with my business anyway. Now, if you find yourself in this position, is it justification for you as the employer to take a higher pay to mitigate the risk? No! Oh my god, are you crazy? Not crazy. Crazy's an ableist word. If the issue is that you are afraid your business doesn't have enough money to pay its own debt, and it is risky for you to be a co-signer in case the business fails, you should not be taking more money out of the business. The business is the one paying back the debt, and you want the business to pay off that debt as fast as possible all on its own without you being involved at all. Because remember, your finances are legally separate from the business's. The more money you as an employer are taking from your business to fund your lifestyle or whatever the fuck, the less money the business has to pay back its debt that you're on the hook for now. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, maybe the business owner is just paying the debt themselves on behalf of the business, and that's why they need the bigger paycheck. That
what?
Would also be really fucking dumb. And here is why. When the business pays anybody at the company, including the owner, it's paying payroll tax the majority of the time. The only exception is when the owner takes this thing called a distribution or a draw from profit. So why would the business give the owner a higher paycheck that the business is paying more payroll taxes on, and you, as the person receiving money, is potentially on the hook for income taxes for, depending on how your taxes work out, so that you, as the owner, can pay that loan back rather than just having the business pay it itself directly without incurring any additional taxes from its own bank account. Yeah, you see? That is why when a business owner tells you they need to make more because they're carrying the risk, they're lying. They're lying to you. If they are carrying the risk, they know that that means they should be taking less of a paycheck, if anything. And you know what? If they want to pay themselves back that money that they missed, like skipped checks later, I'm all for that. That's fine. That's not actually higher wages. That's just paying yourself back the money you already earned. But just this forever idea that the business owner's entitled to more because of risk? Nah, that's bullshit. Someone's lying to you. They're trying to confuse you on purpose. Okay, hi, part 2.
Holy shit. I'll give her props for at least trying to engage with any of the material, but that's where the props end. Oh my god. When do I have some debate soon? Hold on. I don't want to. I just want to play. I really just want to play League of Legends. That's what I want to do.
I don't know what your topic is tonight, but I just.
How old are you? How old are you?
Guess.
I guess it's time for you to leave.
Guess these nuts.
I don't know.
Got him. Jesus.
Push a P, I'm push a P, push a P, I'm push a P. Yeah.
Thank you. Based. Are you surprised as I am nobody's tried to cancel Joji yet? I mean, they literally use slurs against strangers in public. Wait, when?
Nobody ever wants to talk about the ways that men should improve their behavior to make the dating pool better. It's always women's fault.
Bro, people talk about men all the time.
It's just a strategy. Like, women should just be aware of if they want to.
Why can't I chat in here?
Succeed strategically in the dating market. It's going to be harder if they're doing that when they're older. And like, yeah, that does suck.
Oh,
but,
it's a
like,
clip.
The advice that I give to women is just to be like wary of that.
What is
I think
succeeding
what
in the
I'm
dating
saying,
market? Like, what is success?
It varies from person to person. So like some people, if they want to settle down and have a family long term, success for them is settling down and having a family long term. If that's not something you're interested in, right? Like you just enjoy casual sex and you want to do that, you know, forever, fine. Like go for it. Like there's nothing I think inherently wrong with
Do
that.
you want to do that with a man who's not willing to date people his own age?
What? What do you mean?
You're essentially asking women to adjust the way that they engage with.
Why was I linked this? Holy shit. The simulation is glitching. Happy birthday, Sarah Heat. True, now you only have to replace the front tires. A song clip. Why have I already clicked this?
Yo, what happened to your Sig Hammer and Sickle flag? It's really edgy and cool to fly a flag that represents a regime that murdered millions of people, millions of
Didn't
Nazis.
we watch this?
Where have I seen that before, though? I don't know. Maybe, you know. You probably have intergenerational trauma from your Nazi grandfather being murdered by those who waved the flag, maybe? I don't fucking know. Could be that.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
You know? Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I hope your feelings will be alright. Yo, what happened to your Sig Hammer and Sickle?
Destiny, you're fond of me, Lobster, ain't you? I seen it.
Bro,
You're fond
what
of
is
me,
this
Lobster.
recording?
Say it. Say it.
I think we've watched this before, though.
You're not the dominant alpha male or the super select guy. The only way you're going to end up becoming pre-select is by approaching women.
So women can tell I'm not getting no play?
Anybody, all 462 people in the chat room can tell you ain't getting no play. That's the energy you're getting. Because you're a guy that said you don't think you should have to approach women. They should give you choosing signals. Where would you rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? How tall are you?
5'10".
5'10". How much do you weigh?
Uh-oh. I weigh about...
Two what?
Depending on the day, between 280 to 285.
So you're a fat fucker.
Yeah.
So you think a 5'10", almost 300-pound dude, how much money you make?
Shut the fuck up, Mootin, all right? It's a
Like
stupid fucking meme.
Keep it chat low value, man.
So you
Keep it
make
chat.
400 every 2 weeks. So you make 800 a month. You make less than $10,000.
Dubstep.
Okay.
How many 20-year-olds was him?
Hold on. Dude, I was a 20-year-old and I was making far more money than that. In the 80s, with minimum
Destiny,
wage
I need some
$3.35
advice.
an hour. So
This guy named Bryce is living in my walls. What do I do?
Good luck.
I need to hear it. How long? You got a big dick?
Huh?
You have a big dick?
I mean, it's above average. I ain't no Ron Jeremy.
No. I asked you if you had a big dick. I didn't say it was above average.
I don't know what that is, really.
Nigga, you know if you got a big dick or not. Stop the bullshit. Every dude know whether or not he got a big dick. I know I got a big dick. You don't know?
I mean...
You don't have a big dick. That's the point. You don't have a big dick. You don't have a big wallet. You're a fat dude. And you got a lot of nerve thinking you should get choosing signals at 5'10" and 300 pounds, making less than $1,000 a month at 20 years old. And women should approach you. What they get, they don't even get a big dick.
Evil.
Women ain't the problem, bro. Ain't no energy out women.
Damn. Key Quinn league alert. Iron Legends.
I'm about to do it, bro. I'm about to do it.
Okay. Oh god.
I'm about to do it.
Oh no.
Okay, Viagra is top. Okay, go.
Wait, this chick didn't get either kill.
Yeah, okay, that was my bad. What? Did the tower crit?
Giga Chad. An absolute legend.
Tell them your name.
Tanea.
Okay. See, and aren't you my best friend at work?
Yes.
So I'm not racist.
That's good.
People think I'm really racist.
Are you serious?
Because like there was a video on here and I said I sang the N-word, but
Why?
Does that tickle your fancy? Is that
how we're using it in these cases? Absolutely. And it has all of the shortcomings of that. But it does appear that your Ayurvedic dosha actually correlates with genetics and other kinds of things.
No! Whoa, Dr. K, no! Whoa! I thought we just used this shit to tell stories to people. We just went from everybody can have the Force in them to the Force is midichlorians, okay? In like 20 seconds. Whoa! Calm down. 1 second.
That your Ayurvedic dosha actually correlates with genetics and other kinds of things, which were, I can go into more detail. But, even for example, like some of my Ayurvedic colleagues in India have been able to predict complications of COVID based on the dosha of the patient. So COVID is one thing, right? But whether this person needs ICU stuff or they have cognitive stuff or they have GI symptoms from COVID appears to correlate with their Ayurvedic dosha.
How about COVID?
Oh man, there's a statistical phenomenon to explain this, but I don't know how to put it into words, and I don't have the words for it. What he's saying could be true, but let's say that I create two classifications of humans. Let's say that I create the Verdinator human. And then let's say that I create the Betanator human, okay? And I think that I can tell, okay? I've got two things. I've got the Verdinator human and I've got the Betanator human. Let's say that I create these two classifications, and then let's say that I actually start to study these humans, and I start to find out that, like, these people, they live longer, okay? They're healthier, better disease outcomes, less cancer, all these things, okay? I do all of this shit, okay? And now I could come out and say, like, well, there are Verdinator and Betanator humans, and this is a good thing, but it might be the case that these things are mapping onto other variables that explain it better. So when I go to look at, well, what is a verdinator human? A verdinator human is somebody with a healthy BMI, no hypertension, within a deviation of standard height, and like is nutritionally whatever. That's what a verdinator is, right? Well, in that case, well, yeah, no shit, verdinators are going to have better outcomes when it comes to health and disease and stuff. Like, but you're not saying anything novel there. You're not. Oh, is it a latent variable? Maybe. Yeah. Like, you're. What happens is you've created classifications that are mapping onto other variables that have higher explanatory power for what you're talking about. So I don't know how you determine somebody's fucking dosha, but like, or their vata, or whatever the fuck that is. But it might be the case that like, if you're describing somebody's dosha, it's like, this guy's a really good dosha, and a good dosha means like, a good dosha means that like a person is like happy, they're energetic, they've got a lot of friends, right? Well, we might be mapping onto a whole bunch of other variables that have higher explanatory power than just whatever new classifications we've made for dosha shit or whatever. Unironically, by looking at the veins of their, yeah, I don't know if that correlates with other shit, right? Maybe fat people have different types of veins or something. What is dosha? Don't worry. Ayurveda is based on the idea of a doshic balance, which is one of three major patterns that govern people's characteristics mind called dosha. Every individual is three doshas: vata, pitta, kapha, wind,
Just
fire,
realized I was a
water.
white man.
If we look at people's physical bodies, we know that there are three types of people. There are people with very fast metabolisms who can eat whatever they want, and they will like, oh no. Then there are people with medium builds, and there are also people who we call big boned. No, none of this is real. Oh no. I feel like I'm reading the, you guys remember a long time ago, people used to talk about like, it was ectomorph, mesomorph, and then like the chadmorph body, like these things. This isn't real. These aren't real things. This is like pseudoscience. He believes that's real? No. He never said this is scientific? Okay, but like when you're saying that like my Indian colleagues in medicine are correlating... Okay, it's publicly stated how the game are stemming back from the Ayurveda stuff. Oh, okay. Well, then, I mean, I guess at least... You had a whole stream shitting on that Good Times? Oh, about the ectomorph, mesomorph. This is like old bodybuilding forum memes or whatever, where people believe this shit. Guys, we should be way past this. I'm gonna use this real quick and then we're gonna do this fucking debate. 1 second.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hello, Destiny. I've really been enjoying you talking about the gym, and it's inspired me to focus on my fitness. Fitness stick in your mouth.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
guys, okay? I'm having withdrawals, guys. I haven't been on the Rift. Please let this guy say a bad word so I can just leave immediately.
Part of the reason that we've sort of scaled back on our Ayurvedic discussion recently is there was once again another post that offered a lot of really good criticisms about some of the scientific studies we were citing and the low quality of those studies. So I don't know if y'all have noticed, but we've sort of taken a step back from Ayurveda. That doesn't mean that we're actually actively revisiting it. So we're sort of looking through the research and really trying to read tons and tons of articles to really figure out, okay, what is it, what can we say that's like sort of scientifically valid, and like, you know, what is like more of our interpretation, which by the way, I'm totally fine doing, right? So I'm totally fine on stream, and I hope, you know, I make this pretty clear that sometimes what I'm saying is very supported by science, sometimes what I'm saying is more supported by clinical experience, and sometimes what I'm saying is not based on medicine or science at all, but is more personal or spiritual in nature. And I think a lot of the people that appreciate our community are ones that sort of appreciate the spectrum because there are different ways of looking at things. Part of the reason that we've sort of scaled back.
There are some modern academic articles using mesomorph, endomorph, etc. terms. I'm pretty sure that like overwhelmingly, like you might be able to like broadly describe some kind of body types, but they don't fit neatly into those categories. And what you're more talking about is like people's, like for instance, like people's metabolisms will vary from person to person, but it's not going to be a massive variation. Like one guy's resting metabolic rate isn't going to be like 3,000 calories, like 150 pounds, because he just has a super fast metabolism. Or like another person is, there's not going to be like a healthy, you know, adult male that like, I can't build any muscle ever. I'm permanently stuck at 55-pound bench press because I'm a mesomorph. Whatever.
Why
Like,
haven't
these
you
things don't
debated with
exist.
Shapiro? Afraid-ulos.
Do you like hammer curls? I do them now instead of dumbbell curls. Because it feels kind of weird to have the... Because once the dumbbells get bigger, it's like stuck at your side. Hammer curls is probably good. Jesus Christ.
Because I'm putting 100%...
Test causes fat to deposit in different places. My large gels are proof of my high T.
Based. Debate while queued for League. Just because I want to fuck August's day up. Be mindful.
Hey guys, welcome to Politically Provoked, an interactive podcast where we host debates, panels, and interviews. I'm your host, Brittany. Sorry about my like fuzzy green screen, but whatever. Justin, you are in here, so he is our mod. You want to say hi?
Hey, Britt, how's it going?
Good. What's going on with the no camera?
I don't have good internet, so I'm just trying to save my bandwidth.
Okay, fine. All right. So yeah, tonight we are streaming from Odyssey. Okay, mute yourself, Justin. What the fuck is happening? You were completely useless right now. Okay, good for nothing. All right. So we are streaming to Odyssey, DLive, Trovo, Twitch. I'll get the entropy up. We are not at YouTube since we did get banned, although we do have a secret one. But that's not for the Destiny crowd. Sorry, guys. So we are going to be debating fascism. So first up, let's bring on. Look at that. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Recovering from my second bout with COVID. Just got over it again. So yeah. No, good. Strong antibodies. It's good.
So yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for third position. That's why I'm here. That's the conversation we're going to have. You can find me on New Frontier on YouTube. You can also find a lot of my older videos, educational videos on third position on the Cultured Thug page, either on BitChute or Odyssey. And you could also find our platform, which we advocate, on newfrontierusa.org.
Thank you. Next up, let's bring on Destiny. How are you?
Hi, what's up?
So, I mean, introduce yourself.
I'm Destiny. I'm an advocate of socially democratic policies. I'm like center left, far left, economically, pretty far left socially. I'm on YouTube and Twitch, and I scream at people on the internet. Yeah.
It'd be nice to still be on YouTube.
I'm sorry.
All right. So, yeah, we are going to have opening statements. Can be 1 to 5 minutes about the topic. For those in the chat, if you have questions, you can tag Politically Provoked who your questions addressed to. We'll get to them at the end. We're not going to interrupt the debate. We can do super chats at Odyssey or Entropy, and that's about it. Since this is your topic, Cultured Thug, why don't you get us started with opening statements?
All right. I guess we should start with defining fascism, as I know it's a very confused term today. It's largely used as a pejorative for someone you don't like, and you just call them a fascist. And that's essentially its whole existence today. So it really has no value. But what fascism is the Italian branch of the third position tree. Third position is what the political philosophy is that fascism stems from. And then there's numerous other branches on this third position tree, stemming anywhere from the Middle East to South America to other parts of Europe too. These third position parties all started popping up around the same time. And what it is, if you look at its creation, where did this come from in the modern era, you would have to look to France in the late 1880s is where they believe the intellectual start of third position started in the modern world. And what it was a rejection or dissatisfaction with the first two positions. The first one being liberal capitalism, the second one being Marxist socialism. So this is why it's called the third position. It had this synthesis of nationalism and a certain kind of socialism, a particular kind of nationalism and a certain kind of socialism that was anti-individualistic, anti-materialistic. So it separated itself from capitalism and from Marxian socialism like this, and also very nationalistic and very collectivist and socially and economically. So this is where the third position stemmed from. And it wanted to create societies that can consolidate people towards common goals and shared destinies within the nation. And so this is the third position. This is what I advocate for. An improvement upon the first two positions is the belief for it.
Okay, Destiny.
I'm a big advocate for a liberal society. I think that when people start to advocate for positions that try to get people to coalesce around these concepts of like race or these highly nationalistic identities, I think that they oftentimes misdiagnose the problems that we have today, and they try to solve them with things that won't solve them at all. So for instance, I think we're highly fractionalized today because of the advent of the internet, because of how split up we are in our cities now. And because of all the new technology that's in front of us, it kind of makes it hard for us to live lifestyles that I think we're more traditionally aligned with the things we like as people. And I don't think that like switching governments over to some highly fascist entity does anything to address any of these problems. And I think that generally it's just people suggesting this that are kind of like searching for some solution to modern problems, but don't really want to dig into the reasons why these problems exist or dig into the actual solutions for these problems. So instead they advocate for some hypothetical, imaginary fantasy position, and then they can always have like the moral high ground doing so because they feel like their fantastic solution will save the entire world, like lefties when they advocate for socialism or communism.
Well, we can get into the policies. We don't need to get stuck in the esoterics of, the philosophy of the third position. When we talk about how fractured this country is, I would argue liberalism is part of why this country is fractured. This identity politics is what's separating everyone in America. If we're speaking specifically about America, it's stemming from this. It's having people fight each other over every single identity under the sun. And this comes when you have this individualistic kind of mentality in society that liberalism brings about. Instead of a collective feeling of brotherhood among citizens, Now we fight each other at every opportunity for everything under the sun. So yeah, I would push back and say liberalism helps create all this argument and friction between the citizens.
I mean, I think that I don't know where we're going to get into the weeds on this one, but when you have a society that has obvious racial inequities, I don't think that it's an issue that we have to address those at some point. Now, I think that we probably both agree that there are people that have gone too far in terms of maybe becoming too woke or too focused on certain identities. And there's definitely like a swing coming in the other way back because people have focused a little bit too hard on some of these things, which I think is fine. But the idea that you can create some perfect society without noticing people's identities, or the idea that like being cognizant of people's identities and how those factor into their engagement with society, I don't think that I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's probably part of a healthy society that we recognize that different identities might have different experiences, and we have to like be aware of these when we're crafting policy or thinking about how to live in any society.
Yeah, well, not being engulfed in identity politics does not mean dismissing identity. Of course, it's a real thing. When you speak about what some races might have gone through, and you have to take that into consideration, I think all these things can be taken into consideration with giving people a true equal opportunity at life. And I don't think we do that at all under this current system, whatever you want to call it, this, pseudo-capitalistic, liberal, kind of consolidating of power, going on in front of us too. I don't think they do what's necessary to give these people who feel they've had a bad break in life, or in the past they've had a bad break, actually a helping hand. Instead, we kind of throw money. The liberal mentality is pander, make promises, and throw money, but yet see no results. And so then you keep pandering, you keep blaming the people. And so this is why this narrative, this wokeness has come out, where it's turned, flat out into what everything they said they hated was racism now, but it's thrown now towards white people from this. So this hasn't worked. There's measures we can take that can fix some of these problems, but liberalism does not apply these problems to it. Once again, they treat everyone kind of as this special, delicate little identity group that they can use to push forth their agenda while pandering to them. So it's like, I agree, if people have a bad break in this country, we should deal with that. We should fix that problem and move on. But hell, as long as I've been alive, we've been, complaining about the same issues and no results to any of them.
I mean, there have definitely been issues we've complained about that we've seen like positive results in relation to. So for instance, like women joining the workforce, or women joining the more educated of us in society, like these are things where we've made like huge strides towards accomplishing some positive end. In terms of like, in terms of like fixing society's problems, like it's hard, obviously. I don't know if you can like solve poverty. I think that's a pretty difficult thing to do. But I think, like we have a population where the entirety of the U.S. basically has access to like the internet. We've got like a pretty decent standard of living now compared to what we had in the past. I guess what is it? Are you looking? Like, what is your main critique, I guess, of where we're at today, and like what do you think we could be doing differently to address it even quicker?
Well, I think, the main critique, I guess, is it's everything. Look at the country. We're obese as ever. We're suicidal as ever. We're drug addicted as ever. We're at each other's throats constantly. We're kind of obsessed with materialism and hedonism. I think there's a long list we can complain about, but I think the actions we can take when you talk about poverty, yeah, you're never going to have this perfect world where everyone is making the same amount of money and whatnot, and everyone has the same luxuries. Obviously not. But what you can do are some simple steps you can apply right away is a nationalized healthcare system. So if people are in poverty but they are covered fully for healthcare, this goes a long way to helping. I think another way you can help these communities is also have a nationalized education, to where you're not paying to go to universities, you're earning your way into universities. And so instead of going into debt to seek a better education, you're encouraged to, especially if you have the fortitude to pass these tests and to get into whether it's vocational schools or Ivy League universities. I think simplistic things like that we can apply directly to our economy and our country are big steps in the right direction of dealing with poverty and helping out people who may have felt they've had a bad break in life, and they're never going to get assistance because they're always going to remain poor or in the ghetto or in a bad neighborhood or a high crime area. By addressing those two simple things, these are policies we can implement in this country today that we haven't. But our politicians always kind of promise us that, right? But it just,
well, to
there's
be
never
fair,
been a follow-through on it.
neither of these are simple, right? These would take a great deal of like political maneuvering to get either of these done. But I also, neither of these are like fundamentally at ends, I don't think, with like liberalism, right? We've got like Scandinavian liberal societies have free education and free healthcare, more or less. Like I don't know how that's like a contradictory to any liberal value.
Well, it hasn't come about in this liberal country at all, has it? So,
but it has in other
obviously,
liberal countries, right?
It's kind of always been a part of it. Even before, even when you go to the history of World War II, a lot of these authoritarian countries had the same kind of healthcare systems and things like this. So maybe that's more of a European thing than a liberal thing per se. That especially with the healthcare and everything like that, because in this country, I mean, I would argue both the Republicans and Democrats can be considered liberals, right? Different shades of liberals. Would you agree to that, or?
Yeah, I would, but it still doesn't. That still doesn't address that. Like, do you think that Sweden is a liberal country, or like Germany or France are liberal countries, or would you say these countries are not liberal?
I would say they're liberal. Yeah.
Yeah, but so they have like
education
and healthcare. So I mean, like, are largely liberal. So I don't know why healthcare or education are at ends with liberal values. It doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, they don't. If you agree, if you agree with that, great. Yeah, that's something we can agree on. But yes, that does not define healthcare, and education does not define liberalism. When we talk about the individualistic mentality of liberalism, right? I am my own island in this world, essentially.
Sure, I mean, like, this is like a very like older, classically liberal like reading of what liberalism is. I don't think in the modern day we usually think of liberals in that isolated sense anymore. No, like the U.S. is highly integrated across the world, whether we're talking economy or military or aid or whatever, and even in our own society, like I think that we have like social programs to help out like the lowest among us. We can argue whether they go far enough or not, but that definition of liberalism seems to be like a much more older one that I don't know if we adhere to it anymore. No.
What would you say is the definition then of the liberal today?
In the United States?
Let's just stick with America. Yeah.
Well, like, do you mean liberal like and how we say liberal in the U.S. or liberal in like what does it mean to be like a liberal?
Just what does it mean to
because in the U.S. liberal means like Democrat, right? But in the world stage, kind of how you're using it, liberal means something different.
We're talking about the kind of the political philosophy of it, because
the political philosophy. I think liberal is like somebody that largely agrees with just like you have the rights to private property, you have the rights to like freedom of speech, freedom of expression. It's kind of like an individually oriented thing. That's like the really broad way of pointing it out, and then we kind of argue the finer points of that through like U.S. policy, right?
Right. So that's my point. That's why I say the anti-individualistic. This is why I think we have these problems of identity politics outside being a multiracial country and, all the growing pains that comes with that. I think a part of why we have these problems is because we're not collective, right? We don't have this common good for Americans. It's what's best for my specific identity right now is the fight. And whether that's racial, religious, regional, sex, whatever it is now, they're picking away at the fabric of everything in the society, where we're finding more and more identities to kind of section off ourselves in and fight with the other people about. And this comes through liberalism because we don't have this collectivist mentality. We don't have what comes with the third position. What I think is advantageous to socialistic and nationalistic systems is that it unifies the people instead of seeking to divide the people. Liberalism is
I understand what you're saying, but like I don't think that like I feel like you could argue these literally any way you want to. So for instance, like we could argue that like liberal countries would have a better time getting rid of identity politics because they champion the individual more than like the collective. Like identity politics seeks to like collectivize people. Or I could point to the fact that like, you know, China comes across as like a unified country, but obviously China has great internal strife. The middle class growing in China is representing problems for some lower class people. Or we could look at what's happening with the Uyghurs as being a problem, or with Taiwan or Hong Kong. You know, these are problems. Like I understand the problems that you're talking about, and I agree that these are problems. I just don't think that these are like inherent or intrinsic to liberalism. I think there are other facets of society that these things are playing into. Like if we were to create a more like unified society, like the first question people would ask, like, well, what do we unify around, right? And some people would say things like race. So now we're right back at it, Paul. Other people might say, well, we should unify as like
right? A shared destiny.
Well, but what does that even mean, right? That you're begging the question. Like, what is a shared destiny? That's going to mean way different things to way different people, right?
No, we're all intertwined in this country, America alone. We're all intertwined with each other, whether we like it or not. What affects this country is going to affect, you know, every other neighborhood in this country. So we do have literally a shared destiny with each other. If our country is doing better, guess what? We're probably all doing better. If our country's doing worse, guess what? We're probably all doing worse.
But even that, I don't think is necessarily true. I think we have to get into the weeds on that. I think that this is one of the huge problems we've had with arguably neoliberalism as a whole, is this idea that like a rising tide lifts all boats. There are things that we have done that have benefited America holistically that haven't benefited everywhere. So like things like NAFTA, these multilateral trade agreements, they have undeniably benefited America as a whole. But there have been certain parts of America that have gotten super fucked by these. You know, if you're an average American and you're buying cars and TVs and shit for cheaper, you feel really good about some of these trade deals. But if you were a manufacturer in, you know, part of the Rust Belt, well, you feel like your entire fucking livelihood was destroyed. So I don't know that's why I say like the shared destiny thing is pretty hard. I feel like there are times when parts of society are at end with each other, and we kind of have to figure out like, well, how do we prioritize or figure out like, you know, how do we keep in mind the desires of some people against the wants of other people and everything.
I do think though, I mean, I do think there's kind of a simple answer to that as well. I think when you gut your industry, that's not going to be good for your country. So if simply purchasing material objects is what the benefit is of gutting your country of industry and relying on foreign countries now, I think that's an easy fix to that. I think say, okay, maybe you have a little less gadgets to purchase now, but now we have industry back in. Now we have more jobs. Now we're creating ourselves. Now we can self-sustain our economy.
I don't think it's yeah, but I don't think it's that simple. Like I don't think that when you talk about gutting our industry, we're not really gutting our industry. We're just we're favoring.
We've hollowed it out pretty much.
Not really, not at all. Manufacturing is up in the United States. It's just less people are working these jobs because the jobs become more efficient. Capital has become more powerful. People that are designing robots now are making more from manufacturing than traditionally people that were just putting doors on cars. So we're not really destroying our industry. We're just focusing more and more power into the hands of, say, capital owners, rather than, you know, like normal workers now having union jobs where they're making, you know, $50 an hour with total compensation, you know, doing relatively simplistic work. I think that like
we've exported a lot of this, right? We've exported a lot of our industry. There's no need for that.
Well, but there is, because when we do that, we can specialize in our own industry, right? Then we can do things at a comparatively higher quality for what we do, which means everybody in the United States theoretically benefits from this, right? We like cars are cheaper, TVs are cheaper, people have internet access, cell phones are cheaper. Everybody
are they though? I mean, are all these things cheaper now? I mean, it's.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, you don't see it because you can't see, like, it's not like there's a world where we don't trade with other countries, right? But like, I mean, theoretically, I mean, why would they?
You're saying if everything was made in America, everything would cost a little more.
Yeah, of course. This is why like there are no cell phones where the people are like, oh yeah, all the cell phone completely manufactured in America, 100%, right? That would be a horrible phone.
Well,
I think.
I guess, yeah.
Well, I think Argentina, not Argentina. There's another country that tried to do this, where they tried to in-house their own BlackBerry, I think, and they didn't want to do anything, no foreign parts, no foreign whatever. They tried to do this. I wish I could remember the name of the country. And for like 1 year, it kind of sort of worked, but the problem was it was just so expensive. It was hard to keep up with it, right? Like if we think logically, I don't think it was. It might have been Venezuela, but I don't think it was Venezuela. If you have to think, like, why would we export a supply chain? Why would we send a supply chain to another country? The reason is because they can do it for cheaper, right? Well, if they're doing it for cheaper, I mean, who's saving money at the end of the day, right? It has to be, you know, people running the companies are probably making a little bit more. Consumers that are buying products are probably saving a little bit. Like,
I mean, not to the people that are losing their jobs, right? And
exactly. Yes, that's why what I'm fighting against, like the idea of the shared destiny. There are going to be like winners and losers for some economic transactions, and I think we've done a really bad job historically at addressing some of the losers. Yeah.
Well, once again, that comes into our shared destiny. We need to not have so many losers and not keep making the same problems. So even if economically you can justify kind of shipping over jobs overseas because people can purchase products cheaper, we look at, I mean, let's go back to when we first started having the outbreak, right? And then we realized we relied on China for our own medications, for the masks we were told to wear, and all of these things. So even for security purpose, we start to realize, oh, maybe it's not the best idea to have everything made overseas for us. Because even if economically you're fine with like the whole Walmart kind of thing, okay. I mean, I disagree, but okay. But even when it comes to security, it does benefit us a lot more not to rely on people that are competitors in the world with us for our own security and safety. And that's kind of what was exposed during this whole pandemic.
I mean, but
how
was
reliant we are on there. Yeah, it was, especially with medications. Yeah, medications and with the masks. They couldn't have the masks because there wasn't enough. They were all coming from China. There weren't none being made in America. A lot of the equipment was made in China. So yeah,
but it feels like we got that all sorted out. I feel like the pandemic, I feel like looking at technologies during the pandemic is like the worst example because I think we blew away all expectations for it. Like cooperations with governments and private industry across the world got us, I guess you could argue, I don't know where you stand on it, but like we got a vaccine, whether you think it's good or not, in literally record time, quicker than we ever thought possible. We have managed to keep up with personal protective equipment, with machines and ventilators and everything, even though initially that was a worry that we weren't going to be able to. So like even though like we were worried initially, I guess, about other countries hoarding this or not getting things from other countries, like the reality is that right now, I'm pretty sure the United States is the biggest donor of vaccines across the world. And I don't think that we've had issues like running out of, shit in the United States. Maybe there were small periods of time where we were worried about it, but I think that had more to do with the preparation of the country from a leadership perspective, more so than like it's physically impossible to get these goods or services.
Well, it was what goods and services existed like in our immediate backyard. And that's what was highlighted was a lot of it was from China. So right during any kind of pandemic, if they wanted to be malicious, they could have been very malicious. Right, and you could have had people dying because they didn't get their medications that are made over there or anything else. So it's I mean, we would have to agree, right? It makes more sense to have at least the industry of your own when it comes to your own security, right? You don't want to rely on a foreign country for that.
Maybe for some things, right? Like steel, but like I think that there are arguments to be made that this sort of interconnectedness kind of ensures some amount of global security over anything else. Because like, let's say, for instance, we did run into an issue where China was like, well, we're not going to help you during this pandemic. You guys are fucked. Go F off. Screw you guys. Right? I think that type of attitude from China would probably undermine its position as like a world leader in manufacturing. And I think that they would suffer economic consequences for that. I feel like the economic interconnectedness we all have, in a way, kind of ensures the security of everybody. Because nobody really wants to see another country get destroyed. Or nobody really wants to see a whole group of people die because we're massive trading partners with everybody. I feel like it's been one of the great successes of liberalism. Like, it seems like when you look at economies, we could talk about Vietnam, we could talk about the USSR, we could talk about China. Like, part of the big successes of these countries have been realizing, like, okay, well, we need to like liberalize our trade. We need to start trading with people. We need to start working with other people because this like kind of ensures the happiness, the safety, the economic prosperity of everybody involved.
Yeah, more of a mixed market mentality, and yeah, I'm fine with the mixed market mentality. What I'm not fine with, though, is relying on, like I said, gutting our production and relying on foreign countries. And yes, okay, if it's to China's benefit right now to continue to do business with America, obviously. I mean, they built up their whole country off of when they entered the World Economic Forum and all of this stuff. They built up their whole country on it. So obviously, but there's going to come a time when our interests won't align with each other. And then when you have a country that has so much power, you can even look at like, situations like Hong Kong or Taiwan and things like this, that's where it may become to a point where we're more of a hindrance to their plans than not. And we've given them all of this power over us. This is not good because right now things are, kind of okay, some complaints here and there, but largely, they're not going to starve us out or shut off all imports to us and everything else, or stop buying from us and everything else. there could come a time quickly where that could change, especially with America's global role in the world and kind of, interfering in every country, telling them what they can do, what they cannot do. You could see how, it's not too much out of the realm to imagine that this can happen. And here we are giving all of our security to them and reliant on them. It's not advantageous for us in the long run. Maybe there's a short payoff for it. Like you said, we can, buy these trinkets now and cars and phones a little cheaper, but at the end of the day, is that worth the trade-off?
I think we have to. I think we have to view it like in the lens of the world instead of just like one like unilateral trade agreement, right? Like, let's say, for instance, that it was because like, okay, well, we're going to in-house everything, and we're not going to let like China produce our stuff, anymore. China's still gladly going to produce stuff for the rest of the world. And now, what do you do when your manufacturing is becoming less and less competitive around the world because you've decided that you're not going to allow China to make stuff for you anymore, right? Now you could run into a whole different type of security threat where you can't get, certain goods or services from other countries, or where you've just tried to in-house everything and now your economy is less resilient to maybe domestic disaster. You end up falling behind on the world stage just because you've decided to think that you could like become, I think, an autarky and produce and manufacture all the goods and services your own country needs, rather than realizing, well, hold on, maybe there's a great deal of benefits from working with other countries instead.
Well, it's not black and white extremes. There's no reason to go to one extreme to another, right? It's more about self-security. It doesn't mean shutting yourself off and not trading with the world, or it'd be impossible for us to only rely on what we make in this country alone. Obviously, there needs to be trade. The point is, when you give too much power to specifically another country, where it could hurt yourself, that's my issue with what we've exported. And
well, then, like, what
the other country?
Yeah, so like, what would you have us like not export anymore? I guess because whatever goods or services you choose are going to be harder than for everybody. Yeah, or I'm thinking it's like exporting our supply chain. But yeah, what goods or services you no longer import? Because whatever you do that with is necessarily going to become harder for everybody in the country to afford.
Yeah, well, that's not completely true. I don't think. I think you could. Medications would be one of the first things.
If we could make them for the same cost in this country, why would we make them in other places? What would be the point? Why wouldn't we just make them in America then?
Because they make them cheaper, right?
So if it was cheaper in other places,
how do we deal with that? How do we deal with that? We nationalize it.
Yeah, but we're still going to pay the cost one way or another. It'll just be the taxpayers then, right?
Yeah. So however that cost is paid, it's not inflated anymore because it's not for private consumption or private profit anymore. Now it's put into the hands of the people. So it's not going to be this bloated industry like it is now.
Well, you say bloated, but like the U.S. medical industry innovates a lot. Like we create a lot of the world's medications. Like, are we going to assume that same environment is going to exist if we literally nationalize every pharmaceutical company, right? Like,
why wouldn't it? Would people stop caring about other people, or?
Well, if the financial incentive isn't there for somebody to discover the cure, like I'm sure there was a big financial incentive to race to figure out like for vaccination programs or for cures for new diseases, like these incentives are really important. No? Like here's a question: how do we decide how to allocate money if we're like if it's all publicly funded? Like let's say for instance. We want to cure some disease and not many people are affected by it. Like in a nationalized system, like how do we even allocate money for that research? It seems like there'd be a big conflict of interest where all of the public wouldn't necessarily care about it, no?
No, I don't think there'd be a big conflict of interest. And if the state was spending that, if they were spending that amount of the resources for something that really didn't make sense, yeah, I don't know why they would be doing that. I think when you have something, let's call it technocratic, I guess, where you have the people who, I guess, crunch the numbers, know what's affecting the people, know what medications Americans need the most, and they put most of their resources into that, I think we'll get a good result from that. I don't think it's like this blind, we're just going to do randomly, cure this one disease that only 1% of the country has, and we're going to spend 30% of our resources on that. I don't think we'd make those kind of decisions. I think it's kind of simplistic on what we would focus on. I think that's already out there. I think we see that today, what affects Americans and what medications they rely on. And I don't think because you nationalize something doesn't mean you take out all personal incentive out of it. It just means you change the rules now for it. So instead of just purely for profit, now it's purely for the benefit of your fellow citizen. So that's not to say someone's not going to be rewarded for their invention or their copyright or anything else. I'm not advocating like equalizing everyone in pay or anything like this. What I'm saying is we got to change the parameters of it. If it's solely about profit, we're going to get a lot of stuff like we've had with a lot of these companies that have been sued over and over again. If we have something that is purely motivated by betterment of people, the health and welfare of your citizens, then I think we'll have a much better result with not such an inflated price tag on everything. And I think that also will help people with not being motivated solely by profit, but by actually doing good and helping.
I mean, like, this is like, it's all a nice idea, but like, I just don't see, like, in terms of how industry functions or in terms of how innovation happens through these industries, like, you're just not going to have it on a nationalized system, right? Like, the way that we decide which medications are created or which new therapies we come up with are you have private industry deciding what they want to take a risk on. They risk some of their own money, and then at the end of the road, hopefully there's some financial payoff for them that makes that risk worth it. The idea that we would nationalize this entire system and we'd start using the government to determine like what medications we should or shouldn't research, I don't see that being like a path towards success. I don't even know if in Europe, I don't even know if pharmaceutical companies are private like that. Yeah, I just, like, it sounds nice, the idea that like all these companies would just be researching everything to make the life better for every American, but the reality is we only have so many resources, and I just don't see like a fully nationalized system being effective at determining what we should or shouldn't be researching.
Well, why would it be if you had the best minds, like I said, who are aware of all the issues, crunch the numbers, all of this, and they're getting together and they're figuring out, they're debating, they're arguing, they're figuring out what is the position we take, and they bring that to the leadership, and the leadership makes a decision on that. How are you not going to get the best out of that if we're analyzing this and we know what our motive is, we know what drives us, and it's
well, like simply... if we're doing that. So like, okay, so I'll try to stillman this. So you're saying that like a bunch of people would do a ton of market research, and then they would go to the government and they would say that this is the most effective drug that we could manufacture, and we should, go full steam ahead on this particular thing because we think it'll benefit society the most?
Yeah, I guess in that scenario,
isn't that just kind
yes.
of, yeah, but it's like, now we've just like recreated capitalism with extra steps. Like, we could do that before with just the market solving it, but now we've got a whole bureaucratic body in front of us that we're going to have to go through, and we're going to have to convince them that it's going to like help more people or something too. Like,
no, this is where it's different. It's not. So capitalism, at the root of capitalism, the philosophy of it, the morality of it is, if it sells, it is good. If it does not sell, it is bad, right? This is the morality of capitalism. So it's removing that capitalistic morality to it. It takes profit incentive like off as the main incentive of why do you do anything. So
yeah, but like, what is profit?
Changes the mentality.
Well, but like, not really, right? What ideally in capitalism, like, what is profit hopefully a proxy for? Like, we're hoping that profit incentives are a proxy for making society a better place. The reason why everybody's buying something is because people want the product or because it benefits society in some way. Like, that's the ideal, right?
Do you think that's the ideal? I don't think that's the ideal. I don't.
Yeah,
see,
of course.
Once again, we look at America and the state of it, the state of the consuming society, doesn't seem to be working out for their health and welfare.
Well, it seems to be working out, and as far as consumption goes, it seems to be working out too well. That seems to be that seems to be the problem, though, right?
Yes, that's exactly. But they will keep selling it because it doesn't matter if now you've eaten all this fast food your whole life and your artery is going to clog when you're 60 and you're going to check out of this world because of that. That doesn't matter to them, right? Because their incentive is not your health, but the profit they're making from it.
Yeah,
so
but are we talking about a society then where do we think that people are going to vote to like outlaw fast food, or is the government just going to do it for us and we're going to have to assume they're working on our best interest? Or
yeah, I don't think you're going to get a mass vote with this media and society on anything like that. Yeah, that is something I think you would have to restrict. I think you would have to limit, let me say. There's nothing you can completely get rid of, but I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy to. I get how it's very different from what this world is, but I don't think it's that crazy to suggest maybe we don't need fast food on every corner in this city. Maybe humans don't need that much food daily, and maybe you don't need advertisement constantly drumming this into your head. I don't think these are too wild of things, and I don't think Americans are so lost that you couldn't have a national conversation on things like that.
Well, if that was the case, then why do they all keep buying it? If that was the case, then why do all of them keep buying it? Like, if everybody thought this was the case, then wouldn't we just like start buying groceries instead?
You would think so, but unfortunately, we have this biological drive in us that's largely taken advantage of by the vice industry in this country. And our biological drives, for sex, for food, for violence, for adventure, all these things that kind of existed in man, these primitive parts of man, the id, if you will, that they capitalize on through advertisement because it's easy to feed off of that. We all have these same drives. So if I'm driving by billboards where, there's girls in bikinis eating these big burgers and they're tapping into sex and the food want and all of this at the same time, you're going to get positive results from that. Edward Bernays kind of revolutionized advertisement in the early 1900s in this country when he took his uncle's Freud's premise about kind of tapping in to the id of people, tapping into their desires and intertwining that with advertisement.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know why, if the people themselves today wouldn't elect to not buy these products, why would they be okay with the government telling them not to? It seems like people would revolt en masse against that.
Well, it depends on if you're imagining this kind of government, we'd have to already imagine that a populist movement has already happened. It's well defined.
Well, then we've got to. Well, I mean, in that case, and I agree with every single thing you're saying. But now we've gotten past all the hard parts of the system, right? Like, if we lived in a society where all of society already agreed on all of these difficult positions, and they just need the government to enact it, almost undemocratically do. Okay, well, yeah, I guess that society sounds awesome. But that's all the hard part has already been solved there, though.
Well, that is the changing of the culture, that I think needs to go forward in this country to even have those conversations. Because, like I said, today, if you brought that up, you're like, well, no, why do I want to get rid of McDonald's everywhere? It wouldn't make sense to people, I guess. To most people, it wouldn't make sense to them. But that's a part of your national well-being, is getting people to understand, because most people go through life kind of just absorbing what's around them with the television, the news, entertainment. And there's not really like a separation into deep thought about what is our country going to look like in 20 years? What am I going to look like in 20 years with the way things are going?
Sure.
And not having this reflection on it. So to have this conversation with a public that's literally been raised from cradle all the way to their grave by, the mass media industry, by all the corporate oligarchies and all of this, yeah, you're not going to get that. What you need to get people to do is actually start appreciating themselves and their country and their nation more, and having some pride in it. And once people start having that and a sense of brotherhood, they would expect them to want better in their life and to become, less involved with their own hedonism or gluttony or materialism and things like this. But this comes through changing the culture, and I think that's what comes through populism, promoting these things. And I think you could see kind of a synthesis of this kind of forming even in this country right now. From 2016 all the way to this day, we're seeing more people kind of pushing back against these narratives. And I think the gluttony industry and all of this also can be things that Americans wake up to and realize, okay, it was fun while we had it, but do we really need it? Is this the best way to spend our resources?
Yeah, sure. I don't necessarily disagree with anything. I just don't think any of this is inconsistent with like a liberal society. So, for instance, if we were to push back against like obesity and fast foods and stuff, the UK has done this with like a sugar tax. Like, these are things that we can still implement in a liberal society. I don't think any of this requires third positionism or fascism or illiberalness to do.
CT, can you explain like what policies you are pushing that are
fascist? Or why you guys use that title?
Fascism is more for educational, because fascism, when I started making videos educating on third position, typically fascism was like the word, no one's ever supposed to say I'm a fascist. You're supposed to call the other person a fascist. So I thought it would kind of draw more attention. It was like, hey, I'm a fascist, and here's what fascism is. So that's why I went with the term. It's a pejorative. It's not the best term. But it was, it's what everyone uses. And like I said, you're not supposed to be the person saying you are one. So I figured I'd get more people to get eyes on the content at the time like, oh, what is this guy? You're not supposed to admit to this. What is this guy talking about?
I think
And then
Brittany's
look
got like an
into the
old best
history of
friend that used to use this kind of branding before. I don't remember though.
Shut up.
it. Yeah. But yeah, so that's why. Well, as far as what you're talking about as specific positions, I'd go to the nationalized healthcare. I would go towards the nationalized education. These are two very big things. I'd go towards a regulated market as well. I would go towards erasing finance capitalism from the books, completely wiping out. No more speculation. Things like this would be, straightforward, right away, easy to see policies that a third position would push. The idea is to take the wealth and the direction of wealth out of the hands of the private interests of private corporations and to put it back into the nation. And so that'd be the main mentality. And that's what third position parties and countries have always advocated and tried to put into reality, was that taking the ability to either hold wealth or use wealth for however they choose to, and instead to put that into the hands of the people, to the state, to where it's spread out more. Because the problem with capitalism too, we've noticed, is capitalism doesn't tend to spread so much. It tends to consolidate capital. And that's kind of what we've seen happen. The rich get even more richer and the working class kind of stagnate and just kind of keep that position. When you have an oversight in the market, and when you're dealing with these oligarchies, you can spread the wealth a lot more, I guess, with a lot more reason than it is now, to where it could benefit the whole country and people as well, and not just in handouts, but to put money back into projects and continue these projects or these goals, whatever they may be.
I don't know if we disagree necessarily on some of these policies. Like, I don't mind, like, I don't know if I'd say fully nationalize like healthcare and education, but like at the very least, like heavily subsidize it. But again, I don't think any of these are like illiberal positions. I don't think any of these are fundamentally at odds with liberalism.
Well, we go back to the individualism. That's the main thing.
Yeah, but liberalism doesn't mean like just like staunch individualism.
I know it doesn't mean staunch individualism, but like I said, it doesn't look at life through the eyes of the collective. And this is why in America, it's the liberals who are in like this whole identity politics thing. It's like,
yeah, but isn't identity politics like a collective ideology? Isn't that kind of a collective thing to look at us as
small little collectives? It's not a collective. America is our collective, right? So if you're going to break up America into 50 little subgroups that all want their own, autonomy, America, wealth, privilege, whatever, that want all that, no, we don't have a collective society. We have a fractured society. And this is liberalism or the liberals of today in America are at the forefront of this kind of mentality of tearing away, of critique. It's like constant critique. It's no improvements, or no solutions that lead to improvements. So yeah, I'd say the liberals are behind most of the reasons why, like, working class people are at each other's throats right now. It's because of this liberal mentality. We don't have this nationalistic, we don't have a collective mentality. We don't have a sense of a greater good. Like I said, we have just, is my group's greater good there? If not, I don't care. And we're kind of stuck in that. And yes, this comes from, I mean, if we can trace it all the way, from Enlightenment period to today, yeah, it was this separation of, whether it was the king, the god, the country, that took place during the Enlightenment period that's led us to where we're at today, where we've even had to deconstruct sex now. Now we argue about what bathrooms people can use. It's like, this is where we're at.
So there's, I guess, like, so the problem is that every single thing you talked about can be addressed within the concept of liberalism. Like, where they're talking like fast food stuff, like we can do this with like liberal systems, like the UK have put a tax on fast food. Or if we're talking about education, Scandinavia has highly subsidized or free education. Or whether we're talking about like incentivizing, like children or whatever, like we've got tax credits in the United States, we've got an earned income tax credit. Like all of these things can exist within liberal systems. If you want to more broadly have a conversation about like what do we need to do to make ourselves feel like more nationalized, I think think that there are decent conversations to have there. I just don't think any of it is fundamentally at odds with illiberalism. Like, it's kind of like we're having an argument over like what's the best way to, you know, lift more weight and get stronger, and we're trying to argue like, should we watch Law and Order SVU or should we watch you know, like Cops? I don't think that this has much bearing on the conversation. I think there are probably different ways through a fascist society or through a third position society that we could accomplish some of these ends. I think there are ways through liberal societies that we could accomplish some of these ends, but I don't think that any of this is like intrinsically built into either of these types of societies. Yeah, I feel like it hasn't been demonstrated how like in a liberal society we could never be able to do this particular type of thing. Yeah.
Well, we've had a liberal society and we haven't.
Yeah, but there are liberal societies that have.
Yeah, you're talking about, once again, small European countries. I'm talking about the reality of America.
These European countries are not necessarily small. Like,
yeah, they're pretty small.
Germany has 60 million people. France has like what, like 30 or 40 million people. Like these countries are decent. They're not like population 100,000 country. Like these are big countries, pretty diverse countries. Like.
Well, not as diverse as America, too. That's another
Not
thing.
as diverse, but still like pretty big, pretty diverse countries.
It's getting more and more diverse as you're, and then it'll be interesting to see how their healthcare and economic positions change with that as well. But okay, so yeah, you're saying
like the entirety of Europe has what, 2x the population? I thought, doesn't the entirety of Europe have like 700 million, 800 million people? And the entirety of Europe seems to have like socialized education.
Yeah, but the Balkans aren't very liberal at all. But yeah, so I mean,
sure, but like Western and Northwestern Europe, Scandinavia, like represent probably more population than the United States. So
there's a okay, but yeah, but they're not all one country. They're not
one country, but all of them seem to offer healthcare. All of them seem to offer, right? We're 50 individual states. Like, I just don't see, like, I feel like I haven't gotten an idea of like, this is a thing that I want and it cannot work with liberalism. Like, I don't feel like that's like been demonstrated at all. Other than like, well, we're a liberal country, we haven't done it, but there are liberal countries.
Okay,
that
well,
have done it,
isn't that a pretty good indicator though? Isn't that
no, there could be a million reasons why. Do you think that just because we haven't done something, it's because of liberalism, or do you think there could be other reasons why we haven't done those things?
Well, no, I think the system, yeah, they don't want to do these things. At the end of the day, that's why they haven't done it. That's why they promised it over and over again, and they just simply haven't done it. I don't know if it's a profit motive. I don't know if it's kind of, you know, bowing down to, you know, big corporations. I don't know if they're just sadistic people, sociopaths.
Yeah, so there could be like a ton of things. It could be the will of the voters. Maybe they like things or they don't like certain things, right? Like, I mean, like, there could be a wide variety of reasons why in the United States we do or don't have certain policies. I don't think it's just fair to just say like, oh, well, it's because we're liberal. We can never do this thing.
No, well, once again, it goes back to the individualistic thing, and we're getting too hung up on this liberal thing. So what I'm hearing from you,
well, because it's an argument about liberalism versus third positionism, right? So of course we're going to get hung up on it.
Yes, but the argument is, well, actually, we're not having an argument. We largely agree on what we're saying. So I guess where we might, like you said, where it might get interesting is let's go to, okay, if we agree with these things and maybe we disagree with how you apply it, right? So I think one of the ways we apply this is through nationalism. And it sounds like this is...
yeah, but we can be highly nationalistic and liberal, right?
Okay, but well, let's get to...
Hold on, we were absolutely, for like World War I, World War II, right? We were very nationalistic and very liberal.
Yeah, okay.
And then you've also got, if we're going to appeal to history, like fascist countries survived for what, like a decade or two? Like it doesn't seem like they have a very good track record.
Well, I mean, they didn't fall on their own. They got wiped out by war. I mean, you know, shit happens when a world war is going on.
Well, yeah, but couldn't I say that maybe it's the proclivity of a fascist country to engage in more war for a variety of reasons?
No. I mean,
like, why not?
No. I mean, because you can say that about every country on the planet Earth. I mean,
well, but the liberal ones still exist, at least, no?
It's I don't know. We'll see where America is, man. I mean,
well, they've been doing pretty good so far for the past 200-some years, no, almost 300 years.
It looks on the decline to me. To be honest.
We've been saying that since what, like fucking World War II, like past that, the U.S. Maybe it is on the decline, I guess. But I mean, you could say that it's on the decline, but at least it didn't die in, you know, like 15 years, like
well, everyone, come on. I mean, time is all relative. It's all relative, you know. It can all be gone in 100 years, and they'll be talking about this little blip of liberalism. But anyway, so the point. So, what do you think about that then? Nationalism, then. So, if you're saying liberalism can, you know, work fine with nationalism, so is there no disagreement there either? Are you a nationalist? Are you globalist? Like, what are you looking at? Does an American mean something? Should the borders be maintained? Should it, you know, only certain things be available to American citizens? I mean, so it's like, where do you look at, you know, your nationalistic stance? If you say,
I mean, like, I think it's probably good to
liberalism-
have some amount of like pride or honor in your country or whatever, or like there probably should be some like buy-in there, right? You don't want everybody in your country to fucking hate your country. That's probably not going to work out very well as a country. So, like,
Yeah.
I'm not like wholesale opposed to like we should have no nationalistic identity whatsoever. That's garbage. So I mean, like, I'm okay with that, but again, I don't think that any of that is at ends. All of this can exist squarely within like a liberal society.
So yeah, well, yeah, part of what I would advocate too is we couldn't have these social programs if we didn't have some form of nationalism, because once again, we just wouldn't have the resources.
But people
to
talk about
do
how
that.
like Germany is the most cucked society of all time, that they're not allowed to be nationalistic and shit, but they still seem to have like 4 months paid vacation. They still seem to have pretty easily accessible education. They've got like subsidized healthcare. Like,
so what's that in reference to?
well, I mean, I don't think Germany is like this ultra nationalist country, and they still seem to be able to do it pretty well in a liberal society.
Do what pretty well?
Do have
The
like
healthcare and everything?
healthcare, education, while still being a liberal country that's not like ultra.
Yeah, well, there's-
I'm
once
sorry,
again-
not 4 months paid vacation, 4 weeks paid vacation. My bad.
Yeah.
Is third position is basically socially conservative and fiscally liberal? Is that what?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I would say more nuanced, but yeah, it's essentially that. Yeah, economically liberal, socially conservative is, I don't know. Seems like a dirty word for it, but yeah, more to the right, more for a national morality that, you know, that should be respected, and, you know, should be kind of how what regulates the market too, instead of just profit motive. Would be that. So, oh, I'm sorry, you gonna say something?
Well, so is that where like it wouldn't fall into the liberalism category then? Your social.
Yeah, and then once again, like I said, it is a, you don't have this collectivist like liberal like reality. It's liberalism has always been, once again, it's birthed from the Enlightenment period. So it was birthed when man started to separate himself from his community. So I guess that's the philosophical foundation of it. So what I'm saying is, when that's your foundation, of course we're going to end up in a place like this. Now Destiny and I agree on much more than I thought we would have, even on the topic of nationalism.
Well,
So
what
he's
part?
saying, well,
what part did you think I would disagree with you on? Or,
actually, nationalism. Yeah,
Yes,
I
he's a
thought-
nationalist. We heard it here.
yeah. No, actually, I thought.
Well, I mean, like, you can't,
impression-
like, if you have a country full of people that fucking hate their country, it's probably not a good recipe for success, no?
No, not at all. But that doesn't seem like people on the left usually don't comprehend that for some reason. I don't know. It's just.
I think that most people on the left want to love their country. I think that you get into some cringe narratives from some leaders when you get into some weird, like, slavery shit or whatever. You can, obviously, there's definitely weird shit there. I don't disagree, but I think most people in the country probably want to love their country, Democrats and Republicans included.
They want to love their country depending on what they're. I don't even know if that's true. Looking at these, a lot of people on the left, I don't even know if they know what they want. To be honest, they're just all emotion, and it's just nonstop. So I don't know if they'll ever be happy. I think like they just need to critique, and that's always gonna. They need to be a victim, I guess. So I don't even know if most people want to love their country, but I would hope so. We just haven't. It's been messaging any reason to love our country, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's. The right wing says, you know, love capitalism, love Israel, love this. The left wing says everything about this country sucks and is racist and is. So yeah, I haven't seen like much reasons really given why Americans should love this country in the modern day, and I think that's what needs to change in this country. And I think you can build that in this country. And I think this is where collectivist kind of politics or populism comes into play. And
I don't think we need populism to it, but I definitely agree that we definitely get into some weird self-hatred territory sometimes. Like, that's for sure an issue.
Where do you think that comes from?
Where, I mean, I think that's, I don't think that we just hate ourselves. I think that that's like the intersection of a few different types of things. It's going to depend on the topic. So, like, for instance, I think that one of the I hate to keep going back to the vaccine, but I'm more confident. I don't know if you're like a super like paranoid about vaccines or not. What is your position?
I haven't taken the vaccine.
Okay, I'll just
decision. I don't care.
ramble for a second then. Yeah, okay. So, like, I think that the vaccines are probably one of the, I think that's like a crowning achievement of modern medicine. And I think that the United States can largely take credit for that. Like, these were companies, BioNTech is Germany, some of the manufacturing was done, I think, in Denmark for the production. Like, the companies are scattered throughout the world, but ultimately there was an American company at the head that decided to make the shots, or to call the shots on the program to get this vaccination program started. And a lot of the mRNA research happened in the United States. I think that's a really cool thing that the US should take credit for. But instead of being proud of that, you've got conservatives that will attack it for a variety of reasons. So like, and these reasons we can argue are like political in nature. So that's one reason why we wouldn't be nationalistic there, coming from the right side. On the left side, it seems like there's a lot of victim narrative shit going on sometimes, and it's hard to look at people's accomplishments without feeling like you're, I guess, telling everybody else they're not good enough for accomplishing things or not accomplishing things, which is really weird. Cory Booker said something really smart during the primaries, where he said that something that the Democratic Party needs to stop doing is demonizing wealth, because sometimes it feels like we talk about business owners with scorn rather than saying like, hey, if you're a business owner, you could probably afford to pay a little more taxes, that's cool. Instead, we have this mentality where like, fuck business owners, fuck them, they got theirs, fuck them. And it's like, well, Jesus, we don't have to hate business owners. So like, on the political side from the left, like, there's a reason where we're not as nationalistic as we could be, because we're too busy focusing on like class issues or money issues. So I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons why we're not nationalistic, but I don't think it's because there's a central party that's like, we need to not be nationalistic. I think that we end up not liking our country for a variety of other political reasons, depending on your political alignment. Sorry, that was
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know if there's a conspiracy where a bunch of guys are smoking cigars, sitting around in a room talking about how to make Americans hate this country. But I do know my whole life growing up, public education, entertainment, and all of that had a very anti-American and anti-white narrative to it. And
wait, growing up for you, you said?
Yeah, growing up, definitely, yeah.
Do you mind me asking how old you are? Or?
43.
Okay, I'm 33. I feel like that's absolutely not the case when I was growing up. I feel like we were pretty like, fuck yeah, pro-America on almost everything. Especially coming through the Iraq war. Holy shit, that was like fucking, I remember, yeah, I know you remember George Bush coming out on the fucking aircraft carrier with the like mission complete and all that shit. Like, I feel like we were
They can drum up moments of patriotism when they want to get us to fight their wars, for sure. They know how to do that. But like I said, the education system and the entertainment industry, which are like two of the most things that probably dominated my time, you know, growing up, whether, you know, watching shows or going to school as a child, all had this stark message to it, which I think you know, as a kid, I couldn't really process it. And I kind of adapted to society best I could with the information I was getting. But only as you reflect and get older and kind of see the results of everything, do you realize, yeah, there was an effort of this negative message being pushed repeatedly throughout my whole life. And it is to this day, even more so to this day. So, I mean, I do think a lot of our hatred.
If I think of like all the shows that like on like fucking Nick at Night or like any of the sitcoms, I don't know. I guess I didn't feel like I got that impression.
Nick at Night. I mean, that's even before my time, I think.
Sure, I'm thinking of like I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of like pop culture. So like when I was growing up, you had like oh god, fuck, with Corey Matthews and shit. Oh, I don't even remember. Like things like
Lost
Full House,
Boys,
or older shows like MASH, or like I don't know. I just don't see how like the maybe I missed it growing up.
So
but like
I
in the
guess,
90s or 2000s, I'm not thinking of like the like I don't see all the super anti-American messaging. I feel like everything was like pretty wholesome, pretty family oriented, like pretty chill, like America, fuck yeah. You know, we fucked up Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf War. I mean, Vietnam was pretty bad, but that was quite a while ago. I don't think when either of us were growing up. I'm not seeing the anti-white, anti-America.
The narrative. I guess when I started noticing it, started when it really became a part of my world. Started late '80s, and it kind of started with kind of the hip hop boom, and then the MTV and kind of this cultural message coming through that, which. Yeah, it's not it's not MASH or any shows like that, but those shows like MASH and the 80s sitcoms didn't have the influence on kids growing up that MTV did, or the music videos, the music channels, and a lot of these cultural things that came with it did. And that's when I started noticing like this narrative. And I forget, I even forget this. My mother told me this a while ago, but when I was like 4 or 5, I went up to her. I go, "Are we Caucasian?" My mother goes, "Yes." "Why?" She goes, I said, "I don't want to be Caucasians. They're racist." And it's like, as a young kid, somehow that was put into my head, right? Somehow, and I don't even remember this. And like I said, I had to be reminded about this. So I remember growing up in my life, that was the impression that I got on what they portrayed. So there was always like a sentiment of trying to prove you're not racist simply for being white. And that became the onus on white people. It's like, now you have to prove somehow. And that seems like the reality of my whole life. And that's why I think we see today, you see no other people like white people who have this like self-hatred in themselves, or this guilty feeling, or like I don't know what it is really, but I don't see other people's in the numbers white people are doing that, which leads me to believe, yeah, this kind of what they grew up in and their surroundings help kind of, you know, create this mentality in them. So I don't think it was organic or just like, you know, I think it was, I mean, it was literally, I experienced it. That's what I grew up on, is seeing that kind of mentality. And it's just only gotten worse as I see what my kids are growing up with today. It's like,
yeah, I mean, like, I definitely understand that it's happened over like the past like 10 years for sure. But I don't know, growing up, it seemed like rap very specifically, I think like shout on like police culture and shit, and maybe push back on parts of American culture. But I mean, like rap and all of that stuff was, it felt like, I don't know, this was like the 90s and the early, what we were doing in the 90s, like the advent of like fucking boy bands and shit, like NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, and these were like the all-American boys. Some of these people came from like the fucking Disney Channel and shit. Fuck, when was Rocky 4? It was like American hero Rocky, you know, beating up evil Russian people. But maybe it's just different. I don't know, different perceptions. I mean, I'm not going to argue like now. I agree that like it's gotten pretty cringe in areas where people are pushing back way too hard or shitting on the United States too hard. It's like pretty cringe. But yeah, but regardless.
All right. So, I mean, so I think that's part of, we need to get back into creating a culture where we appreciate this country, and hopefully we'll appreciate each other more once we get into that mentality. Problem is, we're never going to get into that mentality until the culture war is already won and populism's already won. And now you have more control over the apparatuses of state propaganda, of media and things like that. Because this is not going to change as long as you have this media, as long as you have the public school education, kind of doing the same things. Like, okay, say they weren't that big in the late 80s and they're even bigger now, but it's, think about with the path it's going on. It's just going to get more and more and more.
Sure. So like, so how do we, okay, so how do we right the ship?
Well, I think populism, what I mean by populism is the people revolting against the elites. And
but the problem is, who are the elites? Because everybody wants to revolt against the elites, but then we get into an argument of who the elites are. So the right is going to say the elites is like all of academia, and they don't think that climate change is real. They don't believe in, I don't know if they believe in any vaccines anymore. They believe in trickle-down economics, right? The left, to them, the elites are, I don't know, fucking white people, or they think that everybody in the government is an elite, or every business owner is an elite, or every, you know, engineer might be an elite. I don't know, depending on who you talk to. So, I mean, like populism, again, like I feel like it begs the question. We say, like, well, we need to push back against elites. Well, sure, that's easy, but who are the elites, right? Because I'll either be super on board with that, or I'll be super opposed to it, because everybody has their own. It's kind of like saying, like, oh, well, populism is good. Why? Because it pushes back against the bad people. Well, okay, well, what does that mean? Who are the bad people? That's really what we're interested in, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I just had to pick, I would say, yeah, the corporate oligarchies are the elite. And when you're talking everything from mass media, from all the entertainment we get, I believe there's like 9 major companies that every entertainment, every magazine we read is owned by them. I do believe the banking industry, the big cats, with finance.
Yeah, so it sounds like we just want to like get rid of like all big businesses. Then should it just all be small businesses?
Not get rid of big business. No, you don't get rid of the function of it, but you get rid of the people that are misusing that. Big business has a lot of reach in our lives, more than anyone else, more than most people's parents today, especially with the advent of the cell phone and kids. So they have a lot of outreach and a lot of responsibility, and they take no accountability for their actions.
Well, I mean, like, but then what do we? So we can either create accountability through drafting a legislation, or we can what? What is the other?
So what I think you need to do is create accountability first off, and drafting it through legislation, but having a state that can actually implement it. I think when you look at, like, people will look at America and China and say, you know, oh, we're the land of the free. They're this communist country, this authoritarian country and whatnot. But when I look at the surveillance and everything else our government has over us, yeah, we're pretty authoritarian too. The only difference is China will intervene with things like if it's like too much video gaming, like they intervened with that with kids. So only 4 hours a week now, right? They didn't like the kind of sissy boy thing that's been going on in Hollywood movies. So they started editing that culture away from everything. They wanted their men to still, their boys to still like embrace this traditional Chinese masculinity, right? So this is like an example of a true strong state that wants to intervene because it views these things coming from these corporations as harmful to their society. We don't have a government that does that. We have the exact
Yeah, okay,
opposite.
so let's moving off of kind of the grander things, what's like one thing in particular? I just don't understand. Like, this sounds good, but I don't know what we're talking about.
Well,
like,
so I mean, the Chinese example is your one thing. In
no.
particular.
Like in America, like what's one thing we should like do, like what, that you think is like good?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I do believe there should be both a function of private media and state media.
Like state-funded media or state-ran media?
State-ran media. I think there should be a state, like you should have the option for.
Does any Western country do that?
Not that I know of. No.
Why would we want
None
a
of them are
state-ran?
third position either.
Why would
so,
we want
I
a
mean,
state-ran media?
because hopefully that'd be the place you could trust more for your news than a private-run company. I don't
Wouldn't
think
every single company, wouldn't every single political party just distrust it when the other political party is in power?
Well, I guess that depends on the information you're giving, right? That's the onus is on you,
Guys,
now.
the BBC is
So
not
how
an
do
answer
you
there. Shut the
earn
fuck up.
respect of people. Like you can't make all these promises and not follow through with anything or be a complete hypocrite and expect people to continue to support it.
Wait, so wait, I don't understand how, like, let's say right now we have a state-ran media, and we have let's say the Republicans are in power. None of the Democrats are going to try, like, or I don't know. Will you stand on Trump? Did you like Trump or do you like Biden or do you not like?
I liked Trump in 2016, first time I ever voted in my life.
Okay, but you don't like Biden. I assume you don't like Hillary, right?
I don't like Trump either. I don't like Biden. I don't like. Yeah,
Let's say that we had a state-run media and Hillary Clinton was the president. Would you trust the state-run media?
Well, see, you're talking about in our world today. I'm talking about third position where there's no other parties now, where it's just one party, right? The American party. So we don't have this anymore. That's another part about with liberal democracies. You get rid of all these parties fighting each other and dividing each other, right? There's one party. There's the American party now.
So then what do you do when there's like a legitimate split in American opinion on how to address an issue? Like,
yes, you have those conversations. You have those debates. You find the best solution to the problems. It's not so dogmatic where you're invested in a certain method or way that you will not change it even when someone shows, hey, this will actually be better.
So you think that every single person is just going to like be on board with having constructive conversations if we just get rid of the two-party system? Like people are going to be more open to.
You'd have to change the dynamics of our parliamentary system first off. You couldn't have something where people are being bribed or bought or influenced and things like this. You would have to understand that these conversations and debates are all towards the betterment of the country and the people, so should all be focused on things like that. Yes, I think you'd have more constructive conversations under that kind of method, under a more, I guess, aligned parliamentary system than one that is easily divided and has numerous different interests, coinciding with each other and conflicting with each other. So yeah, I do think you can have, I don't think it's out of the realm for us to have civil conversation, to actually give a fuck about our country and come to proper conclusions to get the best results for our country. I don't think that's like, that shouldn't be a fantasy. That should be something we're able to obtain. So I do think it's possible. Once again, that's why I advocate for third position is when you have all these parties, you're just going, just like when you have all these identities, you're just going to find reasons to keep the people divided. I think when we go back real fast to like, who's them, who's the elite. I think with the, what was it? The March on Wall Street. Why am I forgetting what the
Occupy Wall Street.
Occupy Wall Street. Thank you. I think that was a very telling time. I remember watching all that happen and I kind of laughed at it like, oh, these crazy hippies with their Starbucks cups, they're not going to do anything. But they obviously did scare the elite because then it came out after that. People can look at Google Trends. Like then all this transsexual stuff started getting pumped into the ethos and all of this. And then lo and behold, it went from Occupy Wall Street to hold them accountable to all of us plebs now at each other's throats because of our race, our sex, and our this and that. So I do think people were afraid of that. And I don't think it's a coincidence that quickly the narrative turned to hate each other Americans, blame this American, blame that
Sure.
American.
To be clear on this, like, there's no way you could ever present any evidence of this, right? It could be that we have been having conversations about homosexuality, transsexuality, all this for quite a while, and we've continued to have those conversations. Like, it's not like they just started. We didn't just start having conversations about trans people, you know, after Occupy Wall Street. Right?
They did up. I wish I could find. If I knew I was going to talk about this, I'd try to find the graph. Yeah, you do see a surge in this come into the consciousness of people, like correlated with right after Occupy Wall Street. There is a surge to this. I'll try to find this graph because I found that very interesting. But there is a surge in it, and it's. I mean, you got to think the last 10 years. Think about your life. The last 10 years, at least for me, being 43, kind of going through the 80s, the 90s. 90s were crazy. The early 2000s was crazy too. But I'd never seen like how much has transformed last 5-6 years, like in my whole lifetime. How the
Sure, but like, couldn't it be like a
shifted.
legitimate transformation in society? Why do we assume that like it's so hard to get people to believe anything? The idea that there could be some top-down coordination between all these different media and cultural entities to get everybody to start talking about or believing something, that would be a tremendous coordination and consolidation of cultural forces.
Which is what, impossible?
Yeah, I mean, I would highly, highly, highly improbable. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find this graph.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if searching for trans issues became like a bigger deal, but like gay rights have been a huge thing we've been fighting over for quite a while before Occupy Wall Street. Like,
yeah, but these rights have been achieved, right? These rights have been achieved, but yet still.
Well, when was? Well, hold on. Well, when was? When did the Supreme Court finally okay gay marriage?
They're allowed to get married, though.
Yeah, but when did that happen? 2000s, right?
Yeah. I want to say Obama, but it had to be before then. It might have been Bush.
So like fighting for gay marriage and stuff has been like, was it 2015? Oh shit, Jesus, I'm sorry, I lost track of the time. So then even before then, we were like still fighting for, like, I remember gay rights and everything being huge conversations, like even in the 90s and the 2000s. So these have been like part of the national conversation for a long time. I don't know if it like Occupy Wall Street all of a sudden magically made these things huge deals that they weren't before.
Well, it wasn't particular. Yeah, well, the trans thing definitely, because that was kind of out of nowhere, right? And kind of blew up, and then it's.
Well, wait,
like I said,
it wasn't out of nowhere. We've been having conversations about trans people for a long time in society.
Not at this level of discourse.
Not at this level, but like we're moving more and more progressive when it comes to certain conversations, right? Like, we're probably not going to have a conversation about trans people before gay people, and we hadn't had the gay thing figured out yet, so.
Well, yeah, and it's not even a conversation, though. It's kind of like a one-sided browbeating as far as, like...
Well, sure, right now I would say the left kind of has, like, ownership of, like, the culture, at least, in terms of... So, I mean, there's definitely going to be a certain side favored corporately, but, I mean, still, like, the idea that, like, all these conversations are happening artificially to distract from Occupy Wall Street just implies an unbelievable level of coordination that I don't think there's any evidence for whatsoever.
I mean, you do see evidence of coordination with news companies all the time. They'll give a talking point, and you'll see, you know, hundreds of stations across the country do the exact same talking point.
Well, yeah, but that's because they're literally owned by, like, actually owned by, like,
that's how,
Sinclair.
But that's how you could do that easily. All you need is Zuckerberg. Here's the memo.
But different types of ownership are going to confer different types of... So, for instance, like Jeff Bezos doesn't have editorial privilege on the Washington Post. If he did, journalists would talk about it. We'd hear people complaining about it. But like Sinclair Broadcasting is probably going to be pretty tight over the messaging from all their local corporate stations or local news stations. That's going to be a different thing. But
they're going to have the ability to, and like I said, it's already been shown, like Zuckerberg giving talking points to all his people, and Fox News does the same thing. I mean, they all do this. They give the talking points, and we've seen like all the videos of the local media owned by these larger companies, state to state to state to state, having literally the same intros and phrases and things. So I'm saying it's not that much out of the realm. It's not like a impossible thing to pull off, to have a narrative pushed by a organization when you literally have like 6 or 7 companies that are in control of over 90% of the stuff you consume in your life. So I don't think it's that crazy.
Yeah, but just because a company controls something doesn't mean that they have control over, like, editorially, right? It's going to depend on the type of company. I think we need to have a little more nuanced reading of who owns what and what kind of control they have, right?
Yeah, but I'd say a lot of them coalesce when it comes to their values and kind of what they promote. But so anyway, not to get lost in weeds on this, because it doesn't really, I don't know, it's not a big point of mine whether it was astroturfed or not. But all I'm saying is it did coalesce with that. I do think that's where the anger should be pointed at, was those same people that Occupy Wall Street was pointing at. And I'm just saying we've gone from that to kind of being focused on that to now focused on each other. And like I said, none of us have the power to really do anything or harm anyone really in this world, because we're just working class people kind of going through our day. But now we've been put on the front lines of this fight with each other as if we all have power to oppress each other. And it's kind of, I don't think that dialectic came from nowhere. I just saying, like, I thought we were focused on the right people, and here we are focused on ourselves now. And yeah, you could say it's astroturf or it's not. It doesn't matter, but here we are, and that's part of what's crippling this country and crippling us, and probably the future of this country. And once again, that's why I think you need to have kind of like this kind of strong presence against it. And that's what I'm hoping. What populism, and I do think third position will co-align the values of third position, like we're talking about with the economic and the nationalistic mentalities, especially with hopefully creating a shared destiny and then common goals through that. That could be the only way I see you can actually challenge this system and change the people at top, or at least restrict them, hold them accountable, regulate them, the numerous things you can do to them. I just haven't seen any other form of government actually, or political philosophy, from liberalism to like the Marxists now and all of this, that actually want to combat this and make the effort to combat that. And that's why if we just sit here with liberalism or whatever we're in, we're kind of just spinning our wheels in the mud still. We haven't gotten any better.
At least we still have wheels to spin, because fascist countries don't. So I mean, but yeah, I mean,
well, dead people can't breathe either. I mean, I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Once again, it's when you're destroyed through war, you're not going to be around. That's I would hope we don't end up destroying ourselves before we get the chance to, get destroyed by someone by war. Because the way I'm looking at it is we're kind of rotting from the inside here, while the fascist countries were attacked by all the world powers at the time. And yeah, the two that existed were destroyed. So yeah, that is the reality of it. But it did take the world powers. And just like democracy does today, another thing with liberals, very warmongering type. Any country that's authoritarian, automatically liberalism has to fight them or sanction them. It's like simply because of their authoritarian. So I don't think that's like a good thing to be happy about with liberalism, as we're going all over the world, fucking up everyone's country and culture. And at the same time saying, hey, aren't us Americans so exceptional while we do this?
So, do you guys want to get to the Q&A or?
Sure.
Yeah, what is it? It's been an hour and 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. All right, so from Rob Banks said, is CT for open borders?
No.
Okay. From Stover says, for CT, was Franco a fascist?
No.
We're going to go through these quick.
Nothing to add to it.
From Crusader said, please ask Destiny, Whoopi suspended for Holocaust comments. She regularly demonizes all white people without suspension. Does this make sense in a white supremacist system?
It's just a dumb question. She made dumb comments. I don't even know what comments
What did
she
she
made.
say? Yeah, I don't even know.
I don't know.
I've seen her name mentioned a lot, but
I think she
don't
said
know.
something stupid about like whether or not the Holocaust targeted people by race, and she said they didn't, which seemed to be a stupid question. Like whether we live in a white supremacist system. I don't think usually people say that we live in a white supremacist system because the media companies like promote white supremacist talking points on The View. So I don't think that like The View is representative of white supremacy when people are talking about white supremacy. So I don't think these two things are connected.
All right. So from Seamus, he said for CT, what's better about your society for white people, and why should pro-whites support you?
I would say because I advocate for freedom of association. I hate this concept of forced diversity. And I think if you had pro-white people that wanted to maintain a white community or at least the well-being in white demographics, you would support something that supported, strong borders and freedom of association of Americans.
From Dan Zama, it said, Destiny, our two-party democratic system has allowed for the destruction of the family and American values. What would you propose as a solution to these issues?
I don't think that how that guy wants to repair traditional families is probably not the same way that I would want to, so I wouldn't propose a solution to fix that guy's problems. We definitely have issues in this country related to like atomization or fractionalization, but I think a lot of those are driven by technology and the way that our cities are comprised, like how we zone and how we set things up. I think is a really bad thing in the United States, but I don't think that like making a fascist country or focusing on race issues or whatever is going to fix that.
All right, so from Leo said, can you ask Culture Thug how he defines what an American is? Specifically, what are we, an ethnic group with a common background, or is anyone with citizenship an American?
I look at America more under like the Roman or Ottoman Empire structure. I view us as many different peoples living under kind of one state, one rule, one, empire, essentially. So no, I think whatever ethnic component America had has long since gone away, especially post World War II, then especially after 1965 Immigration Act. So yeah, I view us more as an empire model, and that's why I try to deal with the problems of America more how an Ottoman Empire or a Roman Empire would deal with their issues.
From Dan Zaniman. CT, can you explain how third position will help to improve our culture, and why would you need fascism to achieve this?
Well, personally, I believe in it builds brotherhood amongst people. When you have all these social programs that have people taking part in labor for periods of their life as well, you kind of get an understanding of what it's like. You don't look down on work anymore because you've worked it. So it helps build the brotherhood. I think it taps into a very masculine ethos, which I think is missing from our modern day society that is desperately needed. I think that's one of the strongest cultural components of it, that it taps into all of the masculine virtues that have kind of gone by the wayside today for the much more feminine ones. I think that culturally that does that. And also I think culturally I don't want to say preserves, because, preservation should never be the goal. Elevating should always be the goal. But I think it builds the best foundation that collectivize workers' efforts to reach common goals and kind of build the society up while everyone's taking part in it too. And there's a satisfaction from that as well. Your job now is just not to get money anymore. Now you're actually taking part, contributing from something, and the beautification you see in your country or the advancement, you contributed one way or another to that.
And if you guys are over at DLive or Trovo, send the questions through Odyssey, so I don't have to go jumping to every single platform since they don't come through on the through the program we're using. Okay, so from DH said, question: does Culture Thug believe that we must restore ethnic homogeneity to our community or to our countries?
No, it's not a possibility in America. I think this is a pipe dream. This is a multiracial country. Diversity is not a strength; it's a hurdle. We're going to have to learn how to deal with this and try to get everyone on the same page as much as we can. So yeah, you're not going to get your ethno state in this country. Maybe European countries can, self-determine that, but that's on them. I don't know where their will's at. That's just not a possibility in America. I think the best thing people that are like focused on these specific topics can hope for is a more structured society and freedom of association and the ability of freedom of association. I think that's what people should be trying to get back into reality and back into, even if you don't have it there, even if we continue to exist under this constitution and this system, freedom of association should be something people like that are focused on instead of, secret race wars or whatever.
From Row House for Destiny. Do you think the left can get away from this anti-white obsession they have right now? Is it a phase or an addiction and religion to them? I've heard CNN might start talking climate change more and race less going forward.
I think the Hispanics are going to save the Democratic Party. I think Democrats have realized that they're absolutely fucking brain dead on race issues, and I think Hispanic voters swinging over to the Republicans in record numbers now is going to wake them up that they need to understand that they have to have a better they can't just constantly shit on white people and expect that that's going to win them brownie points with every other group, because a lot of working Hispanics and a lot of working black people don't give a fuck about how like anti-white you want to be. It's not just things they care about like economic issues and like taking care of their families and everything. So I'm hoping that as some of the demographics start to shift in the Republican direction, and as Republicans become a bit better on race issues because they realize that, hey, if we're not racist, maybe we actually have a strong voting bloc in Hispanic and black communities, that that hopefully Democrats get a little bit smarter in talking about these issues.
Did you see the thing that Vince James did on you?
No, but that guy's got like 4 brain cells.
He saw your conversation with Mr. Girl where you were, I guess, helping him prepare for Richard Spencer and I guess playing devil's advocate, and they did a clip of you.
Oh, that's and everybody's that's because you guys have the worst Nazi
now.
talking points. You're unironically so fucking brain dead. Like Nazis suck at arguing their points, but I've said that forever. Like if they'd be like a little bit less dumb. I don't know, learn from Fuentes or something. Like your guys' talking points is usually like super fucking trash. Wait, you hear me recite your talking points and they sound really, really, really good. You're like, oh my god, like how is it? Like, then learn your own talking points about it. I don't know what to say. It's dumb.
You did a good job. Okay, so from Deeps. For Destiny, you asked if liberalism and nationalism can ever go well together. I don't think they can. Liberalism values rights against the government, including rights, freedom of expression, etc. Oxford. Okay. It goes hand in hand with capitalism, not socialism. Not sure what they're asking.
Socialism and capitalism don't have to do with loving your country or hating your country. I think you can be super liberal and super love your country. I don't think these ideas have to be opposed to one another. I don't think that's true.
From Row House. Oh no, okay. So what is the two guests' views of China's form of government? China gets things done faster than we do, but does it come at a bad cost?
I think free market systems are incredibly tenacious. I think that they can weather a lot of storms. I don't know if China's been able to just because of their size or because the government has been making really good decisions. I've heard it said, there was a Financial Times article I read a while ago that was really interesting, that I think in the West we tend to view China as this like ultimately like intelligent, supreme decision-making body that just makes the best decisions all the time about how to run their country and everything. And the reality is they have problems too. We just don't see it as much. Yeah, and obviously the leaders won't talk about it as much. But
do you want to address that, CT?
I'm sorry. I just.
Do you want me to reread it?
No, I wanted to actually show the graph. Someone
You're still
sent it to
looking
me. Someone finally sent it to me.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I was kind of. If I could just share a screen, I just want to show this
yeah.
to Destiny's. At least he can see where I'm coming from with what I said. At least. All right. Let me. All right. Okay, is it up?
Yeah,
so,
you have a bunch of your messages too up.
Uh-oh. Okay, so we see, okay, transgender here, 2010. This is right after. I mean, we just see the spike in that, like, literally from nowhere. And then white supremacy, same thing. We see kind of how it started taking off. That's always kind of been a talking point, though, too, even when I was growing up. But we see the level it's at now. Black Lives Matter, another one that just, came out of nowhere. Now it's a dominant conversation. Intersectionality, another one. We just see the correlation of the time, and then that it was very convenient for when all of this started taking place. So that's why I was saying that statement. And thank you, Artist Tyrant, for sending that to me.
Okay, so from Dan Zama, it said, for Destiny NCT, Destiny mentioned an expected cultural shift to the right to follow what many see as a recent liberal swing. Can we trust our culture to maintain a healthy grounding and vision to sustain social success?
Can we trust our country to maintain a healthy
Can we read it again?
Culture, I think he said.
It depends, because like everybody's idea of what a healthy culture is going to be is going to look a little bit different, right? So I mean, I don't know. So, like some people would argue that the answer is yes, and other people would argue no, but it's going to depend on what you value, right? Everybody's going to feel like we're not doing the right thing at some point, you know? Like the farthest left and the farthest right people are probably never going to agree on what society should look like. I think the goal isn't to have society moving in one direction. I think the goal is to have society moving in such a direction that it can accommodate a large number of people with different beliefs. I think that should be what we aim for.
Did you want to answer it, CT?
Yeah, I don't know. The question kind of didn't make sense, but yeah, I agree with what Destiny's saying. It's never going to be the fringes. I do think you create it through populism, though. I think this is what you find out what people accept as right from wrong is what they get behind and what they support. And that's why I think, once again, populism is reintroduced again. We haven't seen it in America since the 20s and 30s, but it's back now. And I think it's a political vehicle to take advantage of and to get Americans to unify over common messages and beliefs. So yeah, I think you can achieve what Destiny's looking for through populism.
The optimistic pessimist, thanks for the super chat. He said, when did Destiny learn economics?
Okay. I don't know, over the past 10 or 15 years. Wow.
We got a super chat from Big Papa Fash.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not him though.
Oh.
But to CT, do you consider this debate a great victory as a third position leader? Also, Destiny, when is your debate with Fuentes?
I have no idea.
Did I consider that? I missed that.
Do you consider this debate a great victory as a third position leader?
No, I think we just had a conversation and expressed ideas. I wasn't. This is no victory. It's interesting conversation. I didn't think Destiny and I would agree on so much. I had him pegged as a lot more woke than apparently he is.
He's gotten pretty moderate, I think. So third position guy says, I think Destiny has asked the proper questions that force you to basically choose between populism or fascism. Third position is. Third position is post-America and not in the American interest. Question for both under liberalism and or America. Where does sovereignty lie? Who has it and how?
Where lies today?
Guess so.
Or is he saying morally? What do you think? Legally or morally?
Question for both under liberalism and or America. Where does sovereignty lie? Who has it and how?
It lies with the state, no matter what they say. I mean, you could believe, whatever about the Constitution and God-given rights, but it lies with the state at the end of the day. What they allow and what they don't allow is what you're going to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, it lies with the state, which draws its power from the people. So we agree, but I ultimately probably disagree with who has the ultimate authority there. But I think that our democracy works pretty well. I think that's the problem sometimes. I think a lot of people look at our system and they complain that it's really ineffective, but I think the reality is that we're historically divided today in ways we haven't been prior to this. So we're having problems getting anything done.
From Will of R. Destiny earlier claimed that liberalism hasn't been the genesis of the modern Western world. Out of curiosity, has Destiny read any political philosophy or theory, and if so, who?
I've read all of Locke, all of Hobbes, and I watched a lot of The Simpsons. I don't know. I haven't read shit. The Wikipedia is what I read when it comes to political philosophy. Wikipedia, and if I'm feeling really brave, I'll read the Plato Wikipedia for my philosophy opinions. So, fuck no. I don't have time for that.
We have a super chat from HP from Audible Dude Man. He said, question for both. How much does CT deadlift pre-COVID? How much does Destiny deadlift?
I have no idea. Probably less now after COVID because I got my drink on during the lockdown. So yeah.
I'm supposed to deadlift 195 by 8 tonight. Okay, I'm slowly working my way up. Someday we'll be there.
Okay. From Row House. Destiny, do you think Culture Thug favored public over private due to big tech censorship? I also I saw you say Twitch has no clear TOS. They're private and get away with it. Would a government need to be more legally accountable? Would Twitch CEO be voted out?
What? What if the would Twitch have a TOS if it was ran by the government, or?
Destiny, do you think Culture Thug favored public over private due to big tech censorship? I saw you say Twitch has no clear TOS. They're private and get away with it. Would a government need to be more legally accountable? Would Twitch CEO...
I don't think
do
Culture Thug's positions all come from just not liking big tent censorship. That would be pretty stupid if that was his whole political philosophy. It doesn't seem that way. Or maybe it is, I don't know, but I don't think that's the case.
No, it's not.
Tech censorship does suck, though.
Yes, it does suck, but yeah.
We've been victimized. We might be caught up on the questions, actually. Let me just check on the other platforms, even though I told them not to, but I think we are. I'm going to check on Twitch and stuff. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have any final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll start. Interesting conversation. I appreciate it. Someone had sent me a clip months ago with Destiny on like a panel with 9 other people, Vouch and all a bunch of other leftists. And I remember, like, I always was aware of Destiny, but never really watched like the debate bro fights and all that. Was never really into that. And then I saw the clip where they're talking about fascism. What is fascist? What is fascist? And they're calling each other fascists. They're saying, oh, racist authoritarianism or this, Trump's a fascist. And Destiny was the only person on that panel that said, well, no, I don't think fascism is just these things you guys are saying. I think it's actually like a political reality to it and a history to it that gets ignored. And I was surprised to hear that. That's why I was interested in this conversation. I was surprised to hear that nuanced take coming from kind of that circle of people that at least I saw on that stream. So that's why
I'm
I look
not in
forward
that
to
circle of people. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, because the irritating thing is people will call someone a fascist as a way to dismiss their views. But unironically, when you get really far left, there are probably tenets of fascism that people would agree with. And I think it's good to understand what fascism is. Because a fascist can, I mean, like you've done, I don't know if you consider, you seem to consider yourself a fascist, but like a fascist can come on and say something like, I think that we should have like socialized healthcare. I think we should have nationalized education. I think that we should fight against large corporations. Like all of these can be fascist talking points. So when you just say somebody, when you say like, oh, well, this guy used a fascist talking point, it's like, okay, like if you're far left, like you believe in a lot of similar fascist things, like but there are other differences in the political philosophy you have to pay mind to. So it's just annoying when people don't understand what
How do
they're
you define fascism?
I think that fascism is broadly defined as being highly nationalistic. So you are very much oriented around like a populist figure, very much oriented around like a for the people, for your country type of ideology. And I think it's always authoritarian in nature, authoritarian and maybe even totalitarian in nature. You usually have a single party rule that can make quick and decisive decisions for your unified nationalistic population. That's what a fascist is, I believe.
Do you think Trump was a fascist?
I think that he wanted to be, but the American institutions wouldn't really allow him to do that. But I think that Trump wanted to be a fascist such that he presented himself as the populist leader that would rise up and fight against all of the corrupt institutions, whether it was the government, whether it was the big business owners, or whether it was the media. And I think that he didn't seem to have much respect for rule of law. And I would say that like a fascist probably doesn't care much about working within the confines of a two-party system. They probably want like a single-party government that they can use to mobilize in the interests of the people as quickly and as efficiently as possible. I think Trump was way more interested in something like that over working through the rigmarole of like a constitutional republic or whatever. So I would say Trump wanted to be a fascist, but the American institutions I don't think would have let him function in that capacity.
I missed a bunch of super chats. I'm so sorry, guys, from Entropy. They must have not reloaded it, so I'm gonna ask them. Sorry, guys. Okay, so oopsies. Thank God somebody said something. All right, so let me see if I did this one. Audible Dude Man said, my next question for Destiny, he promotes liberal markets for world peace, yet these open markets have destroyed the American middle class. Why is he okay with this?
I think we have economic problems. I just think they're very, very complicated to address. There's a lot of issues to talk about. I think one of the big issues is the simplest, if I could have one pet project issue, the biggest thing is zoning restrictions. I think the way that we've constructed U.S. cities has like destroyed our ability to conduct ourselves in a reasonable manner. They're too fucking spread out. We have no good public transport. Everything is just fucked in terms of housing costs. And I think a lot of this could be traced back to zoning issues. I think zoning is a big thing, one. And then two is probably access to education. I don't think it's as big a deal as some people on the left make it out to be, but I think it is kind of a big deal. We should have a highly educated population. We throw enough money yet. There's no excuse not to. I think it would do us well to pay closer attention to why it's not working, whether that means copying how other countries do their education or what. But we need to change something with the way that we educate our citizens, because what we're doing right now doesn't seem to be working compared to the rest of the world.
Okay. And thank you for the super chats, you guys. From K-Max, he said, Destiny, with how impressed you were with the vaccine creation, do you think the world could do this for climate change as well? Can liberal democracies solve this problem for the world?
I mean, arguably, I would say that we're on the way to doing that with how cheap alternative energies are becoming. Solar energy is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. We haven't figured out the storage yet, but I don't know. We figured out the ozone problem. We banned CFCs. Alternative energies are getting more profitable. We'll see what happens. Maybe we nuke ourselves before we figure it out. Who knows? Well, I can't make a prediction on like the global energy markets without. Yeah.
From Audible Dude, thanks for the super chat. He said, my next question for Destiny. He promotes. Wait, did I do this one? Hold on. I think so. Wait, no. My next question for Destiny, he promotes liberal markets for world peace, yet these open markets have destroyed the American middle class. Why is it? I did that one, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, move on. Okay, so from Audible Dude, CT pushes New Frontier. What makes him think that there is time for a political solution? I have yet to see anything from New Frontier beyond chat rooms and banter.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do think time's running out. I do think we have a decade, and that's the whole point of New Frontier. Is I don't think we have much time. I think we need to change the political consciousness of people, and you're not going to be able to do that online. So once again, you're too regulated. You're not allowed to breathe here. You're not allowed to build a parallel anything here online, unfortunately. So you have to take it to the real world. You have to take it to the political stage. You have to take your message and to get as many eyes on it as you can, so you can see who you can attract. You can try to convince people that a different way, a third way needs to be tried, instead of what we've been continuing to do: vote red, vote blue, and repeat this pattern over and over again. So I do think it is vital to get involved in politics, get your voice out there, have the people hear you, or you're not going to create any change. You're not going to create change, online bitching about the problems of the world. You need to take it into reality. And why there hasn't been anything of a New Frontier, there's not going to be for a few years. There's a whole process of trying to build funds, trying to get ourselves where we can get on the platforms and everything else, and on the ballot and all this. So it's an uphill climb for people who do not come from wealth, and people who are relying on help from the internet as well, as they try to manifest this into reality. But I think it's vital for everyone to do that. Whether I agree or disagree with people, when I see people going into the real world, politics or organizations or running for offices or whatever, who are anti-system, I support that. I wish there was a lot more people doing it, because sooner or later, the right way will win out in the end. I firmly believe that. It's just, I hope we have enough voices out there to where we actually can figure out what that right way is, and then it's strong enough to actually combat the system.
From K-Max McDonald, thank you for the super chat. He said, does Destiny feel the pendulum will swing back away from extreme wokeness, or will our whole lifetimes the left continues to allow a small group to dictate the whole party message? The moderate Destiny, Bill Mayer wing version, the rest of the left. What the fuck, man? What is this?
Yeah, why not just ask a question instead of taking the opportunity? You should do two things. You should have a Q&A, and then you should have like an essay writer time, okay? Because I feel like some people will write essays, and they're just like, oh, I have a question, okay? So we all know that the American project was founded upon the ideology of liberalism and blah, 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 blah. And yesterday my mom made me spaghetti for dinner and blah, blah. Okay, bro, just ask your fucking question. Or like, fuck, Jesus. Or write your essay. Like, don't do both. I don't know. I don't know where, I can't predict where the culture is going to go. Anybody tells you otherwise is fucking lying to you, right? It seems like we're probably going to have a swing back, but who fucking knows, dude? There could be like a huge terrorist attack tomorrow that makes the country ultra conservative, or there could be some huge fucking alt-right attack tomorrow that turns the country like radically more woke. It's impossible to predict, who knows? It's hard to say. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know the answer.
From Audible Dude, thanks for the super chat. He said, how do Destiny and CT feel about the situation in Ukraine?
I think we should stay out of Russia's business, personally.
We have a moral obligation. We have a geopolitical obligation to the safety and security of the world to intervene if necessary. I don't think we'd let people in Eastern Europe just fall to the Soviet Union if they decide that they want to, start up their political project again. I think that's probably a threat to security literally across the globe.
I don't think that affects us. I mean, I don't see us as a moral, like we're morally attached to, stop Russia from expanding.
I mean, do we want more countries to have nuclear weapons?
I don't think we do, but that's going to be the reality of it. As long as we
right
have
now.
it.
I think as long as we tell countries if other people are going to fuck with you, we'll step in and we'll do something. I think there's good reason for Eastern European countries not to go that route. But if they feel like the United States isn't going to do anything, then I think they'd be stupid not to pursue those nuclear weapon programs. It's not like it's hard to do it. You can do it. It's just an investment in technology. So I think that us ensuring the freedom and safety, especially of democratically elected people, is probably in the best interest of the United States and everybody in the free Western world.
It's a little more money in Ukraine. You got, I don't know what percentage of the population, but you have a lot of the population that also wants to become a part of Russia again.
Absolutely not in the whole of Ukraine wants to become a part of Russia again. I don't think very many Eastern European countries want to go back to bolstering Russia's dying economy. There's a reason why the only people that are supporting Russia are like the shitter states that are like economically destitute, and why the ones that are finally like becoming their own thing, Poland is they're doing good for an Eastern European country. For these countries that are finally growing and starting to experience growth on their own, don't want to be subsumed by the Soviet Union now. I don't think that is the case.
There's polls. I don't know the percentage, but there's actually Ukrainians that want to get back in with Russia. But I don't know. I hate this world police like moralization. Like it's this is what builds us all of our enemies is our world policing, and we're just not good. We haven't done a good job at it. We're not the people to moralize.
So like, do we let Russia just run the rest of the world then? If that got to be the case, like.
I mean, it depends how far you want to let it go. But do we fight a world war, because of a neighbor dispute with Russia and some small country? I don't know. These are things to be thought about. I would say no. I would say I don't think going into another world war, which would probably happen if it was with Russia, it would be worth it. I don't think so. But I don't know if Americans want to kill and die for that. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see us as like we're not in a position to moralize to anyone, and I think we continue to hurt ourselves the more we get involved in foreign conflicts that don't involve us. If something involves us, then hey, maybe there's a reason for us to get into it. I don't think this actually involves us, but yeah, I guess we're gonna see how it plays out over this next year.
Okay, we had like 2 more questions. From hold on a second. I think it was from Audible. He said. Ironically, on Twitch, Destiny Faces leftists call everyone fascist. Then asked why they call them that. They say because we disagree with them on one issue. Someone pro-life is called a fascist.
Wow. That guy wrote an essay. He didn't even bother wasting his time asking a question. So props to that dude. Okay.
Okay. I think it was with the same person actually.
Okay. Props to that guy. A+.
And then from Will of R, he said, one last question for CT. Why do neoliberals like Destiny and Vosh like war so much?
It's not about liking. Oh, sorry, that was for him. I'm sorry. I heard Destiny and Vosh. Go for it. Go for it.
No, you can definitely answer. I was going to say, I don't know, man. Liberals are like warmongering. I thought the liberals were supposed to be the anti-war people. And these days, liberals are warmongering their asses off. I have no idea why. I'm supposed to be the warmonger. I'm the fascist here, so I don't know what's going on.
Destiny, why do you like warmongering so much?
I mean, it depends on the conflict. I think that What? I think that the United States is kind of like seen as providing or ensuring safety and security to certain countries. If we decide that we want to abdicate that role, then somebody else is going to step up and take over it instead. I would rather us like filling this role than like China or Russia, because it ensures more U.S. influence around the world than China or Russia having that influence. So.
Let me just refresh this one more time, make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't know why it did that. Sorry, I'm glad somebody mentioned that in chat because that would have sucked. All right, so then, yeah, I guess we're done. You guys had done your final thoughts and closing statements. So, yeah, thanks for doing this, you guys. We're going to be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be interviewing Mark Collette. Destiny, I think you've heard of him, right? So
yeah.
that'll be fun.
Wow.
And we have our conspiracy theory panel tomorrow night, which will be on Epstein and Maxwell. Yeah, Epstein and Maxwell.
And yeah, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Yeah, and then we have our pop on Saturday, so that's fun. We had a fun one last week. You can check it out on our Odyssey. We had Fuentus came on, and they were fighting with the Wignats.
Epic one. Epic.
It was
Wignats, Groiper
Wignat versus
Wars.
the Groiper
We'll
Wars.
continue this week.
All right,
Yeah.
have fun, guys.
Maybe.
All right. Bye.
Hello. Can you hear me? Moot. Hello? Okay, his mic is off.
Hello? Hello? You can hear me
Hello?
now?
Yes. Max, your cue this game, right?
God damn it.
What?
I
Hello?
can hear you. Give me 1 sec.
Oh,
She's fucking dog shit.
Giga Chad.
Can you talk?
Yep, hello?
Alright, there we go. You jumping?
Nope, just chilling.
Okay.
Okay, you have to max your Q this game, yeah?
Why? Because they went XE?
Yeah, so you have to be like a poker, and not like a heal bot.
Yeah, well, it's too late for that, but I can swap.
Okay. If you play really aggro here, I will kill probably Lux.
You're gonna gank?
Oh yeah, okay, let's just chill for a second. Although it's probably warded, but...
I can pink it. Okay.
Oh god. No fucking way. Are you serious? Good player.
Scared of him.
Fucking dog shit.
I have ult and everything.
Has she ulted yet?
Lux? Oh, Vi? I have no idea.
Okay, just...
I don't think Lux ulted either, but she's dead, so... Oh, nice, dude. Bing Shaling.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be alright.
She could flash ult you. Or she could try to do that and... Never mind.
Move down here.
Okay. Back here?
Yep. They're not coming.
Oh, they're coming.
She's gonna Q in it. Oh, fuck off. He was silenced.
Why didn't she go? She didn't have her R, maybe? Can't she still zip to them with her Q? Or does she need her R to do that? Also, your E is like a instant cast. I don't know how he didn't...
I don't know how he wasn't silenced. I have no idea. It was on him, too.
That was really weird. Well, not weird.
Someone's
I
there.
think that was impossible, but whatever. Unless he can buffer it, maybe. I don't know.
He might have buffered. But even then, it should still cancel.
Sorry, that was a boring debate, guys. Fuck me. I think I have a debate with Gavin McInnes coming up. The people that just like talk and broad shit are so boring. I don't know how to like deal with it. Or it's not even like I don't know how to deal with it. It's just boring. Like I don't like... It's just nothing to deal with. There's nothing to grapple with. Like I don't have anything to talk about. Like here's like my way that I wish the world was. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's not, so... What do I do? Oh, shit. I'm flying away. She has no ult or anything now? In 15 seconds I've got jump. I'm probably gonna try to kill her for blah blah blah.
I have no ult.
Cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Damn, that's a long cooldown.
We might be getting ganked.
Nah. Wait, we don't know where...
sorry, I
the
just
bitch
fucked
is.
me up. Did you
Let's
get scared?
just back up.
12.
She comes up to turret, I'm probably gonna hop over.
Okay. They banned my Lux and my Lulu. Or they stole my Lux, banned my Lulu.
Cool, second Drake. They really like their Drakes. Wish my jungler did. Can you pop a ward over?
Nope. Oh, yeah, I can, maybe. No, I can't. It's fucking dogger shit.
It's okay, it happens. Alright, I'm about to jump over and fuck this bitch up. I'm gonna get her for you, Moody, okay? Nice, good silence. Now I'm gonna get her for real.
For real.
What the fuck?
Spies right there. Flood's here. 4 people.
Okay. He just... Does it break aggro when he jumps off his stupid fucking horse?
Probably, yeah.
Malphite's sitting on TP the whole time, okay. Okay.
Walking tall.
We're already getting objective goal? That's a really bad sign. Jesus.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Easy. An enemy has been slain.
They're mid and Lux side. Bing Choling, objective goal.
Cool. Oh my god.
Why didn't action go in front? Good job.
Oh shit. There's a lot of low HP duders over there.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Did I kill him?
Yeah, you did. But...
Fuck. I didn't want you to die with this arrow. I just
No,
wanted
it's
to pop
alright.
my gun.
I was trying to run for the W, but yeah, so.
Just on a shot. I got a shut down. Fuck. Okay. Good enough.
Let me get in there.
You just warded up here.
Oh my god. Oh no, this is, I think, really bad for them.
I'm dead in the middle, because I can't move.
Oh my fucking god, are we serious? Losing to a fucking Kled. What a garbage top lane champ. We can't lose to a Kled, we just can't.
We can win. I just seem to be a better spot. Everybody kind of left when the Silas came in. Just kind of.
Damn, he's in a high win rate. How? It's because only really good players are playing him, I guess. I don't know, man. Can you bait out a little? I don't know.
There's no way they're coming.
I'm running to Drake. They might be in here.
Stylus back here again.
Fuck! You can't cleanse and jump! I know you can't do that, I keep trying to. It's only cleanse flash. Please, kill him. Oh, yes. Nice. Nice! Really good.
It's really good for us, yeah. Cloud wasn't there, but...
Doesn't matter, it's good.
We didn't get Drake, though.
No, we didn't. That's not good. But objective gold.
True. Kinda here, no ulti.
I'm going top.
Yep.
600 gold killing spree. It's 1,000 gold almost for killing him. It'd be really good if we can get it.
Would be.
He's probably just gonna ult away. Or just instant kill me before I can even jump away. Oh, action maybe? Action? You can do it. Okay. It's good for us.
Let's try not to do that again.
Damn, dude. They're building like all damage. Well, no, he's got an Aegis, I guess. The Vi is worthless. That build is... Or maybe that's how they're building it. I don't know. Kind of looks troll to me, but whatever.
An enemy has been slain.
Who got the gold?
Oh, action is. But he's doing well.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Never mind. My ult came up just in time for that. Jesus.
I healed you, my king.
That too. Thanks, babe.
Babe. Damn, that buy is 0-6 and building all damage. Okay.
Yeah,
Got a
super
chance.
garbage.
No.
Nobody came down here for the creeps, really?
Nope. Let's stop. Victor, someone's over here. This is a shitty one. They're
Doing Baron?
I don't know.
I think they are.
Nope.
Okay, they just all walk there.
Running top.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage.
But dead again.
I'm coming mid.
I see. We don't have Malfault.
I think he just summoner healed?
Yep.
Yes, he did.
You need help with this sword?
Shit. Nice. Holy shit.
Probably good.
It was good.
Sorry, I meant it was good to fuck off.
No, yeah, I thought Diana was just gonna go in. Never mind. She doesn't have all, I guess. Or maybe she used it. Oh, that's good.
We have to go to dragon. It's really
Yeah.
good.
Oh shit.
No. Oh, okay. No.
Wait, have no jungle. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. That's actually so bad.
You have been slain.
Really can't do anything? Alright. Yeah, this game's over.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think we just need a 5v5. It's gonna be hard now with Ocean Soul though.
They also have Baron. Their Lux is kind of worthless. Shouldn't build the right item. You missed a ping. Right here,
What the fuck?
Hopefully.
We just give up, I guess? Or?
Yeah.
You just heal again? Dude, these people.
Sorry, we wanted them to get Drake so we could get the soul.
I mean, Elder?
Yeah. They're coming in.
It's like 5v3. Sorry. Fuck! It's 5v3! We should be winning.
Yeah.
Why is the dude unkillable? He's not! It's just the whole team ran the fuck away. I don't know why. It's 5v3. The ultimate is we just sit there and kill him. We nuke him. It's so quick and easy. I don't know. It's all good. It's all good. We're winning this one. The enemy team is inting hard, okay? It's a race to the bottom. We'll see who gets there first. Kill me.
Sometimes outnumbered, never outgunned.
I need like 20 gold. Go top?
Oh, I see him fighting.
I don't know. There's nothing I can do. Just nobody's. He'll just flash over the wall on me.
Enemy triple kill.
He gets it.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Okay, guys. I don't know. This game was throws and throws and throws on both ends. We just threw it better.
No, I don't want to get demoted.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Feels good, man.
Why, mate? How you going?
We're going. What's up?
How much? What's up?
I feel like
Not
I've
much.
outpaced him intellectually.
Okay. How was the Floridian Keys?
So much fun.
Are you listening to something and am I interrupting you?
No, just
I
chilling.
feel like I've outpaced him.
Normally you talk to me like this when you're like doing something else. You want to be done speaking as fast as possible.
Nope.
I feel like
Is that better? What?
Steven,
What do you
I normally
think
use
of the
TTS and endlessly
Poseidon
ship those.
situation?
But for this tier 3 resub, I wanted
already
to
talk
speak
about
from
it?
the heart, and it says,
No, but I don't know if there's much to talk about. He's just it's greedy, stupid. I don't know. I wonder if he's gonna be done with his fan base after this, or are we still gonna try to stream?
I mean, that was a crazy interview. That whole thing, I did not expect anything from that interview at all. It was just surreal, honestly.
Yeah.
It was a breath of fresh air to see such honesty, honestly.
Yeah. You didn't give a fuck.
Well, that is how it goes. What else? What else? What else? Yeah. That's about it. In the world of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, did you see? Click. Incorrect. Dr. K never went to Harvard. Despite his Harvard sweatshirt and calling himself a Harvard-trained psychiatrist and a Harvard Andy, he went to Tufts. He did his residency at Mass General, a hospital affiliated with Harvard, and has taught at Harvard.
Oh, shit.
Curious.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Boy, this has not been a good month for... Do you think, like, Dr. K owed Mr. Girl money or something? Like, what has happened? This is, like, a pretty... You know, don't get me wrong. I'm never the biggest fan of the guy, but this is a very direct, frontal attack at the man. You know what I'm saying?
It is indeed. I'm gonna get a drink. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. That's fine. Go ahead.
It is. It is. 1 sec.
Well, here we are again. Friends, countrymen, Mr. Mooten. Ah, Mr. Mooten's gonna act like he's not here. Got it. Am I boosted? Oh yeah, I'm boosted. I'm boosted already. Dan, suck a dick or get off the stream. Okay. Do you care for the Ukraine-Russia situation? Sure, why not?
What I just come back to? Why are you sucking a dick?
Why not?
Based.
What are you, homophobic?
Just wondering why. Was there a special
You need
occasion?
a reason, Mr. Mooten?
Yeah, you do.
You need a reason to suck a dick. I do not. We are not the same.
We're not the same, Giga Chad.
Oh, the game is starting and Steven is not here. That is going to be an epic throw. Do you concur, Lucas?
I do concur.
Tell me about
Boy,
your...
I can't wait to go to the gym today and lift.
Huh?
Just can't wait to go to the gym and lift today.
Are you trying to make me leave or something?
What, is that gonna get you to leave?
Oh, I thought like gym talk is supposed to be like a
No.
detergent or something. So tell me about the keys. How was it?
It was okay.
Did you get
We went,
fucked up?
no. We went snorkeling, but the snorkeling was dog shit, so. Restaurants were honestly just, They were,
I told you.
There was literally a billion fucking boomers there. I didn't realize that.
Well, you're not going during spring break. You're going towards old person time.
It's
okay?
literally just only old people.
It's the winter, Mr. Mooten. It's my people's time to shine. Literally my people's time to shine, actually.
It was alright. I had good company, so that was what made it fun.
That's good.
There was a cat, a little kitty cat.
Oh, a lot of cats down there in the Keys. They're wild. I miss that cats that were at Smith & Wollensky's, if you remember that. Those were nice cats.
That's right. We need to go get those sliders, Dan.
Oh, yeah, you're thinking
That's
about...
the only reason I'll go to Miami Beach, actually.
There's better restaurants we can go to.
No,
you
Yeah.
know?
better sliders.
There are better restaurants. We need to get back into the habit of going to the Outback Steakhouse. That's what we need.
All right, listen. All I'm saying
I
is
just
that
realized.
we can do like a weekly restaurant thing. That's in our capability. I'll even like travel across the bridge sometimes to do it. Not a problem.
Yeah, but once in a while, you know.
Yeah, like I went to. Well, there's a place here called Lucali, which is like, you know, the Dave Portnoy guy. Moot? Of course
Yeah.
you know him. So he does the pizza ratings.
Yep.
It's like his top-rated pizza. They got one in Miami Beach. Oh, really? That sounds pretty cool. We should try it out.
I'm
Yeah,
playing
it's
lead,
alright.
man. Okay.
We'll get it.
The
We'll
game's
get right
started.
to that. Okay. Auto creeps. Auto.
Modding.
Save your spells.
Saving.
One center if you can.
Nope, miss because I'm dog shit.
Oh, you got the second one.
Coming up.
Backing up. Backing up.
Yep.
My bad. I shouldn't have went on the miss kill. That was my bad.
Yeah, I couldn't come up by there. I got rooted. And then I took my one. How does she not get fucking hit right there? Don't worry. We were at their turret. We'd be getting a gank.
They're both, or the Senna is pretty. I'm gonna pink up here. Their lead died once, so hopefully he's not too strong.
If he died, he's probably just running bot.
Maybe. Oh, I'm in on that. I got it.
I
It's all
tried to
good.
stop the
It's all
last
good.
auto. I'm sorry. Oh.
I don't know how that didn't hit, but okay.
We're trying to push this in, right?
Oh, I thought that hit too. My bad. I'm probably gonna die. That's okay. Just let me die. We got a barrier for the support kill. Worth.
We did. Best.
Because now we're gonna go back and double kill him.
We got
Right
your
there.
fast back.
Ah!
Push this in, right?
How? Bro, I don't understand this. The skill shots in this game. If this was me, it would have hit like a million times over. Like,
Wow, I didn't even say goodbye. Fake friend.
I super don't understand. What? If I would have been that Lux and I would have gotten hit, people would have been like, "Oh yeah, it was obviously it was like on your, literally on your character model."
Literally on you, dude.
Yeah, whatever.
Or they would have been like, "It's got a bigger hitbox. You should know that."
Yeah.
Smile. Everyone is watching.
Aim for the sky, shoot for the heart.
What, how worthless, dude.
Should have eaten first. My bad.
Shut down.
Senna's up there. I'm probably gonna jump in. I'm in.
You got it?
I got it.
Yo, Ninu, don't unban that Devant guy until he sends me an apology. You're just schizo posting at me. Fuck him.
Based.
Back into the walls, bitch.
True. To the wall with you. Wow, Game of Thrones reference. Oh. Is it time to break? I'm already broken? No, we're not broken. Oh,
There.
you're gonna just fuck me up.
I'm just gonna fuck you up.
Do you have a ward for this so Lee doesn't
I
get
do.
it for free when he comes down and walks and gets it for free, even though we have a jungler that amazingly solos objectives?
Run in.
Good luck, bud.
I don't use anything to do.
Oh, I should have just killed this. I'm killing the frog. Turtle.
Yep. Lee Sin's behind us. We're gonna get collapsed on.
Yep, we're dead.
You better fight.
I'm on the. Keep running away if you can.
Yeah.
Can you get the lead? No.
I should have fucked me. I'm just dumb. I don't know what to do. Oh, I just am so dumb. I'm just too dumb to play.
It's alright, we learned don't roam.
I'm pressing E, so fuck that.
We did get Grump, or not Grump. We did get the Scuttle.
We got the Scuttle, yeah.
Yeah.
Big.
So
it was worth basically. They're both 6, by the way.
True.
I know, wasted my Q.
You zoned with your Q. Is what you mean to say.
True, we're getting Dragon. Going up,
True.
maybe.
He's got it. Leesman.
Zoning.
Okay, ready? Oh, how far are you from 6?
Half.
Okay. Lee sucks. Who cares?
Lee Sin just killed him.
Yeah, who cares though? Oh yeah, they don't know you're in there. Nice.
No, surely
Oh,
not.
Lee's coming. We should run. You should run. Right this way.
Running.
Nice. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running.
Running as far as I can.
Okay, maybe Lee's not coming. How far from 6? Oh, he wasn't at all.
Half.
What the fuck? What the mel? Okay, back up.
I might just drop in.
M6.
You have a word for this?
Nope.
Okay.
I will in 7 seconds. Lee's min. Got him.
Oh, I'm in. And it didn't matter.
Just dodge it, I guess. Okay.
Oh my god, he didn't even hit me. I did. Ah! Yes! That's what I want, Luke. That's what I want. Every summoner wasted perfectly. Ideally wasted.
Hey, we can't fight anymore.
Oh. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! That's what he thinks.
Through one word, you shall transcend.
Or is there win con?
Cheh, we can still be the lose con.
True.
Look, you got him!
Oh, nice, I hit him. I have to bank.
Do you though?
Yeah, I'll die in one hit.
Just don't get hit.
Doesn't usually work for me.
We don't need your help. Fuck you. Alright.
Oh, everybody congratulate Sean's 70 for joining the 1,000 pound club. He now has a flare.
Wow.
Pog champ.
You're so good, dude.
You backing?
Yeah, someday. After I waste all my fucking time. We're running it back down.
Ooh.
An ally has been slain. Let me get in there.
She doesn't even move. She's just a fucking
Good.
bot.
Good.
She's an AI.
Yeah, keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. Better up, better up, better up. Yeah, I flash. Boom? No.
Nah, I didn't get her with my ult.
We got our flash though.
Bro.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Now let's take their souls, okay?
No, Lee Sin's coming bot. You see him literally right now. Walking here.
Okay.
Turret plating will fall soon.
He's gonna Q from right there down to here.
Okay, I don't think we should be fighting this.
Oh my god, but look at him.
Nah, this is just so bad.
Just kidding. Got all of their ults. So good. So well
True,
played.
dude.
Okay, chill for a sec.
Wind your shit up.
I jump in 4 seconds,
Yeah.
baby.
Wow, we lost another Drake. Very cool.
But we're gonna get this turret.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Dota. Do you have a ward? I don't.
Oh, Lee's behind us. We gotta run. Save your shit for Lee. You got him. You got them both.
Dolby Fighter. What are you talking about?
What did he do?
He loves everybody who gives him $20. That's how this arrangement works, bro.
Nice. Gale Force. Get him! You got it! Kha'Zix! Boom! Oh, you got it.
It's literally one hit. Okay, I did good.
We take... No, we don't. Whatever.
You didn't get him? No, there's just like no way.
Depends how much you believe. Mood.
An enemy is dominating. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
They have a fucking Nasus. We're absolutely losing this game.
Wait, really?
You tabbed in?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get minutes. Based. Someone just warded here?
Didn't ask. Don't care.
You see her? We're dead.
I should have. I never saw the Senna shit hit me. I was looking at the Gen. I was on just had, my mental was not there. It's not all right.
Just probably gonna get demoted to fucking gold. It's whatever.
You don't. I don't even know if that's possible.
I hope to God it's not.
You will learn what beauty truly is.
I have ult.
Ooh. Okay.
He's faster. For some reason, he's faster. 'Cause AD carries need mobility.
True.
They actually do.
Oh my god, dude, this Malphite is going the distance. Gale Force hit.
Gale Force!
We take those, baby!
He's going right there. He will kill you. You walk the bad way.
Oh man,
They're
I got
still
the whole game is coming here, eh?
Just leave me. It's fucking over.
Ooh, just no. He's not gonna get it. But oh, all right. No. Nice one. Okay. That was impressive.
No! We can't ever do anything!
You got a free kill. What do you mean?
We're dog shit.
Okay, right here. Get ready. We're about to make crazy things happen, okay?
Okay.
I'm in. Yeah, I do Gale Force for no reason sometimes. And?
Giga Chad.
Please die! No! All in a day's worth. All perfectly planned. All flawlessly executed.
Okay, I guess we just shove him in, actually. I don't know what the plan is.
I don't know why, but... Yo, shield me. I want to end.
Based.
What if you caught somebody right here, though?
I could if you don't get these on me, bro.
Hold on, no one knows we're down here, okay? Now. Oh my god. Wait, no, wait.
I can't do anything because
We're
I'm getting ass fucked.
Get right up here. Over here. We're definitely not into here. Okay. You got a lot of damage right now, right?
Yeah. Oh, someone just saw that.
Okay. No, he didn't. Yes!
Run.
I'm running.
Leave it!
Oh, Mute. Keep running. They're coming from below. Moot. Senna, she's below us. Don't worry, the team's coming to get us. They're coming to bail us out, Moot. Okay. Well.
Dog shit.
We fucked with that Lee Sin's mental hard though. He was 8-3. He's not supposed to die like that, and he did. Look, we're doing it. We're winning the mental war.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Oh, you
One
got-
by one 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 by one.
Love the
All right, Moot. We're gonna need a good ass ult here.
I feel like
God, I knew we should have dodged this game. It's fucking win rates. Live inside me. What?
Less than
I
3.
feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Oh my god, I'm an actual god.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
Okay. We got him off it.
I don't know.
For half a second.
You can't do it.
Well, they can.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Okay, Malphite's about to
I
walk
feel
in
like
there
I've outpaced him.
with a big boy ult.
How the fuck do you manage to find the most boring nonsense to debate? Hope AIDS likes working with literally nothing interesting on the wall.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Woo. Woo.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I believe Copian.
Sir, can you get executioners?
I feel like I've
Yeah,
outpaced
I'll get right
him
on that.
intellectually.
Hi.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Ooh!
I
Oh my
like the
god.
stuffer seed.
Just tiny.
You're a genius, dude.
All right, Moot. We
Why
need you
are
to
you Stephen
control the
Bonnell
dragon
second,
pit.
and not Stephen Bonnell-Jar?
My dad didn't want to be Stephen
Back
Bonnell
up.
singing. Okay, we should probably just get this, I think.
Up. We should probably get him, right?
Wait, no. We can't chase the
Whatever you
Nessus. We got to do
I
this.
feel like I've outpaced him.
Okay, well, good luck. Tell you for a fact that ain't happening.
Hey, buddy. Just tested positive for COVID when I'm boosted 2 days into my vacation and a day before a music
Shut the
festival.
fuck
Feels
up,
sad, man.
alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
That's about as good as it gets, dog.
The other feel like an NPC in someone else's life. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
This Ari,
I
dude.
feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Wow.
You're a fucking senator.
Oh,
I might
shit.
ban Senna again. It's fucking dog shit champion. We're losers.
Not this game, Mooten.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
One more. We can't go out on a loss like that.
An NPC in like someone else's life.
Destiny, I'm attracted to a man that is in the closet. What does HPUDI do? He used to be in the military many years ago.
Go fuck his dad.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth. Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
You're a fucking statistician. Thank you, Steven.
I'm mentally ill. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I killed kids today in D&D. Pretty pog champ.
Nice. I'm proud of you.
I had the guts to do it, like Anakin.
Dubstep.
Skibbage. Okay.
League of Stroking by None.
Out! Where the fuck is my... Oh, I got a fucking rage! Oh, fuck, that's about the rage. That's about the rage. That's about the rage. Where is my
Because
ult?
I'm putting 100%.
Where is the ult?
Move bad.
Where is my ult? What the...
Even if he ults him, he's still gonna lose the fight the same way, no?
Thank you, Steven.
Out!
Because I'm putting 100%. Because I'm putting 100%.
I think, again, like, look at Josh OG. Look at Josh OG. Josh OG was the secretary, if I remember right, on the fucking CSGO lotto thing. And this guy managed to fucking convince people that being the secretary is the same thing as Martha, who takes phone calls for an accounting office. He's the secretary on the fucking, the articles of incorporation. And people believe this because they're fucking stupid. And guess what? Josh OG is getting sponsor deals. He's still a success.
Ugh, look at all this trash. Someone needs to buy this man. I've already said the solution to this issue with XQC, you have to approach it like he's a toddler. And you need to buy a big trash bin that has a big target, like a bullseye around it, right? With like a point system. And it can be like, guys, look at. And he's like, you know, he can score like points from throwing his trash into the bin. You buy, yeah, maybe I should. Does he have a PO box? I'll order him one. Ugh.
Lux time? Draven time?
Yep, let's do it. I just haven't been able to play for the fucking champion. Because I'm dog shit.
Let's just fucking go.
I don't know. The Audi? Sure, I'll give you an example with the Audi. It was intentional. I lied. It was a intentional hit. The person intentionally hit my car. It was not a drunk driver. It was the dude hit my car on purpose. Yeah.
Wait, really?
Really what?
The guy who hit Mizkip's car apparently did it on purpose?
not base, bro.
Lore. When Emery's OTK announcement, someone crashed into his audio rate and kind of fucked it. First, he said it was because some Kona was driven on today. Rebuilding is a horrible month. One of these being that the crash issue happened from a dude doing it on purpose. Okay.
Yeah, so here it is. It comes nicely packaged as well, and it's perfect for, you know, all the time that you spend in front of the monitor. I mean, sorry, it's no longer for gamers. On your phone, yeah. All the time that you're spending on your phone.
Good one. Okay, what are the coolest skins, guys?
Oh boy, I can't wait to get hit by Blitz.
Why is that gonna happen? Fuck, I need my shit to be skinned out for the wipe, guys. I'll go through tonight and get some.
Who is our team? Are you cool with Salsa and Assyrian joining?
Sure. Are they good?
I don't know if they're good, but I...
Wait, can Assyrian play, or is he gonna be AFK half the time?
I'm gonna ask him. He said I can only play like after 6. I can't degen unless it's weekend.
No.
Okay.
No. Those box skins are pushing. I already got a box skin, okay? I don't need any more box skins.
Oh, Mamushi.
I like the Thompson a lot. I should get a skin for the Thompson. I'll figure it out tonight.
I'll listen to Stan. I'm gonna listen to sad songs today.
Good.
I'm only gonna lift to sad songs too.
Good.
I want to be depressed. I don't deserve happiness till Diamond.
Where is Gojo and Hillshire? Hillshire, are you here? Oh, we haven't done lifting talk today.
How could you? Wrong.
Hillshire and NNN were saying that a deload means that you like knock 50% off your fucking weight for your lifts or whatever. But Gojo linked me an Alan Thrall video. Deload just means you decrease the volume substantially. So you might do like 1 set instead of 3 of each exercise. Is there like another video or another mentality on this? That seemed kind of that makes more sense to me. Reducing the volume.
Weight?
Yeah, well, because like, why the fuck would I go and like, am I really getting anything out of squatting like 70 pounds? Is that doing anything for me, or like, is it? Whereas, like, I can understand doing 1 set, because it's still hard, but it's like, the volume is way less, so like,
You're
the wear and
still
tear
gonna
is
struggle
less.
with it.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Mike? Oh, shit. I didn't know Dr. Mike had a deload video. Oh!
Who's Dr. Mike?
Dr. Mike? Oh, 20! Oh, and he's got a nice, fun blue... Dr. Mike is the man!
God, I can't wait for someone to be in this brush. Oh yeah, let's stack over here. Yeah, good.
Right here.
Second, quick.
Okay, real quick, we should be above... Aw. Because Blitz should blind Q into that bush!
I'm on Blitz. This game is fucking alright.
Yeah.
Little dog shit. Not you guys, but it's alright.
Did you use sums?
Yeah, I did. I used them all.
Okay. The Ari fucked us super hard. Okay, that's okay though. You know why?
I just want to listen to my music.
We're just gonna farm it out.
This game is absolutely... I don't even want to... We should just quit. There's literally no reason to play this game out.
Nope, I'm here. You've got that Blitz fucked up, and I like it. I'm here for it. Good autos, Moot!
I literally want to leave.
No, 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 no.
I might just go to the gym. I might just fucking.
No, 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 we're good, we're good, we're good. Also, play up. If you get hit by Blitz, just start attacking the vein.
She mad at the celebrities, low key I be thinking she talking about me. Now I ain't no dummy to think I'm above criticism, so when I see something that's valid, I listen, but shit, it's something about the Queen's Zone that's bothering me. She strike me as
Boy, if we hit those minions, dog!
Man, you detonated that
Yeah, I
real
did.
fast.
I wanted
Yeah,
it.
good, that's good.
You weren't smacking minions. I'm gonna smack the fucking bitch.
Do you need to go back? Look at him.
How did he fuck his thing up?
I don't know, but go get him.
The jungler has to be here. I'll bet my life on it.
No way. Okay, no, 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 go! Or... Nice try. We're gonna be level 3 now, and Vayne is gonna come back to lane at level 2. And Blitz won't be here, for sure.
Coke man.
If I can make one more suggestion respectfully, I would say it's more effective to treat people like children, understanding the time and love and patience that's needed to grow. This change is inevitable, but ain't none of us seen this before. Therefore, we just gotta learn everything as we go. I struggle with thoughts on the daily, feel like a slave.
Waiting for her to go up.
I'm leaving, Let's see. Yep. Blitz might come running in from river.
She's there, she's right there.
Oh, I'm dead. One more tick. Close. through our jungle. How base, dude.
I just want to die.
He's gonna try to queue over the wall. On you? Okay. Damn. He didn't even try to get you, Moot. Oh, shit. Never mind, chill. Do you know what time it is? Oh, yeah. It's time to fucking go!
It's just...
Okay, we're doing okay. This game started off fucked. Okay, we're doing okay.
This game is fucked. I'm wasting my goddamn time.
Okay, but it was uber fucked, okay? Now it's just...
I'm literally wasting my fucking time playing this shit.
Now it's just kind of fucked, okay?
They're here again!
Dog shit players too. That's the best part. The best part is how fucking bad they are, and it doesn't even matter. But that's okay, because we're gonna win this one, Moot. We're gonna win this one.
Oh, we're absolutely. This game is literally over.
Let it push. Let it push. It's pushing. It's pushing. Nice job. Good pressure. Good pressure. Good last hits. Good job. Good mental games you're playing with it. It's pushing towards us. That's good for us. We can control the wave. Another good hit, Moot. Moot, you're doing it. Okay. Now careful, careful, because Lilia, she's already back down here again in our try, but I'm gonna go ward it so she can't play tricks on us. Okay.
Tricky, tricky.
All right.
I think the guy went back.
Good. Because I can hold this wave forever.
Opium. You're just taking damage.
I got a little bit of lifesteal.
Oh,
nice try,
okay.
Nice try, nice try, nice try. Look at this. Look at this freeze, Moot.
What a freeze, dude.
That's one whole wave. Oh, hold on. On Blitz, on Blitz. You can try to E over the wall, but be careful for Lilia. I'm still freezing. I'm completely not with you.
You're good. I'm not doing anything.
Okay, why? You just
I didn't mean to.
You're
I
like,
didn't mean to.
I just wanna
You just in
fuck the
chat
game.
talking
I just
about
wanna
contracting fucking AIDS,
fuck the
okay?
game up. Just fuck the game up. It's okay.
The only way you'll get AIDS is if you play more League.
True. Okay, just sit right in there, but you're doing a great job. Blitz is roaming. He's like, I'm done with you. See, he's top lane. Vayne, perma-cucked from lane. Look at her.
Oh, we have a Kale.
True. See?
We're a late game team.
We were always a late game team.
Bing Chilling. Always are.
Vayne is spamming her team as we speak. Come back.
Help me.
He's perma-freeze. I can't do anything.
Help me.
She's like trying to do fucking Gromp right now. Probably lost like all her
probably.
HP doing it.
Hour after hour.
She really has the discipline to just sit back and not farm for the rest of the game. Is that...
You know we wouldn't. We would be up there, baby. Blitz is level 4. This is kind of big Chilling, actually. Why don't we play this more often? This is good.
Are you 6? Yeah. How far?
No, a few minions. Rome? No, I'm chill. Did we fuck it up? Do we need to push hard now?
No. It'll slow push. We can get like one more wave stuck up here. And then we can send into the turret and then kill Vayne while she's on turret. And it'll be Giga Chad. Yeah, move up there.
Where the fuck is she? Did she quit?
She's probably like running around like trying to find a jungle.
No, she's just there.
What the
She has the discipline of a fucking samurai.
That is the patient samurai.
That is the patient samurai right there. Oh, she backed off, alright.
Gromp is respawn. Gotta go back. Okay. If you kill her under turret, she will leave the game.
Good.
You gotta get the Q. Good luck. Wait, no. Don't go like super crazy. Just...
You just get a knee.
If I get Q'd here by Blitz, okay. Lily on
Blitz
Drake.
is mid.
Lily backed off Drake. Vayne really is just gonna lose every single...
Yeah, she really is.
What is this scam?
We
should back off. I think Lily might be coming for us.
Oh my god. We should back. There's three coming.
We're done. They're doing Drake.
Yep.
You're gonna let them take it for free?
Nope. Oh my God,
Come on. Anybody? Why is she so fast all the time? No ult? I will cash out, thank you. After that massive freeze.
Has nothing to think about except thought.
85 CS to 43 CS. Holy shit. Vayne, are you okay? See? We always knew we were winning this game.
Yeah, we're winning again.
Oh my god.
Never did I doubt it.
That was huge. Alright, such an item advantage on this Vayne. Let's go. And it's pushing back towards us again because we pushed the turret.
This is why we don't give up and leave the game, chat.
Exactly. We never give up. We never give up because we never doubt it, okay?
9-11's the
True,
score.
9-11.
Never forget. Wait, we can freeze this, right?
We could, yeah. But Vayne might go back. Go up there and see if she's trying to back.
I'm gonna go fuck her out. Blitz is level 7, roaming. I don't understand that, actually.
Because he's been in other lanes leeching experience.
I don't see it.
Shit it back. Alright,
Oh,
let's
she's
just...
making everybody. Let's shove it in. That shit. That me a good girl.
Blitz still mid, Lily and Mia. Did Vayne have 50 CS? Blitz is running down here. We should definitely get this turret though if we can. Keep hitting it.
On it.
Okay, Lily is still mid.
Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth.
Nice.
And a great occasion.
We go mid, maybe?
Yeah, we do, maybe.
Warden?
And to read about it the next day in the newspaper is oddly more fun for us than the original attempt.
No, I can't do that. I'm coming.
This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world
It's getting dog shit.
Okay, let's push mid.
are destroying nature. We are so tied up in our minds.
Vayne is literally halfway CS. She's fucked.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Time to wake up. What is reality? Obviously, no one can say because it isn't words. It isn't.
3 plating? How many do you think we're gonna get?
Nope. 3. I'm gonna get, yeah.
I'm Dirty Dan.
No, 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 I'm Dirty Dan.
Oh, we're all dead.
No. Oh, now we might be dead. Psych!
That's the wrong dead.
My bad. It's got 1 hit, Ari! Why not step up and auto attack it, you worthless cunt fox? Jesus Christ!
There it went.
Oh, there we go. Now let's let the Vayne get some kills.
One must live. We need to survive. Go on. We must go on.
Oh, fuck, I'm not gonna get it.
Almost.
No, it wasn't almost. It was dog shit.
Base.
I didn't see his ult. Oh, because it was over the wall, probably. He has no ult, by the way. Oh.
Yeah, well. I feel like there's gonna be 4 bot. They're probably Drake. It's fucking dead again.
Oh, I'm dead. Good one, Vayne. Wow. Sorry, is dog shit. Fuck.
All are.
Okay, we got a kill. I'm just farming.
I feel like
Let's check differentgame.gg. Let's see if Aries are dog shits. 51% win rate on our team.
This Ari is dog shit. We should also look at our global win rate. What is our win rate over 2 seasons? Because if it's like 51 or 52%, technically a 50% win rate is bad.
I don't want to look at past seasons.
Yes.
In this moment, I'm euphoric. Wubba 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 wubba. Not because of any phony god's blessing. Wubba 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 wubba. But because I'm enlightened by my intelligence. Beat drops. Rave doge, rave doge, rave doge.
I think we're way too far out.
That's what your mama said.
Morden, I don't have a clear.
Man, this guy really just... Okay.
Would you lose a random bone for $5 million?
He's mid.
I'm gonna go to Skull.
Killing pink.
There are 3 top side.
Yep.
You might be able to kill Van.
4 top side. Well, sorry.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yep. Got up.
An enemy has been slain.
The map is a lot darker now.
Was a rolling
That's it.
stone.
Here.
What we need to do with this next drag.
Yep.
Use the thing. Unless you want to go mid.
Wow, J2 Cilio. You're welcome, buddy.
Might be okay. I'm gonna go forward.
Oh my god.
Oh, no one came? Alright, my bad. I'm dark chain, I guess.
He's a brave.
Respectable. Okay,
Don't vote no. Or don't vote yes. We can win this one.
Sorry, how you voting? I'm tilted. I can't believe literally no one fucking came. It just blows my mind.
This
Fucking
is
blows.
scary.
Not even you didn't even come.
Because it was
suicidal.
suicidal.
You guys are just fucking literal morons. Dude. 2 people top. No, like it should have been the 4 people following. That's what it should have been. It was fucking free.
If Sedge would have went first, I would have been all for it.
Fucking loser, jungler. Should fucking take this from you. gonna pull you over. Oh, missed it.
Oh, cool.
Now we're all done.
So really early ult, but okay. Interesting.
Fucking dubstep.
Wow.
I'm coming in, Moot. Okay, never mind. Sage doesn't want to go.
She's dog shit.
Oh, now she wants to go.
We have to get Drake.
Yeah, you know, one of them would be good.
That
This
would be
one.
good. Maybe able to get a cheeky kill up here. You're a genius, dude! Lilia's bottom.
Oh my god. Let's do it. Might be able to get a cheeky Baron into losing 4th Drake.
Just leave me.
You're good, dude. You got the portals.
You guys are dog shit. I'm done.
Hey, we lost an inhib too, at least.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Yes.
An ally has been slain.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Well, you're gonna have to steal that Drake with a good R, okay?
Game's fucking over.
Okay, well, we accelerated the Elder Drake a lot, so we're definitely able to, once she respawns, capitalize on that.
I think the Sejuani is literally trolling because we fucked up level 1.
Maybe, I can't tell. I don't know.
You didn't like Smite Baron at all? I don't know.
Well, they said their smite was down, so.
No, it wasn't down. I looked. Oh, well, unless it just came up, I guess. Maybe.
That was good memes. Good memes, you know? Somebody just gotta meme hard.
Good memes today. Gym or another?
I'm probably gym. I shouldn't stay up till late.
Okay. GG's. Go back. I'll see you down there. Tell me when.
Yeah, have fun.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
The man, the myth, the debate bro.
Oh shit, I gotta watch my 10-minute doc. I'm probably gonna 2x this one. Shield bow is nerfed into the dirt? Is that true? Watch the 6-minute version, please. Whoa, new intro.
Hey folks, Dr. Mike Isertel here for Renaissance Periodization, Strength Training Made Simple, number 10. When and how should you deload during strength training? So, first up, maybe we don't need to deload all the time. There's a situation in which you can use a simpler approach just for one session at a time if you go a little bit too far with the fatigue in that session or for that movement pattern, like for your squat, just your squat, or just your deadlift, or just your bench, so on and so forth. So, from the Strength Training Made Simple last video, number 9 on progression, every week you add some weight and you keep reps the same. And you keep sets the same or add them, generally roughly the same. So going up in weight, Matt gets tough at some point. At some point from that process, two-part process, just training that hard all the time and going harder and harder every single time, the cumulative fatigue will start to get pretty crazy and you just won't be able to beat your prior performance anymore. Your performance is going to plateau and even dip down a little bit. You're going to show up one day and have a bad session which you just don't hit your plan numbers, sometimes not even close. What do? Well, if the rest of your body feels fine, like if this happens on the bench press, and it's with just your pushing muscles that are feeling it, systemically you feel fine, like you feel okay, your legs feel recovered, you had a great squat workout yesterday, so on and so forth, maybe you don't need to just take a whole week and deload, or maybe like week 3 of a 6-week progression, you're like, I'm not just going to deload, it's just a problem for this particular session. So here's what you do. Since your fatigue in that session is really high, it probably accumulated a bit too fast, you got to deal with it somehow. What you're going to do, first, finish that session strong. Just try to do your best, and if it's really high RPE, that's okay. Just try to kill it as much as possible. Now, for the next session of that muscle group and that movement pattern, so for example, if you train pushing muscles Monday and Thursday, and your Monday didn't go so hot, finish as strong as you can on Monday, then on Thursday, what you do is you come in and you do all the planned sets, all the planned reps you were going to do, but at 1/2 of the planned weight. So if you have 5 sets of bench, for sets of 5 at 100 pounds, now you do 5 by 5 at 50 pounds. What? That's super easy. That's the whole point. It brings your fatigue down like crazy while letting you work a lot on technique, and actually, technical work tends to recover you sometimes even better than complete rest. What you'll do is, that session will be super easy, and all the assistance work too, you do the same thing. The whole session's easy. You don't want to make up for it on really hard assistance work. So you finish your benches, now you have dumbbell press, usually sets of 8, okay, it still sets of 8, but instead of 50-pound dumbbells, now it's 25-pound dumbbells. I know, super crazy, super easy. The cool thing is you'll be super recovered after that session. The next session you have, which is say next Monday, you do the same number of planned sets and reps and weight as you were anyway, because that fatigue is going to be lower, it's probably going to be a great workout, and then you're back to normal, you've brought the fatigue under control, at least for the next couple of weeks, weeks usually, and you just progress as normal from there. All the sessions in the week after are totally fine. Now, that can work a few times. However, after about 3 to 6 weeks on average, if you're training hard with appropriate volumes and intensities, you're going to get into a situation where multiple movement patterns, you're pushing and you're pulling and you're squatting and you're vertical pulling, so on and so forth, they're going to have needed recovery sessions. You may have already taken them. And you'll get into a situation in which your whole mind and body system is just feeling beat up. Because you know what I'm talking about. Like you wake up in the morning for your deadlift workout and you're like, ugh. Like there's parts of you sore you didn't even think could be sore. And just as far as motivation to train and overall burden of the training process, you're like, holy crap, I am beat up. There's nothing wrong with that. Perfectly predictable. Actually means you're doing a good job pushing the pace. When that happens, one thing is a lot of your RPEs are going to be crazy high in order to continue to progress, which means put a little bit more weight on the bar and still hit the target reps. Your ratings of perceived exertion are going to be like 9s and 10s, where maybe you were hoping for 8s and 9s. They're just going to be at the peak limit. You're going to be hanging on by a thread and sometimes even underperforming, right? So you show up to the gym, you had, let's say a big deadlift workout, big squat workout, big bench workout, and all 3 of them went straight to hell. You're done. And it's not a recovery session done. You need a lot. You've accumulated a lot of fatigue. You got to bring it down big time. So what do? For one whole week, for rationing week. So if you start to flutter and things start to go bad and you know you need to deal with a week, finish that current week.
Fuck. Okay, so this happened to me because all 3 of my exercises hit. I was able to deadlift well, but my squat, my overhead press, and my bench like all got fucked hardcore. But I think I've been going really hard like the past like 4 weeks, I think, since I moved here.
Strong, grinding. I know it sucks, but you signed up for this.
I took off 2 sessions when I traveled though, but I was doing other stuff.
Next week, what you do is for the first half of that week, you do the same planned sets and reps as usual, but with only 70% of the planned weight, right, of last week's weight. So if you did, 100 pounds last week for sets of 5, now you're doing 70 pounds. Still pretty tough, but it's definitely not at that point where it's accumulating any more fatigue and some of the fatigue starts to fall. Still decent training, but really not cumulative anymore. Fatigue is starting to fall. Now, in the second half of the week, you're going to go from the same setup, same sets, and same reps as you planned, but you're going to drop the load to 50% of what normally is, exactly like the recovery sessions. So now you have half a week of pretty easy sessions, not quite recovery, but 70%, and then the last half of the week is all recovery sessions. I mean, that might be like 2 or 3 recovery sessions in a row for everything. And at that point, you are going to be so ready to train, so healed, so fatigue reduced. Towards the end, it's going to be like, man, you're going to come in a Friday workout, you're like, I want to smash it, I want to smash it. Don't. Rest, wait, take Saturday off, Sunday off. Next Monday, you'll be able to get back into a fresh new mesocycle of progression, start putting more weight on the bar, and slowly move up and repeat the process. Folks, thanks for tuning in. See you next time for the next video.
Okay. All right. I'm going to 70% today, 50% on Friday, and then next Monday, I'll hit the old weights again. We should be fully good to go. We'll try the Dr. Mike method. If it doesn't work, you're permaban Hillshire. All right. I love you guys. Well, go watch IRA. Roberto, Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Cappuccino, 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 my dude. I will catch you guys next Streamerino. Stay safe.